COINTELPRO, FBI Counterintelligence, Covert Operations, Black Bag Jobs, Church Committee. COINTELPRO was the FBI's secret program to undermine the popular upsurge which swept the country during the 1960s. Though the name stands for Counterintelligence Program, the targets were not enemy spies. The FBI set out to eliminate radical political opposition inside the U.S. When traditional modes of repression failed to counter the growing insurgency, and even helped to fuel it, the Bureau took the law into its own hands and secretly used fraud and force to sabotage constitutionally protected political activity. Its methods ranged far beyond surveillance, and amounted to a domestic version of the covert action for which the CIA has become infamous throughout the world. The COINTELPRO Papers. Documents from the FBI's Secret Wars Against Dissent in the United States. By Ward Churchill and Jim Vander Wall. Preface, The Face of COINTELPRO. Introduction, A Glimpse into the Files of America's Political Police. Chapter 1, Understanding Deletions in FBI Documents. Chapter 2, COINTELPRO, CP/USA. Chapter 3, COINTELPRO, SWP. Chapter 4, COINTELPRO, Puerto Rican Independence Movement. Chapter 5, COINTELPRO, Black Liberation Movement. Chapter 6, COINTELPRO, New Left. Chapter 7, COINTELPRO, AIM. Chapter 8, Conclusion, COINTELPRO Lives On. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/cointel.htm. Search. COINTELPRO, FBI Counterintelligence, Covert Operations, Black Bag Jobs, Church Committee. Other major works online. COINTELPRO in the 60s *, 70s *, 80s and 90s from Brian Glick's War at Home. Excerpts from the Church Senate Committee Hearings, 1975. The Age of McCarthyism. A Brief History with Documents by Ellen Schrecker. Current Political Prisoners, Victims of COINTELPRO September 14, 2000 with Cynthia McKinney, Nkechi Taifa, Kathleen Cleaver, Michael Tariff Warren, Bruce Ellison, Geronimo G. Jaga and Laura Whitehorn. King, look into your heart. You know you are a complete fraud and a great liability to all of us Negroes. White people in this country have enough frauds of their own, but I am sure that they don't have one at this time that is anywhere near your equal. You are no clergyman and you know it. I repeat, you are a colossal fraud and an evil, vicious one at that. King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have just 34 days in which to do. COINTELPRO, FBI Counterintelligence, Covert Operations, Black Bag Jobs, Church Committee. Armies of Repression. The FBI, COINTELPRO, and far-right vigilante networks. The Public-Private Partnership. By Tom Burghardt. FBI targets Leonard Peltier. American Indian Movement. Akasita's rebuttal to FBI media claims. The Covert War Against Native Americans by Ward Churchill. Free Peltier. Campaign in Czech Republic. The FBI probe of CISP's * interview with Frank Varelli. Albion Monitor Judy Bari resource page and legal documents. Judy Bari suit reveals COINTELPRO against Earth First. America's Secret Police. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/cointel.htm. COINTELPRO, FBI Counterintelligence, Covert Operations, Black Bag Jobs, Church Committee. After years spent trying to deal with the effects of COINTELPRO, my rage at the FBI's almost unimaginable evil remains undiminished because I believe that it succeeded in many of its horrifying goals, given the deaths of Martin King, Malcolm X, and other 60s leaders. Since the FBI uses taxpayer dollars to fund its extreme and ridiculous investigations of anyone who expresses dissenting opinions, even resorting to crime including theft, encouragement to murder, subornation of perjury, and manipulation of the judicial process to achieve its ends, I have always advocated its disbanding. Introduction. Activists across the country report increasing government harassment and disruption of their work. In the Southwest, paid informers infiltrate the church services, Bible classes, and support networks of clergy and lay workers giving sanctuary to refugees from El Salvador and Guatemala. In Alabama, elderly black people attempting for the first time to exercise their right to vote are interrogated by FBI agents and hauled before federal grand juries hundreds of miles from their homes. In New England, a former CIA case officer cites examples from his own past work to warn college students of efforts by undercover operatives to misdirect and discredit protests against South African and U.S. racism. In the San Francisco Bay Area, activists planning anti-nuclear civil disobedience learn that their meetings have been infiltrated by the U.S. Navy. In Detroit, Seattle, and Philadelphia, in Cambridge, MA, Berkeley CA, Phoenix, AR, and Washington, D.C., churches and organizations opposing U.S. policies in Central America report obviously political break-ins in which important papers are stolen or damaged, while money and valuables are left untouched. License plates on a car spotted fleeing one such office have been traced to the U.S. National Security Agency. In Puerto Rico, Texas, and Massachusetts, labor leaders, community organizers, writers, and editors who advocate Puerto Rican independence are branded by the FBI as terrorists, brutally rounded up in the middle of the night, held incommunicado for days and then jailed under new preventive detention laws. The FBI puts the same terrorist label on opponents of U.S. intervention in El Salvador, but refuses to investigate the possibility of a political conspiracy behind nationwide. COINTELPRO. Bombings of abortion clinics. Throughout the country, people attempting to see Nicaragua for themselves find their trips disrupted, their private papers confiscated, and their homes and offices plagued by FBI agents who demand detailed personal and political information. These kinds of government tactics violate our fundamental constitutional rights. They make it enormously difficult to sustain grassroots organizing. They create an atmosphere of fear and distrust which undermines any effort to challenge official policy. Similar measures were used in the 1960s as part of a secret FBI program known as COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO was later exposed and officially ended. But the evidence shows that it actually persisted and that clandestine operations to discredit and disrupt opposition movements have become an institutional feature of national and local government in the U.S. This pamphlet is designed to help current and future activists learn from the history of COINTELPRO, so that our movements can better withstand such attack. The first section gives a brief overview of what we know the FBI did in the 60s. It explains why we can expect similar government intervention in the 80s and beyond, and offers general guidelines for effective response. The main body of the pamphlet describes the specific methods which have previously been used to undermine domestic dissent and suggests steps we can take to limit or deflect their impact. A final chapter explores ways to mobilize broad public protest against this kind of repression. Further readings and groups that can help are listed in back. The pamphlet's historical analysis is based on confidential internal documents prepared by the FBI and police during the 60s. It also draws on the post-60s confessions of disaffected government agents, and on the testimony of public officials before Congress and the courts. Though the information from these sources is incomplete, and much of what was done remains secret, we now know enough to draw useful lessons for future organizing. The suggestions included in the pamphlet are based on the author's 20 years' experience as an activist and lawyer, and on talks with longtime organizers in a broad range of movements. They are meant to provide starting points for discussion, so we can get ready before the pressure intensifies. Most are a matter of common sense once the methodology COINTELPRO of covert action is understood. Please take these issues seriously. Discuss the recommendations with other activists. Adapt them to the conditions you face. Point out problems and suggest other approaches. It is important that we begin now to protect our movements and ourselves. A history to learn from. What was COINTELPRO? COINTELPRO was the FBI's secret program to undermine the popular upsurge which swept the country during the 1960s. Though the name stands for Counterintelligence Program, the targets were not enemy spies. The FBI set out to eliminate radical political opposition inside the U.S. When traditional modes of repression failed to counter the growing insurgency, and even helped to fuel it, the Bureau took the law into its own hands and secretly used fraud and force to sabotage constitutionally protected political activity. Its methods ranged far beyond surveillance, and amounted to a domestic version of the covert action for which the CIA has become infamous throughout the world. How do we know about it? COINTELPRO was discovered in March 1971, when secret files were removed from an FBI office and released to news media. Freedom of information requests, lawsuits, and former agents' public confessions deepened the exposure until a major scandal loomed. To control the damage and re-establish government legitimacy in the wake of Vietnam and Watergate, Congress and the courts compelled the FBI to reveal part of what it had done and to promise it would not do it again. Much of what has been learned, and copies of some of the actual documents, can be found in the readings listed at the back of this pamphlet. How did it work? The FBI secretly instructed its field offices to propose schemes to misdirect, discredit, disrupt, and otherwise neutralize specific individuals and groups. Close coordination with local police and prosecutors was encouraged. Final authority rested with top FBI officials in Washington, who demanded assurance that there is no possibility of embarrassment to the Bureau. More than 2,000 individual actions were officially approved. The documents reveal three types of methods. COINTELPRO. L1. Infiltration. Agents and informers did not merely spy on political activists. Their main function was to discredit and disrupt. Various means to this end are analyzed below. L2. Other forms of deception. The FBI and police also waged psychological warfare from the outside through bogus publications, forged correspondence, anonymous letters and telephone calls, and similar forms of deceit. L3. Harassment, intimidation, and violence, eviction, job loss, break-ins, vandalism, grand jury subpoenas, false arrests, frame UPS, and physical violence were threatened, instigated, or directly employed, in an effort to frighten activists and disrupt their movements. Government agents either concealed their involvement or fabricated a legal pretext. In the case of the Black and Native American movements, these assaults, including outright political assassinations, were so extensive and vicious that they amounted to terrorism on the part of the government. Who were the main targets? The most intense operations were directed against the Black movement, particularly the Black Panther Party. This resulted from FBI and police racism, the Black community's lack of material resources for fighting back, and the tendency of the media and whites in general to ignore or tolerate attacks on Black groups. It also reflected government and corporate fear of the Black movement because of its militance, its broad domestic base and international support, and its historic role in galvanizing the entire 60s upsurge. Many other activists who organized against U.S. intervention abroad or for racial, gender or class justice at home also came under covert attack. The targets were in no way limited to those who used physical force or took up arms. Martin Luther King, David Dellinger, Philip Berrigan and other leading pacifists were high on the list, as were projects directly protected by the Bill of Rights, such as alternative newspapers. The Black Panthers came under attack at a time when their work featured free food and health care and community control of schools and police, and when they carried guns only for deterrent and symbolic purposes. It was the terrorism of the FBI and police that eventually provoked the Panthers to retaliate with the armed actions that later were cited to justify their repression. Ultimately, the FBI disclosed 6 official counterintelligence programs: Communist Party USA, Group Seeking Independence for Puerto Rico, Socialist Workers' Party, White Hate Groups, Black Nationalist Hate Groups, and New Left. The latter operations hit anti-war, student, and feminist groups. The black nationalist caption actually encompassed Martin Luther King and most of the civil rights and black power movements. The White Hate program functioned mainly as a cover for covert aid to the KKK and similar right-wing vigilantes, who were given funds and information, so long as they confined their attacks to COINTELPRO targets. FBI documents also reveal covert action against Native American, COINTELPRO, Chicano, Philippine, Arab American, and other activists, apparently without formal counterintelligence programs. What effect did it have? COINTELPRO's impact is difficult to fully assess since we do not know the entire scope of what was done and we have no generally accepted analysis of the 60s. It is clear, however, that COINTELPRO distorted the public's view of radical groups in a way that helped to isolate them and to legitimize open political repression. It reinforced and exacerbated the weaknesses of these groups, making it very difficult for the inexperienced activists of the 60s to learn from their mistakes and build solid, durable organizations. Its violent assaults and covert manipulation eventually helped to push some of the most committed and experienced groups to withdraw from grassroots organizing and to substitute armed actions which isolated them and deprived the movement of much of its leadership. COINTELPRO often convinced its victims to blame themselves and each other for the problems it created, leaving a legacy of cynicism and despair that persists today. By operating covertly, the FBI and police were able to severely weaken domestic political opposition without shaking the conviction of most U.S. people that they live in a democracy, with free speech and the rule of law. The danger we face. Did COINTELPRO ever really end? Public exposure of COINTELPRO in the early 1970s elicited a flurry of reform. Congress, the courts and the mass media condemned government intelligence abuses. Municipal police forces officially disbanded their red squads. A new attorney general notified past victims of COINTELPRO and issued guidelines to limit future operations. Top FBI officials were indicted, 2 were convicted, and several others retired or resigned. J. Edgar Hoover, the egomaniacal, crudely racist and sexist founder of the FBI, died, and a well-known federal judge, William Webster, eventually was appointed to clean house and build a new FBI. Behind this public hoopla, however, was little real improvement in government treatment of radical activists. Domestic covert operations were briefly scaled down a bit, after the 60s upsurge had largely subsided, due in part to the success of COINTELPRO. But they did not stop. In April 1971, soon after files had been taken from one of its offices, the FBI instructed its agents that future COINTELPRO actions will be considered on a highly selective, individual basis with tight procedures to ensure absolute security. The results are apparent in the record of the subsequent years. A virtual war on the American Indian movement, ranging from forgery of documents, infiltration of legal defense committees, diversion of funds, intimidation of witnesses and falsification of evidence, to the paramilitary invasion of the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, and the murder of Anna Mae Aquash, Joe Stuntz and countless others. Sabotage of efforts to organize protest demonstrations at the 1972 Republican and Democratic Party conventions. The attempted assassination of San Diego University professor Peter Boehmer, by a secret army organization of ex-Minutemen formed, subsidized, armed, and protected by the FBI, was a part of these operations. Concealment of the fact that the witness whose testimony led to the 1972 robbery-murder conviction of Black Panther leader Elmer Geronimo Pratt was a paid informer who had worked in the BPP under the direction of the FBI and the Los Angeles Police Department. Infiltration and disruption of the Vietnam veterans against the war, and prosecution of its national leaders on false charges. Formation and operation of sham political groups such as Red Star Cotter, in Tampa, FLA, and the New Orleans Red Collective. Mass interrogation of lesbian and feminist activists, threats of subpoenas, jailing of those who refuse to cooperate, and disruption of women's health collectives and other projects. Harassment of the Hispanic Commission of the Episcopal Church and numerous other Puerto Rican and Chicano religious activists and community organizers. Entrapment and frame-up of militant union leaders, and complicity in the murder of socialist labor and community organizers. Is it a threat today? All this, and maybe more, occurred in an era of reform. The use of similar measures in today's very different times cannot be itemized in such detail, since most are still secret. The gravity of the current danger is evident, however, from the major steps recently taken to legitimize and strengthen political repression, and from the many incidents which are coming to light despite stepped-up security. The groundwork for public acceptance of repression has been laid by President Reagan's speeches reviving the old Red Scare tale of worldwide communist takeovers and adding a new bogeyman in the form of domestic and international terrorism. The President has taken advantage of the resulting political climate to denounce the Bill of Rights and to red-bait critics of U.S. intervention in Central America. He has pardoned the FBI officials convicted of COINTELPRO crimes, praised their work, and spoken favorably of the political witch hunts he took part in during the 1950s. For the first time in U.S. history, government infiltration to influence domestic political activity has received official sanction. On the pretext of meeting the supposed terrorist threat, Presidential Executive Order 12333 extends such authority not only to the FBI, but also to the military and, in some cases, the CIA. History shows that these agencies treat legal restriction as a kind of speed limit which they feel free to exceed, but only by a certain margin. Thus, Reagan's executive order not only encourages reliance on methods once deemed abhorrent, it also implicitly licenses even greater, more damaging intrusion. Government capacity to make effective use of such measures has also been substantially enhanced in recent years. Judge Webster's highly touted reforms have served mainly to modernize the FBI and make it more dangerous. Instead of the backbiting competition which impeded coordination of domestic counterinsurgency in the 60s, the Bureau now promotes interagency cooperation. As an equal opportunity employer, it can use third world and female agents to penetrate political targets more thoroughly than before. By cultivating a low-visibility corporate image and discreetly avoiding public attack on prominent liberals, the FBI has regained respectability and won over a number of former critics. Municipal police forces have similarly revamped their image while upgrading their repressive capabilities. The police red squads that infiltrated and harassed the 60s movements have been revived under other names and augmented by paramilitary SWAT teams and tactical squads as well as highly politicized community relations and beat rep programs, in which Black, Hispanic and female officers are often conspicuous. Local operations are linked by FBI-led regional anti-terrorist task forces and the National Law Enforcement Intelligence Unit. COINTELPRO. Increased military and CIA involvement has added political sophistication and advanced technology. Army Special Forces and other elite military units are now trained and equipped for counterinsurgency. Their manuals teach the essential methodology of COINTELPRO, stressing earlier intervention to neutralize potential opposition before it can take hold. The CIA's expanded role is especially ominous. In the 60s, while legally banned from internal security functions, the CIA managed to infiltrate the Black, student, and anti-war movements. It also made secret use of university professors, journalists, labor leaders, publishing houses, cultural organizations, and philanthropic fronts to mold U.S. public opinion. But it apparently felt compelled to hold back within the country from the kinds of systematic political destabilization, torture, and murder which have become the hallmark of its operations abroad. Now, the full force of the CIA has been unleashed at home. All of the agencies involved in covert operations have had time to learn from the 60s and to institute the tight procedures to ensure absolute security that FBI officials demanded after COINTELPRO was exposed in 1971. Restoration of secrecy has been made easier by the administration's steps to shield covert operations from public scrutiny. Under Reagan, key FBI and CIA files have been reclassified top secret. The Freedom of Information Act has been quietly narrowed through administrative reinterpretation. Funds for covert operations are allocated behind closed doors and hidden in CIA and defense appropriations. Government employees now face censorship even after they retire, and new laws make it a federal crime to publicize information which might tend to reveal an agent's identity. Despite this stepped-up security, incidents frighteningly reminiscent of 60s COINTELPRO have begun to emerge. The extent of the infiltration, burglary, and other clandestine government intervention that has already come to light is alarming. Since the vast majority of such operations stay hidden until after the damage has been done, those we are now aware of undoubtedly represent only the tip of the iceberg. Far more is sure to lie beneath the surface. Considering the current political climate, the legalization of COINTELPRO, the rehabilitation of the FBI and police, and the expanded role of the CIA and military, the recent revelations leave us only one safe assumption, that extensive government-covered operations are already underway to neutralize today's opposition movements before they can reach the massive level of the 60s. What can we do about it? COINTELPRO. Domestic covert action has now persisted in some form through at least the last 7 presidencies. It grew from 1 program to 6 under Kennedy and Johnson. It flourished when an outspoken liberal, Ramsey Clark, was Attorney General. It is an integral part of the established mode of operation of powerful, entrenched agencies on every level of government. It enables policymakers to maintain social control without detracting from their own public image or the perceived legitimacy of their method of government. It has become as institutional in the U.S. as the race, gender, class, and imperial domination it serves to uphold. Under these circumstances, there is no reason to think we can eliminate COINTELPRO simply by electing better public officials. Only through sustained public education and mobilization, by a broad coalition of political, religious, and civil libertarian activists, can we expect to limit it effectively. In most parts of the country, however, and certainly on a national level, we lack the political power to end covert government intervention, or even to curb it substantially. We therefore need to learn how to cope more effectively with this form of repression. The next part of this pamphlet examines the methods that were used to discredit and disrupt the movements of the 60s and suggests steps we can take to deflect or reduce their impact in the 80s. A checklist of essential precautions. Check out the authenticity of any disturbing letter, rumor, phone call, or other communication before acting on it. Document incidents which appear to reflect covert intervention, and report them to the Movement Support Network hotline, 212/477-5562. Deal openly and honestly with the differences within our movements before the FBI and police exploit them to tear us apart. Don't rush to expose a suspected agent. Instead, directly criticize what the suspect says and does. Intra-movement witch hunts only help the government create distrust and paranoia. Support whoever comes under government attack. Don't be put off by political slander, such as recent attempts to smear radical activists as terrorists. Organize public opposition to FBI investigations, grand juries, show trials, and other forms of political harassment. COINTELPRO. Above all, do not let them divert us from our main work. Our most powerful weapon against political repression is effective organizing around the needs and issues which directly affect people's lives. What they do and how we can protect ourselves. Infiltration by agents or informers. Agents are law enforcement officers disguised as activists. Informers are non-agents who provide information to a law enforcement or intelligence agency. They may be recruited from within a group or sent in by an agency, or they may be disaffected former members or supporters. Infiltrators are agents or informers who work in a group or community under the direction of a law enforcement or intelligence agency. During the 60s, the FBI had to rely on informers because it had very few black, Hispanic or female agents, and its strict dress and grooming code left white male agents unable to look like activists. As a modern equal opportunity employer, today's FBI has fewer such limitations. What they do: some informers and infiltrators quietly provide information while keeping a low profile and doing whatever is expected of group members. Others attempt to discredit a target and disrupt its work. They may spread false rumors and make unfounded accusations to provoke or exacerbate tensions and splits. They may urge divisive proposals, sabotage important activities and resources, or operate as provocateurs who lead zealous activists into unnecessary danger. In a demonstration or other confrontation with police, such an agent may break discipline and call for actions which would undermine unity and detract from tactical focus. Infiltration as a source of distrust and paranoia. While individual agents and informers aid the government in a variety of specific ways, the general use of infiltrators serves a very special and powerful strategic function. The fear that a group may be infiltrated often intimidates people from getting more involved. It can give rise to a paranoia which makes it difficult to build the mutual trust which political groups depend on. This use of infiltrators, enhanced by covertly initiated rumors that exaggerate the extent to which a particular movement or group has been penetrated, is recommended by the manuals used to teach counterinsurgency in the US and Western Europe. Covert manipulation to make a legitimate activist appear to be an agent. An actual agent will often point the finger at a genuine, non-collaborating, and highly valued group member, claiming that he or she is the infiltrator. The same effect, known as a snitch jacket, has been achieved by planting forged documents which appear to be communications between an activist and the FBI, or by releasing for no other apparent reason one of a group of activists who were arrested together. Another method used under COINTELPRO was to arrange for some activists, arrested under one pretext or another, to hear over the police radio a phony broadcast which appeared to set up a secret meeting between the police and someone from their group. Guidelines for coping with infiltration. LL. Establish a process through which anyone who suspects an informer can express his or her fears without scaring others. Experienced people assigned this responsibility can do a great deal to help a group maintain its morale and focus while, at the same time, centrally consolidating information and deciding how to use it. This plan works best when accompanied by group discussion of the danger of paranoia, so that everyone understands and follows the established procedure. L2. To reduce vulnerability to paranoia and snitch jackets, and to minimize diversion from your main work, it generally is best if you do not attempt to expose a suspected agent or informer unless you are certain of their role. Under most circumstances, an attempted exposure will do more harm than the infiltrator's continued presence. This is especially true if you can discreetly limit the suspect's access to funds, financial records, mailing lists, discussions of possible law violations, meetings that plan criminal defense strategy, and similar opportunities. L3. Deal openly and directly with the form and content of what anyone says and does. Whether the person is a suspected agent, has emotional problems, or is simply a sincere, but naive or confused person new to the work. L4. Once an agent or informer has been definitely identified, alert other groups and communities by means of photographs, a description of their methods of operation, etc. In the 60s, some agents managed even after their exposure in one community to move on and repeat their performance in a number of others. L5. Be careful to avoid pushing a new or hesitant member to take risks beyond what that person is ready to handle, particularly in situations which could result in arrest and prosecution. People in this position have proved vulnerable to recruitment as informers. Other forms of deception. Bogus leaflets, pamphlets, etc. COINTELPRO documents show that the FBI routinely put out phony leaflets, posters, pamphlets, etc. to discredit its targets. In one instance, agents revised a children's coloring book which the Black Panther Party had rejected as anti-white and gratuitously violent, and then distributed a cruder version to backers of the party's program of free breakfasts for children, telling them the book was being used in the program. False media stories. The FBI's documents expose collusion by reporters and news media that knowingly published false and distorted material prepared by bureau agents. One such story had Jean Seberg, a noticeably pregnant white film star active in anti-racist causes, carrying the child of a prominent black leader. Seberg's white husband, the actual father, has sued the FBI as responsible for her resulting stillbirth, breakdown, and suicide. Forged correspondence. Former employees have confirmed that the FBI and CIA have the capacity to produce state-of-the-art forgery. The U.S. Senate's investigation of COINTELPRO uncovered a series of letters forged in the name of an intermediary between the Black Panther Party's national office and Panther leader Eldridge Cleaver, in exile in Algeria. The letters proved instrumental in inflaming intra-party rivalries that erupted into the bitter public split that shattered the party in the winter of 1971. Anonymous letters and telephone calls. During the 60s, activists received a steady flow of anonymous letters and phone calls which turn out to have been from government agents. Some threatened violence. Others promoted racial divisions and fears. Still others charged various leaders with collaboration, corruption, sexual affairs with other activists' mates, etc. As in the Seberg incident, interracial sex was a persistent theme. The husband of one white woman involved in a biracial civil rights group received the following anonymous letter authored by the FBI. "Look, man, I guess your old lady doesn't get enough at home or she wouldn't be shucking and jiving with our black men in action, you dig? Like all she wants to integrate is the bedroom and us black sisters ain't gonna take no second best from our men. So lay it on her, man, or get her the hell off. A soul sister." False rumors. Using infiltrators, journalists, and other contacts, the Bureau circulated slanderous, disruptive rumors through political movements and the communities in which they worked. Other misinformation. A favorite FBI tactic uncovered by Senate investigators was to misinform people that a political meeting or event had been cancelled. Another was to offer non-existent housing at phony addresses, stranding out-of-town conference attendees who naturally blamed those who had organized the event. FBI agents also arranged to transport demonstrators in the name of a bogus bus company which pulled out at the last minute. Such dirty tricks interfered with political events and turned activists against each other. Separate box. Fronts for the FBI. COINTELPRO documents reveal that a number of 60s political groups and projects were actually set up and operated by the FBI. 1. Grupo Pro Uso Voto was used to disrupt the fragile unity developing in L967 among groups seeking Puerto Rico's independence from the U.S. The genuine proponents of independence had joined together to boycott a US-administered referendum on the island's status. They argued that voting under conditions of colonial domination could serve only to legitimize U.S. rule, and that no vote could be fair while the U.S. controlled the island's economy, media, schools, and police. The bogus group, pretending to support independence, broke ranks and urged independists to take advantage of the opportunity to register their opinion at the polls. Since FBI front groups are basically a means for penetrating and disrupting political movements, it is best to deal with them on the basis of the guidelines for coping with infiltration. Confront what a suspect group says and does, but avoid public accusations unless you have definite proof. If you do have such proof, share it with everyone affected. Guidelines for coping with other forms of deception. L1. Don't add unnecessarily to the pool of information that government agents use to divide political groups and turn activists against each other. They thrive on gossip about personal tensions, rivalries, and disagreements. The more these are aired in public, or via a telephone which can be tapped or mail which can be opened, the easier it is to exploit a group's problems and subvert its work. L2. The best way to reduce tensions and hostilities, and the urge to gossip about them, is to make time for open, honest discussion and resolution of personal as well as political issues. L3. Don't accept everything you hear or read. Check with the supposed source of the information before you act on it. Personal communication among estranged activists, however difficult or painful, could have countered many FBI operations which proved effective in the 60s. L4. When you hear a negative, confusing or potentially harmful rumor, don't pass it on. Instead, discuss it with a trusted friend or with the people in your group who are responsible for dealing with covert intervention. L5. Verify and double-check all arrangements for housing, transportation, meeting rooms, and so forth. L6. When you discover bogus materials, false media stories, etc., publicly disavow them and expose the true source, insofar as you can. Harassment, intimidation and violence. Pressure through employers, landlords, etc. COINTELPRO documents reveal frequent overt contacts and covert manipulation to generate pressure on activists from their parents, landlords, employers, college administrators, church superiors, welfare agencies, credit bureaus, licensing authorities, and the like. Agents' reports indicate that such intervention denied 60s activists any number of foundation grants and public speaking engagements. It also cost underground newspapers most of their advertising revenues, when major record companies were persuaded to take their business elsewhere. It may underlie recent steps by insurance companies to cancel policies held by churches giving sanctuary to refugees from El Salvador and Guatemala. Burglary. Former operatives have confessed to thousands of black bag jobs in which FBI agents broke into movement offices to steal, copy or destroy valuable papers, rec equipment, or plant drugs. Vandalism. FBI infiltrators have admitted countless other acts of vandalism, including the fire which destroyed the What's Writers Workshop's multi-million-dollar ghetto cultural center in 1973. Late 60s FBI and police raids laid waste to movement offices across the country, destroying precious printing presses, typewriters, layout equipment, research files, financial records, and mailing lists. Other direct interference, to further disrupt opposition movements, frighten activists, and get people upset with each other, the FBI tampered with organizational mail, so it came late or not at all. It also resorted to bomb threats and similar dirty tricks. Conspicuous surveillance. The FBI and police blatantly watch activists' homes, follow their cars, tap phones, open mail and attend political events. The object is not to collect information, but to harass and intimidate. Attempted interviews. Agents have extracted damaging information from activists who don't know they have a legal right to refuse to talk, or who think they can outsmart the FBI. COINTELPRO directives recommend attempts at interviews throughout political movements to enhance the paranoia endemic in these circles and get the point across that there is an FBI agent behind every mailbox. Grand juries. Unlike the FBI, the grand jury has legal power to make you answer its questions. Those who refuse, and are required to accept immunity from use of their testimony against them, can be jailed for contempt of court. The FBI and the U.S. Department of Justice have manipulated this process to turn the grand jury into an instrument of political repression. Frustrated by jurors' consistent refusal to convict activists of overtly political crimes, they convened over 100 grand juries between 1970 and 1973 and subpoenaed more than 1,000 activists from the Black, Puerto Rican, student, women's, and anti-war movements. Supposed pursuit of fugitives and terrorists was the usual pretext. Many targets were so terrified that they dropped out of political activity. Others were jailed without any criminal charge or trial, in what amounts to a U.S. version of the political internment procedures employed in South Africa and Northern Ireland. False arrest and prosecution. COINTELPRO directives cite the Philadelphia FBI's success in having local militants arrested on every possible charge until they could no longer make bail and spent most of the summer in jail. Though the bulk of the activists arrested in this manner were eventually released, some were convicted of serious charges on the basis of perjured testimony by FBI agents, or by co-workers who the Bureau had threatened or bribed. The object was not only to remove experienced organizers from their communities and to divert scarce resources into legal defense, but even more to discredit entire movements by portraying their leaders as vicious criminals. Two victims of such frame UPS, Native American activist Leonard Peltier and 1960s Black Panther official Elmer Geronimo Pratt, have finally gained court hearings on new trial motions. Others currently struggling to reopen COINTELPRO convictions include Richard Marshall of the American Indian Movement and jailed Black Panthers Herman Bell, Anthony Bottom, Albert Washington, and Richard Doraba Moore. Intimidation. One COINTELPRO communique urged that the Negro youths and moderates must be made to understand that if they succumb to revolutionary teaching, they will be dead revolutionaries. Others reported use of threats to terrorize activists, driving some to abandon promising projects and others to leave the country. During raids on movement offices, the FBI and police routinely roughed up activists and threatened further violence. In August 1970, they forced the entire staff of the Black Panther office in Philadelphia to march through the streets naked. Instigation of violence. The FBI's infiltrators and anonymous notes and phone calls incited violent rivals to attack Malcolm X, the Black Panthers, and other targets. Bureau records also reveal maneuvers to get the mafia to move against such activists as black comedian Dick Gregory. A COINTELPRO memo reported that shootings, beatings, and a high degree of unrest continue to prevail in the ghetto area of southeast San Diego. It is felt that a substantial amount of the unrest is directly attributable to this program. Covert aid to right-wing vigilantes. In the guise of a COINTELPRO against white hate groups, the FBI subsidized, armed, directed, and protected the Ku Klux Klan and other right-wing groups, including a secret army organization of California ex-Minutemen who beat up Chicano activists, tore apart the offices of the San Diego Street Journal and the Movement for a Democratic Military, and tried to kill a prominent anti-war organizer. Puerto Rican activists suffered similar terrorist assaults from anti-Castro Cuban groups organized and funded by the CIA. Defectors from a band of Chicago-based vigilantes known as the Legion of Justice disclosed that the funds and arms they used to destroy bookstores, film studios, and other centers of opposition had secretly been supplied by members of the Army's 113th Military Intelligence Group. Assassination. The FBI and police were implicated directly in murders of Black and Native American leaders. In Chicago, police assassinated Black Panthers Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, using a floor plan supplied by an FBI informer who apparently also had drugged Hampton's food to make him unconscious during the raid. FBI records show that this accomplice received a substantial bonus for his services. Despite an elaborate cover-up, a Blue Ribbon Commission and a U.S. Court of Appeals found the deaths to be the result not of a shootout, as claimed by police, but of a carefully orchestrated, Vietnam-style search and destroy mission. Guidelines for coping with harassment. Intimidation and violence. L1. Establish security procedures appropriate to your group's level of activity and discuss them thoroughly with everyone involved. Control access to keys, files, letterhead, funds, financial records, mailing lists, etc. Keep duplicates of valuable documents. Safeguard address books, and do not carry them when arrest is likely. L2. Careful records of break-ins, thefts, bomb threats, raids, arrests, strange phone noises, harassment, etc. will help you to discern patterns and to prepare reports and testimony. COINTELPRO. L3. Don't talk to the FBI. Don't let them in without a warrant. Tell others that they came. Have a lawyer demand an explanation and instruct them to leave you alone. L4. If an activist does talk, or makes some other honest error, explain the harm that could result. But do not attempt to ostracize a sincere person who slips up. Isolation only weakens a person's ability to resist. It can drive someone out of the movement and even into the arms of the police. L5. If the FBI starts to harass people in your area, alert everyone to refuse to cooperate. Call the Movement Support Network's hotline, 614-6422. Set up community meetings with speakers who have resisted similar harassment elsewhere. Get literature, films, etc. through the organizations listed in the back of this pamphlet. Consider wanted posters with photos of the agents, or guerrilla theater which follows them through the city streets. L6. Make a major public issue of crude harassment, such as tampering with your mail. Contact your congressperson. Call the media. Demonstrate at your local FBI office. Turn the attack into an opportunity for explaining how covert intervention threatens fundamental human rights. L7. Many people find it easier to tell an FBI agent to contact their lawyer than to refuse to talk. Once a lawyer is involved, the Bureau generally pulls back, since it has lost its power to intimidate. If possible, make arrangements with a local lawyer and let everyone know that agents who visit them can be referred to that lawyer. If your group engages in civil disobedience or finds itself under intense police pressure, start a bail fund, train some members to deal with the legal system, and develop an ongoing relationship with a sympathetic local lawyer. L8. Organizations listed in the back of this pamphlet can also help resist grand jury harassment. Community education is important, along with legal, financial, childcare, and other support for those who protect a movement by refusing to divulge information about it. If a respected activist is subpoenaed for obviously political reasons, consider trying to arrange for sanctuary in a local church or synagogue. L9. While the FBI and police are entirely capable of fabricating criminal charges, any law violations make it easier for them to set you up. The point is not to get so uptight and paranoid that you can't function, but to make a realistic assessment based on your visibility and other pertinent circumstances. L10. Upon hearing of Fred Hampton's murder, the Black Panthers in Los Angeles fortified their offices and organized a communications network to alert the community and news media in the event of a raid. When the police did attempt an armed assault 4 days later, the Panthers were able to hold off the attack until a large community and media presence enabled them to leave the office without casualties. Similar preparation can help other groups that have reason to expect right-wing or police assaults. L11. Make sure your group designates and prepares other members to step in if leaders are jailed or otherwise incapacitated. The more each participant is able to think for herself or himself and take responsibility, the better will be the group's capacity to cope with crises. Organizing public opposition to covert intervention. A broad-based strategy. No one existing political organization or movement is strong enough, by itself, to mobilize the public pressure required to significantly limit the ability of the FBI, CIA, and police to subvert our work. Some activists oppose covert intervention because it violates fundamental constitutional rights. Others stress how it weakens and interferes with the work of a particular group or movement. Still others see covert action as part of a political and economic system which is fundamentally flawed. Our only hope is to bring these diverse forces together in a single, powerful alliance. Such a broad coalition cannot hold together unless it operates with clearly defined principles. The coalition as a whole will have to oppose covert intervention on certain basic grounds such as the threat to democracy, civil liberties, and social justice, leaving its members free to put forward other objections and analyses in their own names. Participants will need to refrain from insisting that only their views are politically correct and that everyone else has sold out. Above all, we will have to resist the government's maneuvers to divide us by moving against certain groups, while subtly suggesting that it will go easy on the others, if only they dissociate themselves from those under attack. This strategy is evident in the recent executive order and guidelines, which single out for infiltration and disruption people who support liberation movements and governments that defy U.S. hegemony or who entertain the view that it may at times be necessary to break the law in order to effectuate social change. Diverse tactics. For maximum impact, local and national coalitions will need a multifaceted approach which effectively combines a diversity of tactics, including LL. Investigative research to stay on top of, and document, just what the FBI, CIA, and police are up to. L2. Public education through forums, rallies, radio and TV, literature, film, high school and college curricula, wall posters, guerrilla theater, and whatever else proves interesting and effective. L3. Legislative lobbying against administration proposals to strengthen covert work, cut back public access to information, punish government whistleblowers, etc. Coalitions in some cities and states have won legislative restrictions on surveillance and covert action. The value of such victories will depend on our ability to mobilize continuing, vigilant public pressure for effective enforcement. L4. Support for the victims of covert intervention can reduce somewhat the harm done by the FBI, CIA, and police. Organizing on behalf of grand jury resistors, political prisoners, and defendants in political trials offers a natural forum for public education about domestic covert action. L5. Lawsuits may win financial compensation for some of the people harmed by covert intervention. Class action suits, which seek a court order limiting surveillance and covert action in a particular city or judicial district, have proved a valuable source of information and publicity. They are enormously expensive, however, in terms of time and energy as well as money. Out-of-court settlements in some of these cases have given rise to bitter disputes which split coalitions apart, and any agreement is subject to reinterpretation or modification by increasingly conservative, administration-oriented federal judges. The U.S. Court of Appeals in Chicago has ruled that the consent decree against the FBI there affects only operations based solely on the political views of a group or an individual, for which the Bureau can conjure no pretext of a genuine concern for law enforcement. L6. Direct action, in the form of citizens' arrests, mock trials, picket lines, and civil disobedience, has recently greeted CIA recruiters on a number of college campuses. Although the main focus has been on the agency's international crimes, its domestic activities have also received attention. Similar actions might be organized to protest recruitment by the FBI and police, in conjunction with teach-ins and other education about domestic covert action. Demonstrations against Reagan's attempts to bolster covert intervention, or against particular FBI, CIA, or police operations, could also raise public consciousness and focus activists' outrage. Prospects: previous attempts to mobilize public opposition, especially on a local level, indicate that a broad coalition, employing a multifaceted approach, may be able to impose some limits on the government's ability to discredit and disrupt our work. It is clear, however, that we currently lack the power to eliminate such intervention. While fighting hard to end domestic covert action, we need also to study the forms it takes and prepare ourselves to cope with it as effectively as we can. Above all, it is essential that we resist the temptation to so preoccupy ourselves with repression that we neglect our main work. Our ability to resist the government's attacks depends ultimately on the strength of our movements. So long as we continue to advocate and organize effectively, no manner of intervention can stop us. Bugs, Taps and Infiltrators, What to Do About Political Spying. By Linda Lotz, American Friends Service Committee. Organizations involved in controversial issues, particularly those who encourage or assist members to commit civil disobedience, should be alert to the possibility of surveillance and disruption by police or federal agencies. During the last 3 decades, many individuals and organizations were spied upon, wiretapped, their personal lives disrupted in an effort to draw them away from their political work, and their organizations infiltrated. Hundreds of thousands of pages of evidence from agencies such as the FBI and CIA were obtained by congressional inquiries headed by Senator Frank Church and Representative Otis Pike. Others were obtained through use of the Freedom of Information Act and as a result of lawsuits seeking damages for First Amendment violations. Despite the public outcry to these revelations, the apparatus remains in place, and federal agencies have been given increased powers by the Reagan administration. Good organizers should be acquainted with this sordid part of American history, and with the signs that may indicate their group is the target of an investigation. However, do not let paranoia immobilize you. The results of paranoia and overaction to evidence of surveillance can be just as disruptive to an organization as an actual infiltrator or disruption campaign. This document is a brief outline of what to look for and what to do if you think your group is the subject of an investigation. This is meant to suggest possible actions, and is not intended to provide legal advice. Possible evidence of government spying. Obvious surveillance. Look for L. Visits by police or federal agents to politically involved individuals, landlords, employers, family members or business associates. These visits may be to ask for information, to encourage or create possibility of eviction or termination of employment, or to create pressure for the person to stop his or her political involvement. L. Uniformed or plainclothes officers taking pictures of people entering your office or participating in your activities. Just before and during demonstrations and other public events, check the area including windows and rooftops for photographers. L. People who seem out of place. If they come to your office or attend your events, greet them as potential members. Try to determine if they are really interested in your issues or just your members. L. People writing down license plate numbers of cars and other vehicles in the vicinity of your meetings and rallies. Despite local legislation and several court orders limiting policy spying activities, these investigatory practices have been generally found to be legal unless significant chilling of constitutional rights can be proved. Telephone problems. Electronic surveillance equipment is now so sophisticated that you should not be able to tell if your telephone conversations are being monitored. Clicks, whirs, and other noises probably indicate a problem in the telephone line or other equipment. For example, the National Security Agency has the technology to monitor microwave communications traffic, and to isolate all calls to or from a particular line, or to listen for keywords that activate a recording device. Laser beams and spike microphones can detect sound waves hitting walls and window panes, and then transmit those waves for recording. In these cases, there is little chance that the subject would be able to find out about the surveillance. Among the possible signs you may find are L. Hearing a tape recording of a conversation you, or someone else in your home or office, have recently held. L. Hearing people talking about your activities when you try to use the telephone. L. Losing service several days before major events. Government use of electronic surveillance is governed by two laws, the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act and the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Warrants for such surveillance can be obtained if there is evidence of a federal crime, such as murder, drug trafficking, or crimes characteristic of organized crime, or for the purpose of gathering foreign intelligence information available within the U.S. In the latter case, an agent of a foreign power can be defined as a representative of a foreign government, from a faction or opposition group, or foreign-based political groups. Mail problems. Because of traditional difficulties with the U.S. Postal Service, some problems with mail delivery will occur, such as a machine catching an end of an envelope and tearing it, or a bag getting lost and delaying delivery. However, a pattern of problems may occur because of political intelligence gathering. L. Envelopes may have been opened prior to reaching their destination, contents were removed and or switched with other mail. Remember that the glue on envelopes doesn't work as well when volume or bulk mailings are involved. L. Mail may arrive late, on a regular basis different from others in your neighborhood. L. Mail may never arrive. There are currently two kinds of surveillance permitted with regards to mail, the mail cover, and opening of mail. The simplest, and less intrusive form is the mail cover, in which postal employees simply list any information that can be obtained from the envelope, or opening second, third, or fourth-class mail. Opening of first-class mail requires a warrant unless it is believed to hold drugs or ticks. More leeway is given for opening first-class international mail. Burglaries. A common practice during the FBI's counterintelligence program was the use of surreptitious entries or black bag jobs. Bureau agents were given special training in burglary, key reproduction, etc. for use in entering homes and offices. In some cases, the key could be obtained from loyal American landlords or building owners. Typical indicators are L. Files, including membership and financial reports, are rifled, copied or stolen. L. Items of obvious financial value are left untouched. L. Equipment vital to the organization may be broken or stolen, such as typewriters, printing machinery, and computers. L. Signs of a political motive are left, such as putting a membership list or a poster from an important event in an obvious place. Although warrantless domestic security searches are in violation of the Fourth Amendment, and any evidence obtained this way cannot be used in criminal proceedings, the Reagan administration and most recent presidents have asserted the inherent authority to conduct searches against those viewed as agents of a foreign power. Informers and infiltrators. Information about an organization or individual can also be obtained by placing an informer or infiltrator. This person may be a police officer, employee of a federal agency, someone who has been charged or convicted of criminal activity and has agreed to help instead of serve time, or anyone from the public. Once someone joins an organization for the purposes of gathering information, the line between data gathering and participation blurs. Two types of infiltrators result: someone who is under deep cover and adapts to the lifestyle of the people they are infiltrating. These people may maintain their cover for many years, and an organization may never know whom these people are. Agents provocateur are more visible, because they will deliberately attempt to disrupt or lead the group into illegal activities. They often become involved just as an event or crisis is occurring, and leave town or drop out after the organizing slows down. An agent may volunteer for tasks which provide access to important meetings and papers such as financial records, membership lists, minutes, and confidential files. Not follow through or complete tasks, or else does them poorly despite an obvious ability to do good work. Cause problems for a group such as committing it to activities or expenses without following proper channels, urge a group to plan activities that divide group unity. Seem to create or be in the middle of personal or political difference that slow the work of the group. Seek the public spotlight, in the name of your group, and then make comments or present an image different from the rest of the group. Urge the use of violence or breaking the law, and provide information and resources to enable such ventures. Have no obvious source of income over a period of time, or have more money available than his or her job should pay. Charge other people with being agents, thereby diverting attention from him or herself, and draining the group's energy from other work. These are not the only signs, nor is a person who fits several of these categories necessarily an agent. Be extremely cautious and do not call another person an agent without having substantial evidence. Courts have consistently found that an individual who provides information, even if it is incriminating, to an informer has not had his or her constitutional rights violated. This includes the use of tape recorders or electronic transmitters as well. Lawsuits in Los Angeles, Chicago, and elsewhere, alleging infiltration of lawful political groups have resulted in court orders limiting the use of police informers and infiltrators. However, this does not affect activities of federal agencies. If you find evidence of surveillance, hold a meeting to discuss spying and harassment. Determine if any of your members have experienced any harassment or noticed any surveillance activities that appear to be directed at the organization's activities. Carefully record all the details of these and see if any patterns develop. Review past suspicious activities or difficulties in your group. Has one or several people been involved in many of these events? List other possible evidence of infiltration. Develop internal policy on how the group should respond to any possible surveillance or suspicious actions. Decide who should be the contact person, what information should be recorded, what process to follow during any event or demonstration if disruption tactics are used. Consider holding a public meeting to discuss spying in your community and around the country. Schedule a speaker or film discussing political surveillance. Make sure to protect important documents or computer disks, by keeping a second copy in a separate, secret location. Use fireproof, locked cabinets if possible. Implement a sign-in policy for your office and/or meetings. This is helpful for your organizing, developing a mailing list, and can provide evidence that an infiltrator or informer was at your meeting. Appoint a contact for spying concerns. This contact person or committee should implement the policy developed above and should be given to authority to act, to get others to respond should any problems occur. The contact should seek someone familiar with surveillance history and law, such as the local chapter of the National Lawyers Guild, the American Civil Liberties Union, the National Conference of Black Lawyers or the American Friends Service Committee. Brief them about your evidence and suspicions. They will be able to make suggestions about actions to take, as well as organizing and legal contacts. Maintain a file of all suspected or confirmed experiences of surveillance and disruption. Include date, place, time, who was present, a complete description of everything that happened, and any comments explaining the context of the event or showing what impact the event had on the individual or organization. If this is put in deposition form and signed, it can be used as evidence in court. Under the Freedom of Information Act and the Privacy Act, request any files on the organization from federal agencies such as the FBI, CIA, Immigration and Naturalization, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, etc. File similar requests with local and state law enforcement agencies, if your State Freedom of Information Act applies. Prepare for major demonstrations and events. Plan ahead, brief your legal workers on appropriate state and federal statutes on police and federal official spying. Discuss whether photographing with still or video cameras is anticipated and decide if you want to challenge it. If you anticipate surveillance, brief reporters who are expected to cover the event, and provide them with materials about past surveillance by your city's police in the past, and/or against other activists throughout the country. Tell the participants when surveillance is anticipated and discuss what the group's response will be. Also, decide how to handle provocateurs, police violence, etc., and incorporate this into any affinity group, martial, or other training. During the event, carefully monitor the crowd, looking for surveillance or possible disruption tactics. Photograph any suspicious or questionable activities. Approach police officer seen engaging in questionable activities. Consider having a legal worker and/or press person monitor their actions. If you suspect someone is an infiltrator, try to obtain information about his or her background, where he attended high school and college, place of employment, and other pieces of history. Attempt to verify this information. Check public records which include employment, this can include voter registration, mortgages or other debt filings, etc. Check listings of police academy graduates, if available. Once you obtain evidence that someone is an infiltrator, confront him or her in a protected setting, such as a small meeting with several other key members of your group. Present the evidence and ask for the person's response. You should plan how to inform your members about the infiltration, gathering information about what the person did while a part of the group and determining any additional impact he may have had. You should consider contacting the press with evidence of the infiltration. If you can only gather circumstantial evidence, but are concerned that the person is disrupting the group, hold a strategy session with key leadership as to how to handle the troublesome person. Confront the troublemaker, and lay out why the person is disrupting the organization. Set guidelines for further involvement and carefully monitor the person's activities. If the problems continue, consider asking the person to leave the organization. If sufficient evidence is then gathered which indicates he is an infiltrator, confront the person with the information in front of witnesses and carefully watch reactions. Request an investigation or make a formal complaint. Report telephone difficulties to your local and long-distance carriers. Ask for a check on the lines to assure that the equipment is working properly. Ask them to do a sweep/check to see if any wiretap equipment is attached. If you can afford it, request a sweep of your phone and office or home from a private security firm. Remember, this will only be good at the time that the sweep is done. L. File a formal complaint with the U.S. Postal Service, specifying the problems you have been experiencing, specific dates, and other details. If mail has failed to arrive, ask the post office to trace the envelope or package. L. Request a formal inquiry by the police, if you have been the subject of surveillance or infiltration. Describe any offending actions by police officers and ask a variety of questions. If an activity was photographed, ask what will be done with the pictures. Set a time when you expect a reply from the police chief. Inform members of the city council and the press of your request. L. If you are not pleased with the results of the police chief's reply, file a complaint with the police board or other administrative body. Demand a full investigation. Work with investigators to ensure that all witnesses are contacted. Monitor the investigation and respond publicly to the conclusions. Initiate a lawsuit if applicable federal or local statutes have been violated. Before embarking on a lawsuit, remember that most suits take many years to complete and require tremendous amounts of organizers' and legal workers' energy and money. Always notify the press when you have a good story. Keep interested reporters updated on any new developments. They may be aware of other police abuses, or be able to obtain further evidence of police practices. Press coverage of spying activities is very important, because publicity-conscious politicians and police chiefs will be held accountable for questionable practices. Prepared by Linda Lott's American Friends Service Committee, 980 North Fair Oaks Avenue, Pasadena, California, 91103. Tip Sheet for Staff Organizers. Common Sense Security. By Sheila O'Donnell. As the movements for social change become more sophisticated, the techniques of the state, corporations, and the right wing have also become more sophisticated. Historically, this has always been the case. Caution in the face of the concerted effort to stop us, however, is both prudent and necessary. Here are some useful suggestions. L. If you wish to have a private conversation, leave your home and your office and go outside. And take a walk or go somewhere public and notice who is near you. Never say anything you don't want to hear repeated when there is any possibility of being recorded. COINTELPRO. L. Never leave one copy of a document or list behind. Take a minute to duplicate an irreplaceable document and keep the duplicate in a safe place. Back up and store important computer disks offsite. Sensitive data and membership lists should be kept under lock and key. L. Keep your mailing lists, donor lists, and personal phone books away from light-fingered people. Always maintain a duplicate. L. Know your printer if you are about to publish. L. Know your mailing house. L. Know anyone you are trusting to work on any part of a project that is sensitive. L. Don't hire a stranger as a messenger. L. Sweeps for electronic surveillance are only effective for the time they are being done, and are only effective as they are being done if you are sure of the person doing the sweep. L. Don't use code on the phone. If you are being tapped and the transcript is used against you in court, the coded conversation can be alleged to be anything. Don't say anything on the phone you don't want to hear in open court. L. Don't gossip on the phone. Smut is valuable to anyone listening, it makes everyone vulnerable. L. If you are being followed, get the tag number and description of the car and people in the car. Photograph the person following you or have a friend do so. L. If you are followed or feel vulnerable, call a friend, don't tough it out alone. They are trying to frighten you. It is frightening to have someone threatening your freedom. L. Debrief yourself after each incident. Write details down: time, date, occasion, incident. Characteristics of the person, impressions, anything odd about the situation. Keep a weirdo file and keep notes from unsettling situations and see if a pattern emerges. L. Write for your file under the FOIA and pursue the agencies until they give you all the documents filed under your name. L. Brief your membership on known or suspected surveillance. L. Report thefts of materials from your office or home to THE-POLICE as a criminal act. L. Assess your undertaking from a security point of view, understand your vulnerabilities. Assess your allies and your adversaries as objectively as possible, do not underestimate the opposition. Do not take chances. L. Recognize your organizational and personal strengths and weaknesses. L. Discuss incidents with cohorts, family, and membership. Call the press if you have hard information about surveillance or harassment. Discussion makes the dirty work of the intelligence agencies and private spies overt. Visits from the FBI. L. Don't talk to the FBI without your attorney present. Information gleaned during the visit can be used against you and your coworkers. Get the names and addresses of the agents and tell them you will have your attorney get in touch with them. They rarely set up an interview under THO's circumstances. COINTELPRO. L. Don't invite them into your home. Speak with the agents outside. Once inside they glean information about your perspective and lifestyle. L. Don't let them threaten you into talking. If the FBI intends to empanel a grand jury, a private talk with you will not change the strategy of the FBI. L. Lying to the FBI is a criminal act. Any information you give the FBI can and will be used against you. L. Don't let them intimidate you. So what if they know where you live or work and what you're do? This is still a democracy and we still have constitutional rights. They intend to frighten you, don't let them. They can only neutralize you if you let them. L. Remember, the United States prides itself in being a democracy. We have constitutional rights. Dissatisfaction with the status quo and attempting to mobilize for change is protected. Surveillance and harassment are violations. Speak out. Preface. The face of COINTELPRO. Regardless of the unattractiveness or noisy militancy of some private citizens or organizations, the Constitution does not permit federal interference with their activities except through the criminal justice system, armed with its ancient safeguards. There are no exceptions. No federal agency, the CIA, the IRS, or the FBI, can be at the same time policeman, prosecutor, judge, and jury. That is what constitutionally guaranteed due process is all about. It may sometimes be disorderly and unsatisfactory to some, but it is the essence of freedom. I suggest that the philosophy supporting COINTELPRO is the subversive notion that any public official, the president, or a policeman, possesses a kind of inherent power to set aside the Constitution whenever he thinks the public interest, or national security warrants it. That notion is postulate of tyranny. Congressman Don Edwards. 1975. The FBI documents collected in this book offer a unique window into the inner workings of the U.S. political police. They expose the secret, systematic, and sometimes savage use of force and fraud, by all levels of government, to sabotage progressive political activity supposedly protected by the U.S. Constitution. They reveal ongoing, country-wide CIA-style covert action, infiltration, psychological warfare, legal harassment, and violence, against a very broad range of domestic dissidents. While prodding us to re-evaluate U.S. democracy and to rethink our understanding of recent U.S. history, these documents can help us to protect our movements from future government attack. This is the final volume of what amounts to a South End Press trilogy on domestic covert action. Ward Churchill's and Jim Vander Waal's Agents of Repression details the FBI's secret war on the Black Panther Party and the American Indian Movement. My War at Home too shows that such covert operations have become a permanent feature of U.S. politics. It analyzes the specific methods used against progressive activists and opens a discussion of how to respond. Now Churchill and Vander Waal have reproduced many of the FBI files on which our books are based. Some of these documents illustrate recent FBI campaigns against the American Indian Movement and the Committee in solidarity with the people of El Salvador. Others reveal early attacks on Marcus Garvey and Alger Hiss. The bulk are from the counterintelligence programs that the FBI mounted to disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize the civil rights, black liberation, Puerto Rican independence, anti-war, and student movements of the 1960s. In this book, we see the actual directives that set in motion those infamous 1960s programs. Here, too, are action proposals that FBI field offices submitted in response to the COINTELPRO directives. FBI headquarters teletypes back its approval or modifications. Agents report specific operations in which they took part. Supervisors summarize progress in neutralizing a particular target. Policy memoranda adjust bureau tactics in light of new dangers and opportunities. Most illuminating are the book's facsimiles of some of the weapons the FBI actually deployed in its hidden war at home. From the Bureau's arsenal of psychological warfare, Churchill and van der Waal show us. The letter the FBI secretly sent to Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., in December 1964, in an attempt to provoke his suicide. Other forged letters to activists and their supporters, families, employers, landlords, college administrators, and church superiors. FBI authored articles and editorials which cooperative news media ran as their own. Cartoon leaflets that the FBI published in the name of certain radical groups in order to ridicule and antagonize others. Although some of these documents have been published previously, the collections are hard to find and many are out of print. The most thorough and useful to date, the National Lawyers Guild's Counterintelligence, a documentary look at America's secret police, 3, has been incorporated into the COINTELPRO papers. The NLG Civil Liberties Committee generously donated its limited resources to subsidize publication of this book instead of reprinting its earlier compilation. The FBI documents reproduced here originated as confidential internal communications. They were for Bureau eyes only. They remained secret until March 1971, when a Citizens Committee to investigate the FBI removed boxes of files from an FBI resident agency office in Media, Pennsylvania, and released them to the press. Gradually, more files were obtained through the Federal Freedom of Information Act, which had been temporarily strengthened to help restore public confidence in government in the wake of Watergate and the exposure of official lies about the Vietnam War. A few agents and informers began to disaffect from the FBI and publicly confess their misdeeds. New Senate and House Intelligence Committees held public hearings and published voluminous reports. These, in turn, enabled activists to get more documents through FOIA requests and lawsuits. The full story of COINTELPRO has not yet been told. The Bureau's files were never seized by Congress or the courts. Many have been destroyed. Others remain hidden or were released with such heavy deletion that only the and but remain. The most heinous and embarrassing counterintelligence actions were not committed to writing, and ex-operatives are now legally prohibited from disclosing them. Still, an unprecedented wealth of detailed information has been amassed. That material is summarized in Agents of Repression, War at Home and Elsewhere. What sets the COINTELPRO papers apart is the number and scope of the FBI documents it reproduces. As the title indicates, these documents are drawn mainly from the FBI's formal counterintelligence programs, in place from 1956 to 1971. This is not because these were the FBI's only programs of domestic covert action. Rather, it is because they were the only ones to have their records substantially revealed. COINTELPRO involved a unique experiment. Though covert operations have been employed throughout FBI history, the COINTELPROs were the first to be both broadly targeted and centrally directed. FBI headquarters set policy, assessed progress, charted new directions, demanded increased production, and carefully monitored and controlled day-to-day operations. This arrangement required that national COINTELPRO supervisors and local FBI field offices communicate back and forth, at great length, concerning every operation. They did so quite freely, with little fear of public exposure. This generated a prolific trail of bureaucratic paper. The moment that paper trail began to surface, the FBI discontinued all of its formal domestic counterintelligence programs. It did not, however, cease its covert political activity against U.S. dissidents. The documents show that the Bureau evaluated the COINTELPROs as successful over the years. It disbanded them only to afford additional security to our sensitive techniques and operations. Continued reliance on those same techniques and operations was officially authorized, only now on a case-by-case basis, with tight procedures to ensure absolute security. By discontinuing use of the term COINTELPRO, the Bureau gave the appearance of acceding to public and congressional pressure. In reality, it protected its capacity to continue precisely the same activity under other names. Decentralization of covert operations vastly reduced the volume of required reporting. It dispersed the remaining documentation to individual case files in diverse field offices, and it purged those files of any caption suggesting domestic covert action. The Bureau's sensitive techniques and operations have since been further insulated from public scrutiny. Scheduled congressional hearings into the Bureau's mid-1970s campaign against AIM were squelched by means of what turns out to have been yet another FBI covert operation. The FOIA has been drastically narrowed, with thousands of files reclassified top secret. The Intelligence Identities Protection Act now makes it a federal crime to disclose any information that identifies an individual as a covert agent. This careful concealment of post-COINTELPRO domestic counterintelligence action is part of a broader effort to rehabilitate the U.S. political police. Central to that effort has been a sophisticated campaign to refurbish the public image of the FBI. The Bureau's egomaniacal, reactionary, crudely racist and sexist founder, J. Edgar Hoover, died in 1972. After interim directors failed to restore the Bureau's prestige, two federal judges, William Webster and William Sessions, were recruited to clean house and build a new FBI. The new directors have cultivated a low-visibility managerial style and discreetly avoided public attack on prominent liberals. Anti-communism, the time-honored rationale for political police work, has been augmented by counterterrorism and the war on drugs, pretexts that better resonate with current popular fears. The old myth of the FBI as crime-busting protector of democratic rights has been revived in modem garb by films like Mississippi Burning and the television series, Mancuso FBI. This repackaging seems to have sold the new FBI to some of the most prominent critics of earlier COINTELPRO. University professors and congressional committees that helped to expose the domestic covert action of the past now deny its persistence in the present. Because of their credentials, these respectable objective sources do more damage than the FBI's blatant right-wing publicists. Left uncontested, their sophistry could disarm a new generation of activists, leaving them vulnerable to government subversion. The introduction to the COINTELPRO papers refutes one such academic expert, Ethan Theoharis, in his preposterous claim that the FBI's war on AIM during the 1970s was not a COINTELPRO-style program of harassment. Equally treacherous is the FBI and CISPs, a 1989 report of the U.S. Senate Committee on Intelligence. For this is nothing more than a whitewash of the Bureau's covert and extra-legal effort to wipe out domestic opposition to U.S. intervention in Central America. That FBI campaign was first made public by a central participant, Frank Varelli. The Bureau admits it paid Varelli from 1981 to 1984 to infiltrate CISPs. Varelli has testified that the FBI's stated objective was to break CISPs. He recounts a modus operandi straight out of the annals COINTELPRO, from break-ins, bogus publications, and disruption of public events to planting guns on CISPs members and seducing CISPs leaders in order to get blackmail photos for the FBI. 5. Alerted by Varelli's disclosures, the Center for Constitutional Rights obtained a small portion of the Bureau's CISPs files and released them to the press. The files show the U.S. government targeting a very broad range of religious, labor and community groups opposed to its Central America policies. They confirm that the FBI's objective was to attack and neutralize these groups. 6. Mainstream media coverage of these revelations elicited a flurry of congressional investigations and hearings. Publicly exposed, the FBI tried to scapegoat the whistleblower. Its in-house investigation found Varelli unreliable and held his false reports of CISP's terrorism responsible for the entire FBI operation. The Bureau denied any violation of the constitutional rights of U.S. citizens or involvement in the hundreds of break-ins reported by Central America activists. A grand total of 6 agents received formal censure and 3 were suspended for 14 days. The FBI moved its CISP's file to the National Archives and Director Sessions declared the case closed, a mere aberration due to failure in FBI management. 7. The Bureau's slander of Varelli gave the Congress an easy way out. The single congressional report, the FBI and CISPs, endorses the FBI's entire account, without any reservation or qualification. It legitimizes a cover-up of current covert operations by exploiting the past reputation of the Senate Intelligence Committee. That committee, known initially as the Church Committee, after its founding chair, Senator Frank Church, gained respect in the mid-1970s through detailed public documentation of FBI and CIA abuses. In truth, the committee never did play quite the heroic role claimed for it by liberal historians. Compromised from the outset, it allowed the agencies under investigation to turn over only sanitized versions of selected files and then to edit and censor the committee's reports before publication. 8. It colluded in the FBI's continuing concealment of a decade-long secret war on the Puerto Rican independence movement. Church and his successor as committee chair, Senator Birch Bayh, eventually were driven from office. They fell victim to the same combination of right-wing disinformation and Democratic Party passivity that later set up House Speaker Jim Wright. 9. Divested of its liberal populist leadership, the Intelligence Committee became, like so many other congressional and administrative bodies, an instrument of the very agencies it purports to oversee. It was this latter-day committee which ratified the FBI's cover-up of its campaign against Central America activists without hearing from a single critic or victim. Relying exclusively on FBI and Justice Department testimony, the committee crudely reiterates the Bureau's own self-serving findings, often verbatim. It writes off Frank Varelli with the undocumented assertion that his credibility was called into doubt at a hearing before the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Civil and Constitutional Rights. 10. The committee also ignores testimony that the reports submitted in Varelli's name, which provided the FBI's pretext for attacking CISPs, were actually dictated by FBI higher UPS. 11. It makes no reference to Varelli's repeated, detailed sworn statements, corroborated by the Bureau's own files, that the FBI used COINTELPRO methods against CISPs in order to achieve COINTELPRO ends. To rationalize its dismissal of the campaign against CISPs as a mere aberration from the FBI's definite pattern of adherence to established safeguards for constitutional rights, 12. The committee carefully avoids any reference to the sordid history of COINTELPRO. Neither the acronym nor the concept appear even once in its report. Such a whitewash should not be allowed to obscure the reality of continuing COINTELPRO-type attacks on progressive activists. Ongoing domestic covert action is more than amply documented by the COINTELPRO papers, Agents of Repression and War at Home. The targets are not limited to the opponents of U.S. intervention in Central America. They include virtually all who fight for peace and social justice in the United States, from AIM, Puerto Rican independentistas and the Coalition for a New South, to environmentalists, pacifists, trade unionists, homeless and seniors, feminists, gay and lesbian activists, radical clergy and teachers, publishers of dissident literature, prison reformers, progressive attorneys, civil rights and anti-poverty workers, and on and on. Consider the following examples drawn from 1989 alone. National leaders of Earth First. Imprisoned on the word of an FBI infiltrator, Mike Tate, 13. The coordinator of the National Lawyers Guild's Anti-Repression Task Force, active in the defense of Puerto Rican independentistas, subpoenaed at the FBI's instigation before a gratuitous, punitive grand jury and faced with jail for refusing to testify against a former client, 14. More than 200 African American elected officials in Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina victimized by FBI smear campaigns, false criminal charges and elaborate sting operations. 15. These can be no more than the tip of the iceberg, given that the great bulk of COINTELPRO type operations remain secret until long after their damage has been done. By all indications, domestic covert operations have become a permanent feature of U.S. politics. The implications of this are truly alarming. In the name of protecting our fundamental freedoms, the FBI and police systematically subvert them. They routinely take the law into their own hands to punish dissident speech and association without the least semblance of due process of law. Those who manage to organize for social justice in the United States, despite the many obstacles in their path, face countrywide covert campaigns to discredit and disrupt their constitutionally protected political activity. The documents reproduced in this book reveal a U.S. political reality which is the antithesis of democracy. They also suggest an alternative reading of recent U.S. history. Memoirs and commentaries on the 60s have recently become quite popular. COINTELPRO, however, receives little attention in these accounts. It is rarely mentioned, and even then it seems somehow not to affect the rest of the story. Otherwise responsible historians describe a systematic campaign to covertly discredit progressive movements without so much as considering the possibility that their own perceptions might be distorted as a result of that campaign. Take, for instance, Todd Gitlin's often insightful and eloquent account of his experience in the 1960s. A sophisticated participant observer and early president of Students for a Democratic Society, Gitlin is well aware of COINTELPRO. Yet, at least one pivotal incident reported matter-of-factly in his book turns out to have been an FBI covert operation. Recalling a 1969 telephone thread which helped split the emerging women's movement from SDS, Gitlin repeats a widely accepted account attributing the call to Kathy Wilkerson, a late SDS and future Weather Underground militant. Gitlin was shocked to learn, at an SDS reunion in 1988, that neither Wilkerson nor any other SDS woman had made such a call. Who knows how many other incidents represented as historical fact by Gitlin are actually COINTELPRO fiction. 16. COINTELPRO has been especially effective in distorting the public image of the Black Panther Party. The BPP was the most prominent African American political force in the U.S. during the late 60s, with chapters all across the country. Working from a 10-point socialist program for black self-determination, it formed armed street patrols to deter KKK and police brutality, gave out free food and health care, and fought against hard drugs. The BPP was instrumental in forging a broad-based rainbow coalition against U.S. intervention abroad and for community control of the police, schools, and other key institutions at home. Its weekly newspaper, The Black Panther, brought a radical anti-imperialist perspective on national and international developments to over 100,000 readers. These achievements have by and large been ignored by white historians, who present instead only the FBI's view of the BPP. Even books about COINTELPRO tend to regurgitate as scholarship the very lies and racist caricatures which the Bureau promoted through COINTELPRO. At best, such studies equate the government's violence with the BPP's, overlooking the fact that the FBI and police harassed, vandalized, beat, framed, and murdered Panthers for years before finally provoking the party's retaliation. A prime example is Kenneth O'Reilly's Racial Matters, the FBI's secret file on Black America, 1960 to 1972. Here we find the BPP identified as a gang of preening ghetto generals spouting off the pig rhetoric and sporting black leathers, Cuban shades, and unkempt afros. They were peripheral characters, who never attained mass support. In a portrayal laced with the FBI's racist epithets, monsters, cold-blooded killers, nihilistic terror, O'Reilly argues that the Black Panther Party invited the sort of FBI repression that typified Lyndon Johnson's last 2 years in the White House and Richard Nixon's first 4. One such invitation consisted, we are told, of a coloring book depicting black children challenging white law and order in the ghetto. Only the most careful reader will discover, some 21 pages later, that this outrageous Panther provocation was actually a COINTELPRO forgery published by the FBI to discredit the BPP. 17. Clearly, COINTELPRO and similar operations under other names work to distort academic and popular perceptions of recent U.S. history. They violate our basic democratic rights and undermine our ability to alter government policy and structure. They have done enormous damage to the struggle for peace and social justice. Though formidable and dangerous, such domestic covert action is not insurmountable. It can be overcome through a combination of militant public protest and careful internal education and preparation within progressive movements. The greatest gift of the COINTELPRO papers is its potential for helping present and future activists grasp the methodology of this form of repression in order to defeat it. Read these documents with that in mind, and use them well. Brian Glick. New Rochelle, New York, March 1990. By Chip Burlett and Brian Glick. Introduction. 12 Memo, Hoover to Attorney General Re. Marcus Garvey, prominent Negro agitator. Neutralize his political work with fraud prosecution. 13 Report, from infiltrator who targeted Garvey. 14, 15 Letter, his defense investigator actually reported to FBI. 16 Memo, FBI knew his prosecution claims regarding typewriter forgery were false. 17 Teletype, agent to infiltrate Dallas CISPs. 18, 19 Teletype, attack CISPs for defying government policy. Understanding deletions in FBI documents. 24 Rosenberg memo text entirely deleted. 25 Document, systematic deletions from FBI documents follow pattern. COINTELPRO, CP, USA. 40 Memo, COINTELPRO initiated against CP, USA. 42 Memo, cause organized crime to attack CP, USA. 43 FBI circulates bogus camp leaflet to provoke mafia. 44, 45, 46 FBI authored anonymous letter incites Teamsters against CP, authority requested for more. 47 Memo, Teamster business agent of weak character cultivated as informant. COINTELPRO, SWP. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm. 51 Memo, anonymous phone call to subvert NAACP support for committee to aid Monroe defendants. 52, 53 Teletype, authority sought for media smear of SWP organizers running for public office. 54, 55 Memo, Phoenix FBI requests authority for anonymous letter campaign to provoke firing of SWP faculty member. 56, 57 Memo/cartoon, from campaign to disrupt anti-war movement and SWP. COINTELPRO, Puerto Rican independence movement. 68 Document, launch program to disrupt Puerto Rican independence movement. 69 Memo, New York suggests exploiting factionalism in Puerto Rican independence movement. 70 Document, Hoover suggests plan to promote hostility toward Puerto Rican independence movement by planting articles in media. 71 Document, New York and San Juan discuss plans to disrupt Puerto Rican independence movement. 73 Document, split and disrupt group seeking Puerto Rican independence. 75 FBI secretly authors daily newspaper editorial attacking Puerto Rican student independentistas. 76 Document, delve deeply into independentistas' personal lives to disrupt their activities and compromise their effectiveness. 77 Anonymous leaflet circulated by FBI to discredit independentista leader Juan Mari Braz. 78 Memo, FBI gloats over Mari Braz heart attack and claims its anonymous letter was partial cause. 79 Memo, anonymous leaflet mailed to 300 in effort to fuel factionalism. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm. Among independentistas. 80 Document, anonymous mailing and other covert operations to crush budding high school pro-independence movement. 81 Airtel, anonymous letter approved to foment disputes within independentista movement, as long as bureau role remains hidden. 83 Memo, San Juan suggests anonymous letter on supposed sexual affair to discredit Mari Bras and alienate other independence advocates. 85 Airtel, San Juan informs Hoover of campaign to subvert 1967 UN plebiscite on Puerto Rican political status. 87 Bogus cartoon ridicules Mari Bras in name of other independentistas. 89 Bogus cartoon linking Puerto Rican independentistas with Fidel Castro, issued in name of fictitious Puerto Rican group set up by FBI to subvert 1967 plebiscite. COINTELPRO Black Liberation Movement. 92, 93 Document, establish program to disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize black nationalist organizations and leaders. 98 Document, remove Dr. Martin Luther King from leadership role in civil rights movement. 99 Anonymous letter, urges King to commit suicide or face exposure of alleged misdeeds. 101 Memo, anonymous leaflet and article planted in news media to undermine American Friends Service Committee work in Poor People's Campaign. 102 Memo, strategy discussion on disruption of Nation of Islam takes credit for factional dispute against Malcolm X. 104 Document, proposal to provoke murder of Dick Gregory by organized crime. 107 Memo expands program to neutralize black movement. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm 108, 109, 110, 111 Airtel, anti-black program expanded, prevent coalitions, respectability, youth militancy, rise of a messiah. 113, 114 Memo, disrupt marriage of St. Louis civil rights activist Reverend Charles Cohn and discredit him in black community through anonymous accusations of sexual infidelity. 115 Second FBI anonymous letter against Cohn. 116 Document, St. Louis reports results of distribution of bogus underground newspaper designed to divide black activists. 118, 119 Document, Director suggests all offices follow Miami example of providing derogatory background information on COINTELPRO targets to cooperative media. 120 Memo, anonymous letter to discredit Republic of New Africa leader. 121 Document, Director approves above letter. 122 Document, discussion of campaign to discredit RNA and prevent land purchase in Mississippi. 124, 125 Memo, tactics to thwart and disrupt the Black Panther Party. 127 Memo, provide information to cooperative media to foster split between Black Panther Party and Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. 128 Document, proposal to create false impression that Stokely Carmichael is a CIA informant. 130 Memo, plan to provoke violence between Black Panther Party and another black organization. 131 Bogus cartoons, used in Black Panther Party/US campaign to provoke violence. 132 Memo, discussion of continuing plan to provoke violence between Black Panther Party and U.S. 133 Document, summary of tangible results and accomplishments of http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm Black Panther Party COINTELPRO, example, shootings, beating, and a high degree of unrest, and collapse of BPP program providing free breakfast for ghetto youth. 134 Documents. Anonymous mailing of derogatory cartoon targeting Newark Black Panther Party. 136, 137 Memo, proposal to provoke Jewish Defense League violence against BPP. 138 Document, anonymous letter to Chicago gang leader Jeff Ford provoking violence against BPP. 139 Document/sketch. FBI informant's drawing of floor plan showing where BPP leader Fred Hampton slept. Used by police to murder Hampton and Mark Clark. 141 Airtel, cash bonus requested for FBI informant who targeted Hampton for deadly raid. 144, 145 Airtel, Hoover reprimands San Francisco FBI for criticizing plan to discredit and destroy BPP. 148 Memo, Summary of Anti-Black COINTELPRO, Friction created among BPP leaders. 150 Airtel, Hoover informs agents that when targeting BPP, purpose is disruption, and it is immaterial whether facts exist to substantiate the charge. 151, 152 Teletype, propose forged letter to divide BPP and isolate Geronimo Pratt. 154, 155 Memo, bogus underground newspaper proposed to discredit Geronimo Pratt, ridicule BPP, and foment mistrust and suspicion among its members. 156 Teletype, continue targeting Pratt. 158 Memo, FBI and prosecutor collude to keep evidence from judge and defense attorneys in trial of 3 former Panthers. 160, 161 Airtel, director summarizes success in shattering BPP and driving BPP leader Huey Newton crazy. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm 162, 163 Memo, thwart BPP newspaper, FBI anonymous letters charge BPP anti-Semitism to disaffect donors solicited by conductor Leonard Bernstein, further disinformation and Jewish Defense League provocation. COINTELPRO New Left. 177, 178 Memo, disruption of New Left formalized as new program. 180 target anti-war leaders Dellinger and Hayden. 181, 182 Newark proposes New Left be destroyed or neutralized from the inside, Hayden labeled as informer. 183, 184 12-point master plan for COINTELPRO against New Left. 185, 186 Memo, cartoons, pamphlets, and anonymous letters used to disrupt SDS at Temple University. 187 Cartoon used to discredit SDS at Temple University. 192, 193 Memo, block emergence of Detroit area anti-war coalition, bogus letter in name of Black United Front demanding $25,000 from white liberals. 194, 195 disrupt Liberation News Service through divisive anonymous letter. 196 letter approving action to split LNS. 197 Memo, Milwaukee proposes plan to discredit alternative newspaper in Madison, Wisconsin. 199 Airtel, Newark proposes plan to disrupt Princeton SDS through conservative campus group. 200 Airtel, director approves plan to disrupt Princeton SDS. 201 Cartoon from campaign to disrupt Princeton SDS. 202 Director urges plan to drive a wedge between the New Left and the Black student power advocates at New York University. 203 FBI authored racist letter from anonymous SDS member used in http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm COINTELPRO operation at NYU. 204 letter, approval of NYU COINTELPRO. 205, 206b memo, plan to use anonymous messages with a mystical connotation to harass Temple University New Left activists. 206 a sample of the cartoons utilized in the COINTELPRO at Temple. 207 J. Edgar Hoover approves the Temple COINTELPRO. 209 Director urges anonymous communications to cause confusion in the organizing for demonstration by causing dissent amongst its sponsors. 210 Memo, COINTELPRO operation proposed to inhibit the embryonic alliance between SDS and BPP. 211 Letter, authority granted for above operation by using informants to create rift. 212 Memo, Detroit requests device to squirt foul-smelling feces on publications distributed by Radical Education Project. 213 Airtel, divide SDS and BPP through bogus racist, sexist, homophobic attack in name of Newark SDS. 215 Airtel, plant newspaper article decrying Jane Fonda's fundraising for BPP. 217 Airtel, FBI authored letter to newspaper columnist from fictitious person smearing BPP supporting actress Jean Seberg as pregnant from Black Panther rather than white husband. 218 Director approves action vs. Seberg, with adjustments to protect FBI cover. 219 Item by Los Angeles Times gossip columnist Joyce Haber which caused Jean Seberg to miscarry and ultimately commit suicide. 219b Excerpt from essay Richard Wallace Held's letter taking credit for the column as a successful COINTELPRO. 227a, 227b Document/postcard, FBI sends Minutemen death threat postcard to intimidate author Churchill. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm. COINTELPRO, AIM. 236 Report, source describes Denver AIM organizational structure. 237 Early teletype demonstrating distribution of intelligence information on AIM within the international arena. Heavy deletion results from national security classification. 239 240 teletype, police brutality against AIM activist Russell Means. 241 242 teletype, circulation of false claim that AIM was obtaining illegal automatic weapons, FBI and local law enforcement coordinate operations against AIM. 246 Document, establishing predication for criminal investigation of AIM. 247 Teletype, use of reporter at Wounded Knee as unwitting informant for FBI through covert cooperation of management. 250, 251, 252, 253, 254 Memo, position paper on role of FBI in case of a major confrontation in Indian country, based on analysis of Wounded Knee operations. 257, 258, 259 Teletype, unsubstantiated rumor of AIM arms purchases, proposal to use that rumor to block funding of AIM by Sammy Davis, Jr. 260, 261 Document, initiate forceful and penetrative interview program against AIM activists. 264 Memo, characterization of AIM as violent and destructive insurgents. 267 Memo showing Richard G. Held's continuing involvement in Rees-Mers after his departure. Note Held's intention of meeting with Judge Andrew Bogue who, in the preceding document, appears to have been coordinating the prosecution's case. 268 All in the Family. Memo showing participation of COINTELPRO specialist Richard W. Held, son of Richard G. Held, in the Rees-Mers investigation from its earliest moments. 269 Memo showing Richard W. Held's presence on Pine Ridge as a supervisor at the peak of the Rees-Mers-related repression. The Younger. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm. Held's caliber in such a capacity was no doubt proven by his earlier leadership of COINTELPRO BPP in Los Angeles. 270 Memo referring to Richard G. Held as Dick to distinguish him from his son during their joint participation in Rees-Mers. Note also the Bureau's belated concern with getting its story straight, before any statement to the press. 272 Teletype showing the FBI's use of a grand jury to coerce reluctant witnesses to lock Peltier into the Rees-Mers case. 273 Teletype noting the departure of Richard G. Held from the Pine Ridge area. The Chicago SAC returned to his home office where he continued his orchestration of the cover-up masking FBI involvement in the 1969 Hampton Clark assassinations. 274 memo showing Richard G. Held's continuing involvement in Rees-Mers after his departure. Note Held's intention of meeting with Judge Andrew Bogue, who, in the preceding document, appears to have been coordinating the prosecution's case. 276 Ames inclusion in the FBI's Domestic Terrorist Digest. 277, 278, 279, 280 the second of the so-called dog soldier teletypes. 281, 282 memo discussing sharing of Rees-Mers information with the CIA. 283, 284, 285, 286 June 1976 teletype analyzing the recently concluded Cedar Rapids trial of Dino Butler and Bob Robideau. The purpose of the document is to determine what went wrong with the case against the first two Rees-Mers defendants, with an eye towards rigging the rules of the upcoming Peltier trial in order to obtain a conviction. 287 August 1976 memo capsulizing the decision to drop Rees-Mers charges against Jimmy Eagle in order to place full prosecutive weight of the federal government upon Leonard Peltier. It should be noted the FBI earlier alleged that Eagle had confessed. 288 Affidavit 1, in which SAS David Price and William Wood have Myrtle Pourbaix recounting how it was she overheard the planning of the Northwest AIM group to lure SAS Kohler and Williams to their deaths in an ambush. Note that there is no claim Pourbaix witnessed the firefight, but that she heard Leonard Peltier order the agents killed beforehand, and that he later confessed to her. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm 289 Affidavit 2, in which SAS Price and Wood not only have Pourbaix, as Peltier's girlfriend, overhear Rees-Mers planning, but witness Peltier killing both agents. Note details on escape route designed to explain away the Bureau's embarrassing inability to apprehend suspects at the scene of the firefight. Also note how the method of killing corresponds to the FBI's contrived execution scenario. 291 Affidavit 3, actually submitted to the Canadian courts, in which the agents totally abandon the notion of Pourbaix having overheard planning for an ambush. Instead they have their victim provide considerable detail as an eyewitness. Note also the absence of any alleged confession on the part of Leonard Peltier. 292 Enclosed, one pair of hands. Airtel sent as cover with the box containing Anna Mae Aquish's body parts to the FBI crime lab. It should be noted that had the Bureau followed usual procedures in attempting identification by dental X-ray, the bullet lodged in the victim's skull would have been revealed. 293 Lab report confirming positive identification of Jane Doe, dead on Pine Ridge of alleged exposure, as Anna Mae Aquash, who in reality had been shot, execution style, in the back of the head. Note return of specimens to Rapid City. 296 This teletype, among the exculpatory documents withheld by the FBI during the trial of Leonard Peltier, shows that Bureau ballistics tests conclusively determined that the rifle attributed to the defendant had not fired the cartridge casing allegedly recovered from the trunk of S.A. Kohler's car. FBI firearms expert Evan Hodge testified to the opposite at trial. 297 FBI lab notes detailing filing pin test performed with the Wichita AR-15, showing that it did not match the crucial casing recovered at Rees-Mers scene. At trial, Evan Hodge testified that the test was inconclusive. 300, 301, 302 The logic of COINTELPRO, as evidenced in this excerpt from a 1976 document concerning the basis for an investigation of AIM and its supporters. Note the mention of the deliberate fostering of paranoia among AIM leaders through the use of informers, and insistence that the right of government to suppress dissent outweighs the rights of citizens to privacy and free expression. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/copapgita.htm Conclusion. 305 Teletype directly linking warrantless ELSURs with counterintelligence and domestic security operations, 4 years after COINTELPRO had supposedly been terminated. 307 Early Airtel applying the term terrorist to those previously described as activists, radicals, agitators or political extremists. Introduction. A glimpse into the files of America's political police. The inescapable message of much of the material we have covered is that the FBI jeopardizes the whole system of freedom of expression, which is the cornerstone of an open society. At worst, it raises the specter of a police state. In essence, the FBI conceives of itself as an instrument to prevent radical social change in America. The Bureau's view of its function leads it beyond data collection and into political warfare. Thomas I Emerson, Yale Law Professor. 1971. A picture, as they say, is worth 1,000 words. Actually seeing the visual representation of that which others describe, and from which they draw conclusions, can serve for many people as a sort of ultimate proof of the propositions at issue. The truth of this old adage seems quite pronounced in this instance, which leads us to reproduce secret FBI documents to allow the Bureau to document its own lawlessness. In Agents of Repression, the FBI's secret wars against the Black Panther Party and the American Indian Movement, we endeavored to prove among other things that the Bureau has since its inception acted not as the country's foremost crime-fighting agency, an image it has always actively promoted in collaboration with a vast array of friendly media representatives and scholars, but as America's political police engaged in all manner of extra-legally and illegality as expedients to containing and controlling political diversity within the United States. In essence, we argued that the FBI's raison d'etre is and always has been the implementation of what the Bureau formally designated from the mid-1950s through the early 70s as COINTELPROs designed to disrupt and destabilize, cripple, destroy or otherwise neutralize dissident individuals and political groupings in the United States, a process denounced by congressional investigators as being a sophisticated vigilante operation. Our case, it seemed to us, was rather plainly made. Such clarity is, predictably enough, anathema to the Bureau and the more conscious apologists it has cultivated, both of whom wish to deny the realities we have sought to expose. For the FBI, as well as the broader politico-legalistic structure of which it is an integral part, there are matters of policy and outright criminal culpability to be covered up through systematic denial of truth and the extension of certain countervailing mythologies. Many apologists have based their careers and professional reputations on shielding the Bureau from exposure while assisting in the perfection and perpetuation of its preferred myths. On this score, a review of Agents of Repression written for the Washington Post by Ethan Theo Harris, a professor at Marquette University, serves as an instructive example. 2. The techniques employed in this attempt to discredit our theses afford virtual textbook instruction in how the facts of the Bureau's activities and agenda are obscured from the public by properly anointed experts while the officially approved image of the Bureau is reinforced, or at least maintained, through the mainstream media. 3. Consequently, the Post review bears detailed scrutiny of myths and documentation. After accurately summarizing the main thrust of our conclusions regarding the nature, scope, and duration of the FBI's domestic counterintelligence operations, Theo Harris tries to bring about their dismissal out of hand. Do the authors document these alarming charges? He asks. The answer is quite simply, they do not. Observe that he does not attempt to challenge the appropriateness of the documentation we offer, arguing that it is insufficient to our purposes or that we have somehow misinterpreted it. Instead, he asserts that we use no documentation at all, a claim intended to lead his readers to the false impression that Agents consists of nothing more than a lengthy stream of heavy-handed and unsupported accusations against the FBI. In order to accomplish this gross distortion, he simply remains silent about the fact that we accompanied our 388 pages of text with 79 pages of notes, some 1,513 entries in all, hundreds of them citing more than a single source, and fully a third referring to specific FBI and/or other government documents. Having ignored the evidentiary record upon which we base our work, he contrives to extend a countering, essentially fictitious record of his own. Focusing on our main thesis, that rather than being suspended in anything other than name in 1971, COINTELPRO was actually continued and even escalated against the American Indian movement over the next several years, the reviewer sets his stage. For the most serious problem with agents, he says, is that the authors seem indifferent to the uniqueness, and thus significance, of the FBI's COINTELPRO operations. They were unique because Bureau officials launched formal, action-oriented programs whose main purpose was not to collect evidence for prosecution, and in the process created a rather comprehensive written record of their actions. 5. He goes on to claim that, in contrast to its activities against the Black Panthers, activities authorized and monitored exclusively by the Bureau, the FBI's activities involving AIM were designed to result in judicial prosecution were subject to review by Justice Department officials. The FBI files released on AIM do not document a program of harassment. In this passage, Theo Harris has carefully implanted another pair of serious pieces of disinformation in his supposedly factual rebuttal. One concerns the extent to which the Bureau has made available documents concerning its anti-AIM campaign, while the other centers upon what is allegedly revealed within this documentation. Both of these contribute directly to furtherance of the myth by which the FBI wishes to be publicly understood. Each element will be considered in turn, because both reveal much about the methods and functions of academic apologists in service to the Bureau propaganda system. The AIM files. After mentioning the FBI files released on AIM, Theo Harris sums up his point with a snide query: can we then read between the lines and conclude that by the 1970s FBI actions were not recorded in writing? Leaving aside the possibility that by this point in its history agents might well have learned not to record certain things in written form, it is abundantly clear to anyone familiar with the material to which the reviewer refers that neither we nor he has had the opportunity to assess what the FBI did or did not commit to paper with regard to its actions against AIM. Still less have we been forced to read between the lines of available documents in order to arrive at conclusions contradicted by such evidence. Contrary to Theo Harris' smug remark about what his own perusal of these files shows, the fact of the matter is that the vast bulk of them have never been released. Although the Bureau acknowledges having compiled hundreds of thousands of investigative documents during the course of its major anti-AIM activities, only 17,000 odd pages of this material have been declassified and made available to researchers at the Reading Room facility in FBI headquarters, and most of these show extensive deletions. The reviewer is being deliberately misleading when he casually juxtaposes the veritable mountains of paper available through the FBI on its Black Panther COINTELPRO with the paucity of documents made available on AIM, pretending these are equivalent databases, and then suggests he had predicated his conclusions upon a comparison of the two sets of files. Nor is he more forthcoming about why such a disparity in the availability of these records exists. In essence, the FBI was quite literally forced to divulge most of its Panther files by the Senate Select Committee to study government operations during hearings held in 1974 and 1975. Conversely, the Bureau was able to avoid being compelled to do this with regard to its anti-AIM operations, under circumstances which bear recounting. 6. Concerning the Panther documents, the Senate committee itself found its hand forced by a seemingly endless series of revelations about governmental transgressions during the early 70s. There was a credibility gap engendered by the federal executive branch having been caught lying too many times, too red-handedly and over too many years in its efforts to dupe the public into supporting the U.S. war in Southeast Asia. This had reached epic proportions when Daniel Ellsberg leaked the Pentagon Papers, a highly secret government documentary history of official duplicity by which America had become embroiled in Indochina, and caused particularly sensitive excerpts to be published in the New York Times. 7. The situation was greatly exacerbated by the so-called Watergate scandal, which followed immediately, in which it was publicly revealed that virtually the entire Nixon administration had been, as a matter of course, engaging in exactly the same sort of behavior on many other fronts, both at home and abroad. To compound the crisis even further, a citizens' action group raided the FBI's Media Pennsylvania resident agency, appropriated its files, and exposed the long secret existence of COINTELPRO in the Washington Post. 8. As a result of all of these factors, public confidence in government was at an all-time low, and showed signs of unraveling even further. In this peculiar and potentially volatile set of circumstances, a government-wide effort was undertaken to convince the citizenry that its institutions were fundamentally sound, albeit in need of fine-tuning and a bit of house-cleaning. It was immediately announced that U.S. ground forces would be withdrawn from Vietnam as rapidly as possible. Televised congressional hearings were staged to get to the bottom of Watergate, a spectacle which soon led to the resignations of a number of Nixon officials, the brief imprisonment of a few of them, and the eventual resignation of the president himself. Another form assumed by this high-level exercise in establishing a national consensus favoring faith in government was the conducting of a series of well-publicized and tightly scripted show trial-type hearings with regard to the various police and intelligence agencies which had been exposed as complicit in the Vietnam and Watergate messes. For its part, the FBI was cast as an agency which had in the past and temporarily gotten out of control, thus aberrantly but busily trampling upon citizens' civil and constitutional rights in the name of social and political orthodoxy. To add just the right touch of melodrama to the whole affair, the Bureau was made to confess to a certain range of its already completed COINTELPRO operations, such as the not directly lethal dimensions of its anti-Panther activities, and to provide extensive portions of its internal documentation of these misdeeds. As a finale, Bureau officials were made to appear properly contrite while promising never to engage in such naughty things again. The FBI's quid pro quo for cooperating in this charade seems to have been that none of its agents would actually see the inside of a prison as a result of the excesses thereby revealed. 9. The object of all this illusory congressional muscle flexing was, of course, to instill in the public a perception that Congress had finally gotten tough, placing itself in a position to administer appropriate oversight of the FBI. It followed that citizens had no further reason to worry over what the Bureau was doing at that very moment, or what it might do in the future. This, in turn, would allow the status quo sufficient breathing room to pass laws and executive orders gradually converting the FBI's COINTELPRO-style illegalities into legal, or at least protected, spheres of endeavor. 10. The selling of this bill of goods was apparently deemed so important that Congress was willing to go to extreme lengths in achieving success. Hence, in 1975 the Senate Select Committee concluded that in order to complete its building of the required public impression, it might be necessary to risk going beyond exploration of the Bureau's past counterintelligence practices and explore ongoing FBI conduct vis-a-vis political activists. Specifically at issue in this connection was what was even then being done to AIM, and hearings were scheduled to begin in July. But this is where the Bureau, which had been reluctantly going along up to that point, drew the line. The hearings never happened. Instead, they were indefinitely postponed in late June of 1975, at the direct request of the FBI, and on the basis of what by the Bureau's own admission turned out to have been a major disinformation ploy designed to win it widespread public support. 11. The FBI's AIM files have thus ended up, not in the public domain as Theo Harris would have his readers believe, but amongst the Bureau's most secret archives. While it is true, as the reviewer states, that the relatively few AIM files the FBI has chosen to release do not document a program of harassment, what he intentionally leaves unstated is even more true. The released files in themselves provide a vastly insufficient evidentiary base from which Theo Harris or anyone else might conclusively determine whether a de facto COINTELPRO was conducted against AIM. And sheer common sense will warn that the Bureau has not so fiercely resisted producing its records in this matter because their content is neutral or serves to absolve it of wrongdoing. 12. Judicial prosecution. The obvious question at this point is whether the FBI's success in blocking access to AIM files makes it impossible to arrive at any legitimate conclusion concerning what the Bureau did to that organization. Are we guilty, as Theo Harris claims, of mere reliance upon guilt by association, i.e., that because the FBI launched a formal program to harass the Black Panthers, it adopted the same practices against AIM? Hardly. even disregarding such unofficial sources as eyewitness and victim accounts of various episodes of the Bureau's anti-AIM campaign, many of which we will always insist hold at least as much validity and integrity as any FBI teletype, field report, or memorandum. There are still a great number of official sources which we could and did use to support the conclusions we reached in Agents. These include several reports of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, a pair of reports of the Justice Department's Task Force on Indian Matters, a report of the Senate Committee on the Judiciary, the findings of the federally sponsored Minnesota Citizens Commission to review the FBI, a report from the General Accounting Office, transcripts of the 97th Congress's first session on FBI authorizations, several legal depositions, Bureau of Prison Records, grand jury summaries, voluminous trial transcripts, an array of legal briefs and hearing transcripts, transcriptions of oral arguments on appeal, and a number of judicial opinions. These sources, adding up to tens of thousands of pages of documentation, were all cited repeatedly, and most of them quoted, in Agents. Theo Harris avoids mentioning this extensive documentary base, consisting of the same sort of material he himself has drawn upon quite heavily in his own books on the FBI, while summarily dismissing our effort as undocumented. And well he might. The conclusions reached in virtually every item of the real record correspond quite neatly with one or more of those drawn in Agents. This is to say that the tangible, officially available record of the FBI's anti-AIM campaign leads directly away from the sort of absolution of the Bureau Theo Harris seeks to foist on his readers. It was, after all, the Civil Rights Commission, not Churchill and Vander Wall, which determined after extensive on-site investigation that the FBI had been complicit in rigging the 1974 Pine Ridge tribal election against AIM candidates. 13. And it was the same federal agency which officially reported that the Bureau was involved in perpetrating a reign of terror against AIM members and supporters on the same reservation, during the same period. 14. Similarly, it was not the tendentious authors of Agents, but Federal District Judge Fred Nickel who noted that he was dismissing charges against AIM defendants because of the methods employed by the FBI and federal prosecutors. The waters of justice have been polluted, said the judge, by the Bureau he had revered so long, but which had stooped so low in its vendetta against AIM. 15. And again, it was not us but the foreman of a federal jury who, when acquitting other AIM defendants of murder charges the FBI had lodged against them, observed that aspects of the case assembled by the Bureau had been so obviously fabricated that not a member of the jury believed them. 16. We could, as we did in Agents, go on in this vein for hundreds of pages. But that book has already been written. The last two examples are especially important, however, since they disprove Theo Harris' argument that, in contrast to its activities against the Black Panthers, the FBI's activities involving AIM were designed to result in judicial prosecution. The first untruth embedded in this proposition is that the COINTELPRO directed against the Panthers did not use false prosecution as a tactic. 17. The reality is, as is borne out in a Bureau document quoted verbatim in Agents, lay black activists were repeatedly arrested on any excuse until they could no longer make bail. As an illustration of how this worked, we examined in some detail the case of former Panther leader Geronimo Pratt, imprisoned in San Quentin for the past 18 years as a result of FBI actions causing him to be repeatedly prosecuted on bogus charges until he was finally convicted of a murder the Bureau had knew he never committed. 18. As concerns AIM, the facts, which Theo Harris opts to ignore, fit precisely the same pattern. After the 1973 siege of Wounded Knee, for instance, the FBI caused 542 separate charges to be filed against those it identified as key AIM leaders. Russell Means alone was faced with 37 felony and 3 misdemeanor charges. Organization members often languished in jail for months as the cumulative bail required to free them outstripped resource capabilities of AIM and supporting groups. Yet, when it came time for the trials, the transparency of the Bureau's evidence was such that hundreds of charges were simply dropped while the remaining defendants were acquitted in droves. The net result of this FBI prosecution effort was an absurdly low 15 convictions, all on such petty or contrived offenses as interfering with a federal officer in the performance of his duty. None of the 40 charges leveled at means held up in court. 19 But, while the juridical nature of what the Bureau was doing may be seen as ludicrous at best, this prosecutorial element of the anti-AIM campaign self-evidently served to disrupt, destabilize and even cripple its target. At another level, one might reasonably ask what sort of bona fide investigation to facilitate prosecution is involved in FBI agents bribing an individual, as they did with Louis Move's camp, to testify as an eyewitness to the participation of others in felonious acts allegedly committed at a time when the witness was 1,000 miles from the scene? 20 This is just one of the Bureau activities involving AIM which came out during the 1974 trial of Russell Means and Dennis Banks, the sort of activity which caused Judge Nicol to dismiss charges and write the opinion quoted earlier. The same query might be entered with regard to other of the FBI's efforts to secure conviction of AIM members. For example, what sort of legitimacy is it that attaches itself to the arrangement in which charges were dropped against Marvin Redshirt, confessed murderer of Los Angeles cab driver George Aird, in exchange for his admittedly perjured testimony against AIM members Paul Skyhorse Durant and Richard Mohawk Billings, men who were subsequently exonerated from having any part in the crime? 21. We can easily go on framing such questions. What, exactly, is the difference between the way the FBI subverted the judicial system to get results during its COINTELPROs against black extremists, and its well-documented kidnapping and raw coercion of a mentally unbalanced Indian woman, Myrtle Pourbaix, in order to force her to sign 3 mutually contradictory and utterly false affidavits? The Bureau's choice of the affidavits was, to be sure, duly submitted in court as an expedient to obtaining AIM member Leonard Peltier's extradition from Canada. 22 For that matter, what is the precise distinction between the COINTELPRO usage of phony witnesses such as Julio Butler in order to obtain the murder conviction of Geronimo Pratt on the one hand, and the FBI's later use of Pourbaix in the same capacity to secure a murder conviction against AIM member Richard Marshall on the other? 23 And again, what are we to make of FBI agents who went on the stand and testified to one thing in the murder trial of AIM members Dino Butler and Bob Robideau, only to reverse completely their testimony on the same events during the subsequent trial of Leonard Peltier on the same charge? Obviously, the documented nature of the FBI's activities designed to result in judicial prosecution of AIM members was identical to those it employed under the rubric of COINTELPRO against the Black Panther Party and other black liberation organizations. For Theo Harris to argue that the Bureau's prosecutorial tactics against AIM are normal FBI procedure not only tends to dissolve the very distinction between the COINTELPRO and post-COINTELPRO eras he seeks to establish, it bespeaks a very interesting view on his part of how the judicial process should be used. Theo Harris does make an important and serious point when he observes that the Panther COINTELPRO was action-oriented in ways which went beyond any conceivable definition of the judicial arena. We agree. So much so that, in Agents, we broke the tactical methodologies of COINTELPRO out into 10 separate categories, only one of which concerned manipulation of the judicial system, and demonstrated by example how each had been applied to the Panthers and other black liberation groups. This, however, hardly serves to validate either his assertion of a contrast between what was done to the Panthers and AIM, or his contention that the latter was not subjected to a comparable program of harassment. To the contrary, we also demonstrated, on the basis of available documentation, that each of the remaining 9 non-judicial COINTELPRO methods was utilized during the repression of AIM. Take, for example, the category of black propaganda. In the book, we quote verbatim one of the FBI's dog soldier teletypes, deliberately released to the press in 1976 under the guise of alerting the public to the fact that some 2,000 AIM warriors were on the verge of launching an outlandish wave of terrorism throughout South Dakota. We cite a number of articles in major newspapers across the country in which this disinformation immediately and prominently appeared, as well as statements by local police authorities responding to the menace. And we quote then Director of the FBI Clarence Kelly, on the witness stand shortly thereafter, admitting that he knew of no factual basis whatsoever to support these wild public allegations on the part of his typically close-mouthed bureau. Several other instances of FBI activity vis-a-vis AIM in the propaganda area are also chronicled and substantiated with comparable documentation in Agents 24. Or, take the matter of the COINTELPRO tactic of infiltrating agents provocateurs into target organizations. In Agents, we present an undeniable case that this was done to AIM in exactly the same fashion as it was done to the Panthers. The matter concerns the activities of one Douglas Durham, and is abundantly documented through such sources as the earlier mentioned Skyhorse/Mohawk case, the provocateur's own admission of what he'd done after he was unmasked as an infiltrator in 1975, and his subsequent testimony before the Senate Subcommittee on Internal Security. And so it goes, point by point, down the entire list of elements comprising the Bureau's COINTELPRO repertoire. All of this disproves Theoharis' assertion that, when it came to AIM, the FBI's methods were designed to result in judicial prosecution. It also contradicts his accusation that, in concluding otherwise, we were forced to rely upon sheer guilt by association. And, by rights, it should expose for what it really is the reviewer's allegation that at no time do substantiate conjecture that an FBI orchestrated conspiracy to harass AIM. Contrary to the fabricated version of reality presented in the Post Review, it has been solidly demonstrated that the American Indian movement was very much the victim of a de facto COINTELPRO operation. Mythology. Merely being on the receiving end of a disingenuous review, while never pleasant, hardly warrants the assembly of an in-depth counter-critique such as we have provided here. At issue here, however, is not just the fact that Theoharis used his mainstream media forum as a vehicle with which to prevent accurate information from reaching the public, but the kinds of inaccuracies he seeks to promulgate as a replacement. It is not so much that he denies the validity of the way in which we used our documentation in Agents, for example, as that he denies such documentation exists. The upshot here is that he deliberately portrays the FBI, which in actuality went to extraordinary lengths to block disclosure of its AIM files in the 1970s, and which has clamped the tightest mantle of secrecy around them ever since, as a model of propriety, thoroughly forthcoming and aboveboard in the handling of these records, with nothing hidden about its anti-AIM campaign. The image projected by Theoharis' reference to a fictional release of AIM files is that the Bureau, which in reality has once again taken to treating the Freedom of Information and Privacy Acts as so much toilet paper, generally refusing to release any new document unless expressly required to do so by court order, is that of an open agency which typically makes its records available to researchers and the public at large. The resultant misimpression is a building block in the reviewer's reasonably subtle construction of the real contrast he wishes to impart concerning what was done to the Black Panther Party and what was done to AIM. The locus of the false distinction Theoharis is after lies not so much within the experiences of the two groups as within the FBI itself. In the bad old days of COINTELPRO, the story goes, the Bureau was proven to have committed criminal acts and used official secrecy to conceal them, but those days ended forever in the wake of the Church Committee investigations. When an FBI agent like Richard W. Held orchestrated a program in 1971 to disrupt and destroy the Los Angeles Black Panther Party, Theoharis agrees that this was a political counterintelligence program because FBI documents released to the Church Committee concerning these activities bore the caption COINTELPRO. However, when the same agent was involved in the same type of program using exactly the same techniques against AIM on the Pine Ridge Reservation in 1975 or the Puerto Rican independence movement in San Juan in 1985, Theoharis would have us believe this could not have been a COINTELPRO because the FBI has not released related documents bearing said caption. And, according to him, for us to assert otherwise is by definition simply guilt by association. 25 The pacifying effect upon readers intended by the spooning up of this stale pabulum is unmistakable. And for the relative few who might remain skeptical in the face of this sort of reassurance, the reviewer offers a slightly different tranquilizer. They are calmly handed the option of sharing the author's outrage over some of the Bureau's investigative methods and the fairness of the American legal system, as if in the end we had somehow all agreed that it is only investigative rather than counterintelligence techniques which are at issue, and that the actions of the FBI in this quarter conform to some recognizable system of legality. The invitation extended to skeptics is thus no more than a final touch to the review's main purpose, a ruse designed not only to divert the last measure of attention away from what is contained in Agents, but to posit in its stead an impression of the reviewer's preferred version of reality. We have arrived at the core of the myth, perpetuation of which constitutes the real purpose of reviews such as Theo Harris. This is, and has always been, the central myth of the FBI. Regardless of the variations and complexities of the lesser mythologies required to support it at a given moment or given context, it has remained remarkably consistent and ultimately reducible to the simplest terms: don't worry, everything is okay now. No matter when or in what circumstances the Bureau has been called to account, its official spokespeople and unofficial apologists can be counted upon to queue up and say whatever is necessary to pass along the idea that, while there may have been problems or errors in the past, these have been corrected. There has never been, in such recountings, any current reason for worry or concern. All has already been set right. This theme prevailed in the 1920s, in the wake of the Palmer raids. It was maintained in the 30s, after the worst of the Bureau's union busting had been completed. It continued in the 40s, when the true extent of the FBI's surveillance of the citizenry began to be apparent. During the 50s, it held up even as the Bureau's linkages to McCarthyism were exposed. In the 60s, those who would pose uncomfortable questions concerning FBI activities were, like Martin Luther King, dismissed as liars and paranoids. Even during the 1970s, as the COINTELPRO revelations were ushered forth, the myth was used as the Bureau's major defense. And in the end, as always, it held sway. Meanwhile, through it all, the apparatus of political repression which the myth was created to shield continued, essentially unhindered by real public scrutiny of any sort, to be evolved, perfected, and applied. As we enter the 90s, the FBI's slaughter of AIM militants has long since been completed and hidden from view. CISPs and some 200 other domestic dissident groups have more recently found themselves monitored, disrupted, and occasionally destabilized by Bureau operatives using many of the same COINTELPRO tactics employed against New Left organizations 2 decades ago. 26 And still Professor Theo Harris would have us believe the FBI no longer engages in political counterintelligence programs, and when evidence emerges to the contrary, the Bureau should be given every benefit of the doubt. We readily concur with his assessment that these are important questions of decided contemporary relevance. Unlike him, however, we will continue to conclude that their importance lies in the fact that, concerning the form and function of the FBI, things have never been okay. Further, we will continue to assert that things will never be okay in this regard until the realities both he and the Bureau seek so desperately to hide are brought fully into the open, until the whole pattern of FBI performance has at last been pieced completely together, called by its right name and placed before the public. Then, perhaps, real corrective action can occur. Unquestionably, the start of any such positive process must rest in destroying the myth Theo Harris so clearly presents. The COINTELPRO Papers. Citation of materials not readily accessible to the general public is not in itself sufficient to decide such issues, and this takes us right back to the proposition that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Therefore, in this follow-up volume to Agents we will photographically reproduce a substantial selection of the FBI documents which led us to the conclusions expressed in Agents. Hence, when we say, for example, that the Bureau was engaged from its earliest moments in precisely the same tactics of political repression which later marked the COINTELPRO era per se, we do not intend to leave the matter open to debate or charges of conjecture. Instead, we will provide the exact facsimile of a document, such as the accompanying 1919 letter written by FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover proposing a strategy which was ultimately used to neutralize black nationalist leader Marcus Garvey, allowing the Bureau itself to create a word picture concretizing our case for us. As concerns the Garvey letter, readers should take careful note of the fact, clearly drawn by Hoover, that it is not written about an individual who is believed to have violated any particular law. To the contrary, the FBI director is recommending, to the very sort of Justice Department officials whose review Theo Harris would have us believe now safeguards us against such FBI activities, that the federal government devote its vast legal resources to contriving a case, any case, against Garvey, to make him appear guilty of a crime. In this way, the black dissident's eventual imprisonment could be made to seem a simple criminal matter rather than the act of political repression it actually was. The key to understanding what really happened in the Garvey case lies squarely in appreciation of the fact that the decision to bring about his elimination had been made at the highest level of the Bureau long before any hint of criminal conduct could be attached to him. 1919 letter from J. Edgar Hoover to the Attorney General, proposing to frame Marcus Garvey as a means of neutralizing the black nationalist leader's political effectiveness. In the same vein, when we contend that upon approval of Hoover's plan the FBI used infiltrators against Garvey's non-criminal United Negro Improvement Association in order to cast about for some kind of evidence through which a plausible case against its leader could be developed, we are prepared to back it up. For instance, we can reproduce the 1921 report to the Bureau from James Wormley Jones, codenamed Confidential Agent 800, a black man paid by the Bureau to work his way into a position of trust within UNIA. It should be noted that even with this highly placed source of inside information, the FBI was unable to assemble any sort of case against Garvey in its first two attempts, both of which had to be abandoned for lack of even the appearance of substance. In the end, having charged him with everything from income tax evasion to conspiracy, the Bureau managed to obtain a conviction on only a single, relatively minor, count of mail fraud. This was enough, however, to take the black leader out of the political arena and into Atlanta Federal Prison, from whence he could be deported as an undesirable alien in 1927. 27. A report from James Wormley Jones, the confidential agent 800 who infiltrated UNIA and helped finger Marcus Garvey for the FBI. Or, if we wish to leap 3 decades ahead and assert that comparable methods were utilized by the Bureau vis-a-vis liberal government officials such as Alger Hiss, an expedient in promoting McCarthyism and the Red Scare of the late 1940s and early 50s, we can produce documents to this effect. For example, consider the accompanying letter from Horace Schmall to FBI agent Thomas Spencer. Schmall, it should be noted, was an ostensible private investigator retained by his defense attorneys to ferret out evidence which would exonerate their client from charges he'd used a position in the State Department to spy for the Soviet Union. In actuality, Schmall was reporting directly to the Bureau on every nuance of the defense strategy, a matter which undoubtedly proved a great boon in the government's securing of a conviction. Letter demonstrating that the private investigator supposedly working on Alger Hiss' defense effort was actually reporting to the FBI. The particular missive from Schmall we reproduce is especially interesting because it shows him alerting the FBI to his attorney's plans to argue on appeal that the key piece of evidence introduced by the government at the trial, a Woodstock typewriter once owned by Hiss, the type irregularities of which supposedly matched those appearing in alleged espionage correspondence, could have been altered to produce the desired result. Schmall's warning allowed the Bureau sufficient time to assemble a countering argument that no such modifications to a typewriter were possible. When we say the FBI was aware that its counter-argument, which served to keep the government's proof of espionage propaganda campaign alive, was categorically untrue, we can make our case by reproducing the accompanying January 1951 memo from A.H. Belmont to D.M. Ladd, in which the author admits the FBI laboratory advised that it would be possible for a person who is well versed in typewriter defects and similarities in type design to construct a typewriter so that it would make these defective characteristics appear on paper when the machine was used. Instructively, both documents were among the many thousands of pages in its Hiss files the Bureau kept secret for nearly 3 decades after the case was closed. 28. Both of the examples used thus far have seemed to demonstrate that the reality of COINTELPRO greatly predates the formal adoption of the acronym during the mid-1950s. If, on the other hand, we wish to demonstrate that this reality has continued to exist after the FBI so pointedly abandoned the term in 1971, we can readily illustrate our point. We can, for example, simply reproduce the accompanying September 1983 teletype concerning the infiltration of an agent with extensive UC experience into the Dallas chapter of CISPs. Unless the reader be persuaded the Bureau was doing this because it genuinely believed the organization was engaged in bona fide criminal activities terrorism, according to current FBI Director William Sessions, attention should be paid to the next reproduction, a November 1983 teletype originally classified as secret. It explains rather clearly that the FBI found it imperative to formulate some plan of attack against CISPs, not because of its suspected involvement in terrorism or any other criminal activity, but because of its association with individuals who defiantly display their contempt for the U.S. government by making speeches and propagandizing their cause. In plain English, CISPs was politically objectionable to the Bureau, no more or less, and was therefore deliberately targeted for repression. COINTELPRO by any other name is still COINTELPRO. 29. Although federal prosecutors in the case of Alger Hiss contended that it would be impossible to alter his typewriter to match incriminating documents, here we find the FBI acknowledging the reverse was true. Upon advice of the Bureau, the government continued to deny the possibility of alteration during his appeal. Teletype describing infiltration of CISPs, 1983. Teletype proposing actions against CISPs because of its defiance, 1983. The collection of FBI self-portraits contained herein is far from exhaustive. There are several reasons for this, beginning, of course, with the fact that so many of the Bureau's documents remain secret. Conversely, the material which has been released runs into hundreds of thousands of pages, most portions of which are redundant, a seemingly endless repetition of the same theme. Many thousands of the documents released over the years were provided in such poor quality that they are simply impossible to reproduce with enough clarity to render them legible in book format. Still others were released in such deleted form as to be useless in any way at all. A final problem presents itself in that the Bureau has run so many of these sorts of counterintelligence operations, and over such an extended period, that any attempt to offer a comprehensive, start-to-finish exposition would inevitably prove too bulky for a single volume, or even a dozen volumes. Some means of not only organizing, but limiting the material we wish to present has therefore been necessary. The method we have employed has been to focus our attention on several of the entities the FBI itself has targeted for its fiercest attacks, the Puerto Rican independence movement, the Black Liberation Movement, and the American Indian Movement. Additionally, we will provide sections illustrating the tactics employed against a new left organization, Students for a Democratic Society, and two of the old left, the Communist Party, USA, and the Socialist Workers' Party. 30 in each case, given constraints of available space, we will provide background narrative to ground our study, to provide readers with insights into the specific historical and topical contexts from which the COINTELPROs emerged and functioned, both socially and politically. In each instance, we also provide an overview of FBI counterintelligence operations vis-a-vis the Bureau's COINTELPRO targets since such things were supposedly stopped in 1971. Most of the documentary material, with the exception of that concerning AIM, is drawn directly from the period when COINTELPRO reigned in its own name. This is partly because the documents are virtually crystalline in their representation of what the FBI's domestic counterintelligence operations are all about. It is also because, like the official non-bureau sources we utilized in Agents, they provide so obvious a basis from which to understand the meaning underlying the FBI's AIM documents. The lines of continuity between the pre-COINTELPRO, COINTELPRO, and post-COINTELPRO eras are thereby dramatically underscored, and perhaps as a result an increasing number of activists can learn to recognize them from their own recent experiences. If so, This volume will have amply served its purpose, for in such recognition may be forged the means by which we may surmount the process of official political repression which has served for so long to abort the potential for positive social change in the United States. In our view, participation in the fostering of such change is the sole defensible motivation for anyone to engage in the acts of writing or publishing at the present time. Clearly, there were many reasons for our doing this book, but it was the outlook expressed immediately above which ultimately proved decisive. In the end, we have assembled the COINTELPRO papers, not simply to vindicate agents of repression, or to have another bibliographical entry in the curriculum vitae, but to amplify the conclusions we reached in that volume. Simultaneously, we have sought to create a readily accessible mini-archive which will ultimately say more than we ever could. We have felt a responsibility to do this because the sad fact is that COINTELPRO lives. We must all learn its face. Only in unmasking it can we ever hope to destroy it and move forward to our more constructive goals and objectives. Ward Churchill and Jim Vander Wall. Boulder, Colorado, May 1990. Chapter 2. COINTELPRO, CP, USA. During the 10 years that I was on the U.S. Intelligence Board, never once did I hear anybody, including myself, raise the questions. Is this course of action which we have agreed upon lawful, is it legal, is it moral and ethical? We never gave any thought to this realm of reasoning, because we were just naturally pragmatists. The one thing we were concerned with was this: will this course of action work, will it get us what we want, will it reach the objective we desire to reach? William C. Sullivan. Former FBI Assistant Director. 1975. The FBI's first formally designated COINTELPRO was directed against the Communist Party, USA. 1. It was initiated by a closely guarded memorandum written by Director J. Edgar Hoover to a select group of officials within the Bureau's Counterintelligence and Internal Security wings on August 28, 1956, bidding them to create extra-legal action programs aimed at negating the CP's influence over the masses, ability to create controversy leading to confusion and disunity, penetration of specific channels in American life where public opinion is molded, and espionage and sabotage potential. 2. With the exception of the last two areas mentioned, both of which seem to have been added on an almost pro forma basis, the stated objectives of COINTELPRO CP USA were all entirely legal modes of activity. The objective was thus plainly to cripple or destroy the CP as a political rather than criminal entity. The immediate response to Hoover's concealed directive was a second secret memo, this one from Alan Belmont, head of the FBI's Internal Security Section, to L.V. Boardman of the Counterintelligence Division, recommending that these two legally separate units quietly collaborate to foster factionalism within the party and initiate on a broader scale than heretofore attempted, a counterintelligence program against the CP. Belmont concluded that the Internal Security Section is giving this matter continuous thought and we are remaining alert for situations which could afford additional opportunities for further disruption of the CP, USA. 3. FBI counterintelligence operations against the CP predate these memos. The party had been targeted for special attention from the moment it emerged under the leadership of Louis Freyna and Charles E. Ruthenberg as a left-wing splinter of the Socialist Party of America during September 1919. For this was a period in American history when ideologies for positive social change had made tremendous inroads into the country's popular consciousness. Talk of a major reconstruction of American society was commonplace, and support for major and fundamental reforms was widespread. In a number of American cities, such as Butte, Portland, Seattle, Toledo, and Denver, soldiers, sailors and workers' councils were formed in conscious imitation of the Russian Soviets, while thousands attended meetings in cities such as Denver, San Francisco, Seattle, and Washington, D.C. to demand recognition of Bolshevik Russia, the freeing of political prisoners, and withdrawal of American troops from Russia. Even more ominous in the eyes of conservatives was the clearly increasing strength of radicalism within the labor movement. 5. In response to this massive upsurge of public sentiment to alter the U.S. socio-economic and political status quo, On June 12, 1919, Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer requested that Congress appropriate $500,000 to fight radicalism. 6. On July 19, Congress appropriated special funds for the Justice Department for prosecuting radicals, and on August 1 Palmer announced creation of the General Intelligence Division, which had the sole function of collecting information on radical activities. Under the leadership of a 24-year-old graduate of Georgetown University Law School named J. Edgar Hoover, the GID began a program of collecting information on radicals from private, local, state and military authorities, set up index files on hundreds of thousands of alleged radicals, began to heavily infiltrate radical organizations, and became a major agent fostering of progressive expression in the U.S., from anarchism and radical unionism to socialism and communism. The first of these occurred on November 7, 1919, with GID agents raiding the offices of the Union of Russian Workers in 12 cities across the country. Although no evidence of criminal activity was ever linked to the URW, more than 650 warrantless arrests were effected. 250 more occurred in Detroit alone on November 8. 8. By December 21, 242 alleged radical aliens, who had received no token of due process in the matter, were packed aboard the steamship Buford and arbitrarily deported to the USSR. 9. As concerns the camp. The climactic event of the Red Scare occurred on January 2, 1920, when federal agents under the direction of Hoover and Palmer swooped down on radical hangouts in over 30 cities across the country and arrested somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 persons believed to be alien members of the CP and the CLP. Those arrested included virtually every local or national leader of the parties, and the raids disrupted the activities of practically every local communist organization in the country. The majority of arrests and break-ins were made without either search or arrest warrants. 10. In New Jersey, several bombs were seized which turned out to be iron bowling balls. Throughout the country, only 3 pistols were seized in raids on what was to be dangerous radicals actively plotting a revolution. 11. Nonetheless, the January 2 raids were followed up with minor sweeping operations in various parts of the country during the next 6 weeks, with the last major raid in Seattle on January 20. 12. The massive arrests completely overwhelmed detention facilities in many areas. In Detroit, 800 persons were detained for up to 6 days in a dark, windowless, narrow corridor in the city's federal building. They had access to one toilet and were denied food for 24 hours. Many of those arrested were beaten or threatened while in detention. In some cases, persons coming to visit or bail out those arrested were themselves arrested on suspicion of being communists. Palmer explains such persons were practically the same as a person found in an active meeting of the organization. 13. Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson, meanwhile, announced on January 19 that mere membership in the CP would be considered sufficient grounds to warrant deportation of alien residents of the U.S., or bring about the denaturalization of those who had become citizens. 14. An unknown number of party members were shipped abroad before U.S. District Judge George Anderson finally put a stop to the practice in June of 1920, sharply rebuking Palmer and Hoover as having fomented virtual mob rule from the right. A mob is a mob whether made up of government officials acting under instructions from the Department of Justice or of criminals, loafers, and the vicious classes. 15. Although the judge's ruling effectively ended the federal onslaught against progressive organizations, by the mid-20s, most liberals and social reformers had been thoroughly intimidated, but the more lasting significance of the Red Scare was its devastation of all the organizations that had been built up so laboriously for 20 years, which were capable of providing leadership for any sort of radical political or labor movement: the SPA, the IWW, the NPL, the CP, and the CLP. General climate of repression that prevailed throughout the 20s made it extremely difficult for rebuilding to occur. 16. With regard to the CP in particular, both party and FBI sources concur that this meant a drastic decline in membership over a span of barely more than 6 months. In October 1919, the CP ranks totaled 27,341, while by April of 1920 they had shrunk to 8,223. 17. Hence, when Hoover was able to recast the CID as the FBI in 1924, he was very much in a position to sanctimoniously disavow any further political activities on the part of his bureau, not because of any legal or moral considerations, but because he could feel he'd already destroyed radicalism as a viable force in American society. Throughout the 1920s and most of the 30s, the director was true to his word, at least insofar as placing a counterintelligence focus upon the CP per se was concerned. Rather, the application of such methods became situational, designed to keep a lid on party growth by destroying particular projects through which the CP hoped to bolster its shattered credibility. Examples of this include FBI collaboration in the brutal suppression of the party-backed textile workers' strikes in Passaic, New Jersey, New Bedford, Massachusetts, and Gastonia, North Carolina. 18. Similar handling was accorded CP initiatives to support the unemployed movement and bonus army during the early 30s. 19. While pressure was maintained upon those, such as Eugene Dennis, Jack Barton, Sam Darcy, and Harry Bridges, identified as key party leaders. 20. CP forays into union activities in the 30s were also repressed quite harshly, and with bureau complicity, as in the Imperial Valley, California agricultural workers' strike and the Harlan County, Kentucky coal miners' strike. 21. Still, the decade of the Great Depression provided rather fertile ground for CP recruitment, and by the late 1930s party membership was estimated to be as high as 40,000. 22. Hoover therefore appears to have determined that a resumption of counterintelligence measures against the party would be in order. In this desire, he was aided to some extent by the formation of Representative Martin Dye's House Un-American Activities Committee in May 1938 and, briefly, by a wave of anti-CP sentiment following the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Mutual Non-Aggression Pact in August of 1939. 23. Beginning at least as early as September 6, 1939, Hoover utilized a directive from President Franklin D. Roosevelt as the authorizing basis for illegal action against the party. The relevant portion of Roosevelt's instruction reads as follows. The Attorney General has been requested by me to instruct the Federal Bureau of the Department of Justice to take charge of the investigative work in matters relating to espionage, sabotage, and violations of the neutrality regulations. This task must be conducted in a comprehensive and effective manner on a national basis. To this end, I request all police officers, sheriffs, and other law enforcement officers in the United States promptly to turn over to the nearest representative of any information obtained by them relating to espionage, sabotage, subversive activities, and violations of the neutrality laws. 24. Using the term subversive activities as a virtual synonym for the holding of any left-leaning ideological outlook, arch-reactionary Hoover began to devote an increasing proportion of the Bureau's energy and resources to consideration of organizations such as the CP and Socialist Workers' Party. He encountered no resistance from the Roosevelt administration in such activities, and, as COINTELPRO architect William C. Sullivan would later recall, the methods of investigation included such anti-CP counterintelligence measures as sending out anonymous letters and phone calls, in 1941. 25. Sullivan also recounted how one of his first assignments as an agent, in December 1941, was to bug and monitor party meetings in Milwaukee. 26. But, by late 1942, the situation had changed appreciably. With the U.S. engaged in World War XI, and the Soviet Union a crucial ally in the campaign against Nazi Germany, Roosevelt sought to clarify his earlier position. On January 3, 1943 he issued another statement. On September 6, 1939, one issued a directive providing that they should take charge of investigative work in matters relating to espionage, sabotage, and violations of the neutrality regulations, pointing out that the investigations must be carried out in a comprehensive manner, on a national basis and all information sifted and correlated in order to avoid confusion and irresponsibility. I am again calling the attention of all law enforcement officers to the request that they report all such information promptly to the nearest field representative of the 27. Despite the President's careful avoidance of using the words subversive activities, a matter which can be construed as removing whatever authorization Hoover might previously have enjoyed in terms of placing a bureau emphasis upon operations targeting communists and communist sympathizers, the director consistently cited this 1943 directive as further authorization for his war on Bolshevism. The FBI's anti-communist activities were thus continued without disruption. For instance, on February 27, 1946, Intelligence Division Head D.M. Ladd suggested in a memo to Hoover that the Bureau undertake a campaign to influence public opinion by leaking educational material about the CP through available channels. The purpose of this, according to Ladd, was hardly investigative or designed to stop criminal activity, either real or perceived. Rather, it was expressly to cause the political undermining of party support accruing from such liberal elements as churches and labor unions, and to demonstrate the basically Russian nature of the Communist Party in this country. 28 Hoover approved, and Ladd turned to conservative columnists such as Walter Winchell as well as outright fascist sympathizers like Father John Cronin to carry the word. 29. Finally, in 1948, the Bureau's role as a bastion of anti-communism, and as the primary vehicle for covert action against the CP, was concretized and to some extent legitimate. Attorney General Tom Clark formulated a Justice Department policy position, shortly after released as a public statement by President Harry Truman, which relied almost entirely upon J. Edgar Hoover's interpretation of Roosevelt's earlier posture. On September 6, 1939, and again on January 8, 1943, a presidential directive was issued providing that the should take charge of investigative work relating to espionage, sabotage, subversive activities, and in related matters. The has fully carried out its responsibilities with respect to the internal security of the United States under these directives. I wish to emphasize at this time that these directives continue in full force and effect. Investigations in matters relating to the internal security of the United States must be conducted in a comprehensive manner, on a national basis, and by a single central agency. The is the agency designated for this purpose. At this time again, I request that all information concerning activities within the United States, its territories, or possessions, believed to be subversive in nature, be reported promptly to the nearest field representative of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. 30. After a lengthy review and consultation with his National Security Council, Truman issued a revised version of this statement, broadening his authorization of Bureau action against subversives, and in related matters, on July 24, 1950. 31. Meanwhile, during HUAC hearings in 1949-50, the FBI resumed its open collaboration with the now democratically controlled committee. In fact, the major purpose of HUAC hearings during these years seemed to be that of publicizing information in FBI files. 32. As the matter has been put elsewhere, efforts to contain radicalism by leaking derogatory information about prominent radicals and organizations did not constitute the sole political activities of FBI officials. They also sought to reduce the ability of radical organizations to function effectively or recruit new members. For a time, with the intensification of Cold War fears and the rise of McCarthyite politics, these informal efforts bore fruit. In 1948, for example, 12 Communist Party leaders were indicted under the Smith Act of 1940. Then, under provisions of the McCarran Internal Security Act of 1950 and the Communist Control Act of 1954, Communist, Communist Front, and Communist Action organizations were required to register as foreign agents with the Subversive Activities Control Board and to label their publications as communist propaganda. Beginning in 1947 and extending throughout the 1950s, moreover, through highly publicized hearings, congressional committees relied directly or indirectly on FBI investigative reports to expose communist influence in the federal government, in the entertainment industry, in labor unions, and in public schools and universities. Last, FBI investigative reports were employed during the conduct of federal loyalty/security programs to raise doubts about the loyalty of, and deny employment to certain individuals. 33. As a result of such harassment, J. Edgar Hoover was able to announce that the anti-communist crusade in which his bureau was playing such a leading role had been able to bring about a reduction in overall CP membership to approximately 12,000. 34. Apparently realizing that his boast might be construed as an admission that there was no longer a need for the Bureau's services in combating subversion, he quickly offered a warning that although the number of party members might no longer be large, the public should not allow the information to be used by the ignorant and apologists and appeasers of communism in our country as minimizing the danger of these subversives in our midst. 35. The 1953 change from Truman's liberal Democratic administration to that of conservative Republican Dwight D. Eisenhower entailed no discernible alteration in the government's view of the FBI's self-defined mission of fighting communism. To the contrary, on December 15, 1953, Eisenhower issued a statement in this regard which amounted to little more than a paraphrase of that offered by Truman in 1950. 36. Under Eisenhower, the bulk of FBI anti-CP activity was carried out under the heading COINTELPRO. Within this program, the Bureau supposedly investigated party attempts to influence blacks, young people, women, veterans, religion, education, industry, and other targets. But, as the Senate Intelligence Committee reported in 1976, although the COINTELPRO investigations were supposed to focus only on the CP attempts to infiltrate various groups, in practice the target often became the domestic groups themselves, and the COINTELPRO investigations reached into domestic groups in virtually every area of American political life. 37. There is no evidence that anyone in the Eisenhower administration ever expressed concern over the situation. Cumulatively, all of these things laid a reasonably solid post hoc policy foundation under the Bureau's anti-CP counterintelligence efforts. The early 1940s, 38. A flow of activity which congealed into COINTELPRO CP USA by the mid-50s. That the new program was devoted entirely to extra-legal rather than prosecutorial initiatives was both because what the FBI had typically found objectionable about the party was its politics rather than any defined criminal behavior, 39. And even when this was not the case, high-level FBI officials had always been deeply concerned about prosecuting activities. These concerns increased after 1947 as FBI officials became troubled by the effect of prosecution on the FBI's intelligence-gathering capabilities. For example, over 100 FBI informants had to be exposed during the various Smith Act trials and Subversive Activities Control Board proceedings. Then, in a series of important rulings in 1956 and 1957, the U.S. Supreme Court imposed major restrictions on uses of FBI reports, challenged the premise that individual liberties must be sacrificed to safeguard the national security, and thereby threatened to close what for the FBI had been an effective means of propagandizing anti-radical fears. 40. Kickoff, the document which initiated COINTELPRO, CP, USA. In any event, Hoover provided a briefing report on the progress of COINTELPRO CP USA on May 8, 1958. Although much has subsequently been made of the notion that the Bureau's COINTELPROs were conducted on an entirely autonomous basis, and without the knowledge of higher UPS, Hoover's missive to Attorney General William Rogers and Special Assistant to the President Robert Cutler spelled out quite plainly that for nearly 2 years the FBI had been engaged in an extensive program designed to promote disruption within the ranks of the Communist Party. Specifically mentioned were tactics of using infiltrators to spark acrimonious debates and increase factionalism within the CP, and a campaign of anonymous mailings to generate disillusionment and defection from the party. 41. This was followed, 6 months later, on November 8, by Hoover's provision of a personal briefing to Eisenhower's full cabinet concerning his anti-CP operations. Although the director's exposition could hardly be described as exhaustive, he utilized a classified 36-page booklet which described COINTELPRO CP USA as follows. To counteract a resurgence of Communist Party influence in the United States, we have a program designed to intensify confusion and dissatisfaction among its members. During the past few years, the program has been most effective. Selective informants were briefed and trained to raise controversial issues within the party. In the process, they may be able to advance themselves to high positions. The Internal Revenue Service was furnished the names and addresses of party functionaries. Based on this information, investigations have been instituted in 262 possible income tax evasion cases. Anti-communist literature and simulated party documents were mailed anonymously to carefully chosen members. 42. As Robert Justin Goldstein has observed, although the precise results of FBI efforts cannot be determined, between 1957 and 1959, what was left of the CP was virtually destroyed by factional infighting. Even as the CP collapsed into a tiny sect of a few thousand members, FBI COINTELPRO activities increased and expanded. 43. When the political winds blew Liberal Democrats back into the executive, replacing Eisenhower's Republicans in 1961, the COINTELPRO status quo was maintained. On January 10, 1961, Hoover APPRized the incoming Kennedy administration of the anti-CP COINTELPRO by sending identical letters to Secretary of State Dean Rusk and Attorney General Robert Kennedy. These read in part that some of the Bureau's more effective anti-communist counterintelligence operations included penetration of the party at all levels with security informants, use of various techniques to keep the party off balance and disillusion individual communists concerning communist ideology, investigation of every known member of the PUSA in order to determine whether he should be detained in the event of a national emergency. As an adjunct to our regular investigative operations, we carry on a carefully planned program of counterattack against the PUSA. In certain instances, we have been successful in preventing communists from seizing control of legitimate organizations and have discredited others. 44. Neither Rusk nor Robert Kennedy, nor John F. Kennedy, for that matter, appear to have asked any questions on this matter, or suggested that perhaps the Bureau was exceeding its investigative mandate in launching intentionally disruptive direct action operations against a domestic political formation. The same may be said for President Lyndon B. Johnson. Under his administration, subsequently admitted COINTELPRO operations numbered 230 in 1964, 220 in 1965, 240 in 1966, 180 in 1967, and 123 in 1968. 45. As concerns the camp, COINTELPRO activities against the CP continued, with such tactics as informing the news media that the son of a CP couple had been arrested for drugs and that the wife of a CP leader had purchased a new car as an example of the prosperity of the CP leadership. In 1964, the FBI planted a document in the car of a leading New York CP official that made him appear an informer, subsequently the official. The director sensed what was going on. Hence, when Sullivan finally went public on October 12, 1970 with his contention that the CP posed no significant threat to national security, 51, Hoover used this insubordination to force the younger man into retirement. 52. A significant portion of the Bureau supported Sullivan, and there is evidence that only Hoover's timely death on May 2, 1972 ended a process which was rapidly eroding the carefully crafted FBI cohesion the director had built up over the preceding half-century. Chapter 3. COINTELPRO, SWP. As long as remains national policy, an important requirement is an aggressive covert psychological, political, and paramilitary organization more effective, more unique, and if necessary, more ruthless than that employed by the enemy. No one should be permitted to stand in the way of the prompt, efficient, and secure establishment of this mission. The Doolittle Committee Report. 1954. As with the CP, modern FBI counterintelligence against the Socialist Workers' Party began at least as early as the beginning of the 1940s. A result was that one of the two Smith Act prosecutions brought by the government on the basis of Bureau-assembled evidence during World War II was against this party. One, as Howard Zinn frames the matter, only one organized socialist group opposed the war unequivocally. This was the Socialist Workers' Party. The Espionage Act of 1917, still on the books, applied to wartime statements. But, in 1940, with the United States not yet at war, Congress passed the Smith Act. This took Espionage Act prohibitions against talk or writing that would lead to refusal of duty in the armed forces and applied them to peacetime. The Smith Act also made it a crime to advocate the overthrow of the government by force or violence, or join any group that advocated this, or publish anything with such ideas. In Minneapolis in 1943, 18 members of the were convicted of belonging to a party whose ideas, expressed in its Declaration of Principles, and in the Communist Manifesto, were said to violate the Smith Act. They were sentenced to prison terms, and the Supreme Court refused to review their case. 2. When the High Court finally did get around to considering the Smith Act in 1950, it was in order to allow Justice Robert H. Jackson, fresh from a stint in Nuremberg prosecuting Nazis for, among other things, their legalistic persecution of leftists during the 1930s, to articulate America's liberal philosophical alternative in handling subversives. Utterly ignoring the Act's proscriptions on anti-draft agitation, Jackson held that it was no violation of free speech to convict communists for conspiring to teach or advocate the forcible overthrow of the government, even if no clear and apparent danger could be proved. To await the danger becoming apparent, he argued, would mean that communist plotting is protected during the period of incubation, its preliminary stages of organization and preparation are immune from the law. The government can move only after imminent action is manifest, when it would, of course, be too late. Thus, for the Supreme Court, some legal formula that will secure existing order against radicalism was called for. 3. The formula Justice Jackson sought was already at hand. In 1948, Republican Congressman Carl Munt of South Dakota and Richard M. Nixon of California reported a draft bill out of Nixon's House Un-American Activities Committee, calling for the registration of all CP members as well as other radicals. Liberal Democrats in the Senate objected vociferously, and President Truman ultimately vetoed the legislation. As it turned out, the Democrats' problem was not with its clear totalitarian implications, but that it hadn't been heavy-handed enough in its original form. Among themselves, Senate liberals such as Estes Kefauver and Hubert Humphrey supported an alternate version proposed by Nevada's reactionary Pat McCarran, which included provisions for the ultimate weapon of repression concentration camps to intern potential troublemakers on the occasion of some loosely defined future internal security emergency. For as what became the Internal Security Act of 1950 went through committee, Humphrey became obsessed that it might be overly diluted, grousing openly that those herded into the planned camps might retain even the most elementary rights such as that of habeas corpus. Allowing the politically objectionable to retain any rights, he felt, would make for a weaker bill, not a bill to strike stronger blows at the communist menace, but weaker blows. 5. He needn't have worried, the act passed relatively intact, and was sustained over Truman's veto. 6. In such a climate, the FBI was able to continue its ad hoc counterintelligence operations against the SWP throughout the 1950s. 7. Unlike the situation with the CP, however, these were never consolidated into a formal COINTELPRO during that decade, a situation which seems largely due to J. Edgar Hoover's personal assessment that the term socialist was somewhat less extreme than the word communist. Nonetheless, by 1961, with a tacit green light from the newly installed Kennedy administration on his anti-CP COINTELPRO already in hand, the director determined it would be both timely and appropriate to proceed in the same fashion against the SWP. Hence, on October 12 of that year he dispatched a memorandum to several field offices instructing them to begin the new disruption program. The rationale for this, according to Hoover, was that the SWP has, over the past several years, been openly espousing its line on a local and national basis through the running of candidates for public office and strongly directing and/or supporting such causes as Castro's Cuba and integration problems arising in the South. The SWP has been in frequent contact with international Trotskyite groups, stopping short of open and direct contact with these groups. It is felt that a disruption program along similar lines could be initiated against the SWP on a very selective basis. One of the purposes of this program would be to alert the public to the fact that the SWP is not just another socialist group but follows the revolutionary principles of Marx, Lenin, and Engels as interpreted by Leon Trotsky. It may be desirable to expand the program after the effects have been evaluated. 8. One of the first tasks undertaken through COINTELPRO SWP was to attempt to abort the judicial process in the case of the so-called Monroe defendants, a group of blacks and a white supporter who had followed the leadership of Monroe, North Carolina NAACP leader Robert Williams in adopting a posture of armed self-defense against Ku Klux Klan terror in 1961. 9. The SWP extended its cooperation to the NAACP in establishing a multiracial committee to aid the Monroe defendants to put together a legal effort through which to obtain acquittals on the serious charges resultantly leveled against the accused. The initial expressed purpose of CAMD was to fight the anticipated extradition order for Mallory, who was in Ohio, and Williams, whose whereabouts were unknown, and to raise bail money for the three defendants in Monroe. 10. As can be readily seen in the accompanying document, dated June 14, 1962, the Bureau immediately set out to break up this emerging support network, and thereby sought to destroy or at least seriously impair the defendant's right to mount an effective legal defense. This aspect of COINTELPRO SWP was continued in full force after Mallory was extradited and the group went to trial facing capital charges in 1964. Under the circumstances, they were convicted, although this was later overturned on appeal. 11. On other fronts, the Bureau would investigate on the slightest pretext. When Lori Payton, a high school student in New Jersey, wrote to the Young Socialist Alliance for information as part of a project for her social studies class, agents visited the high school to ask about her. 12. Some of the COINTELPRO activities against the SWP, revealed in Bureau documents that were released in 1975 in connection with a lawsuit filed by the Political Rights Defense Fund, were very inventive indeed. In one instance, the Bureau learned that Walter Elliott, scoutmaster of a Boy Scout troop in East Orange, New Jersey, whose wife was a member of the party, had said he considered the Scouts a better way of influencing young minds than joining the SWP. The Newark Field Office, although its files contained no public source information of a subversive nature concerning Elliott, reacted by persuading the Boy Scouts not to renew his troop's charter. 13. Memo initiating CAMD COINTELPRO. Overall, COINTELPRO SWP seems to have focused itself in the educational and electoral arenas. For instance, as is reflected in the accompanying memo from the Special Agent in Charge, Denver to the Director, FBI, dated May 5, 1965, the Bureau produced and sent a phony letter ostensibly signed by a concerned mother as part of a disinformation campaign designed to ruin the candidacies of SWP members Barbara Taplin and Howard Wallace for the Denver School Board. Again, as is shown in the accompanying October 1, 1968 memo from the Phoenix SAC to the FBI Director, the Bureau utilized similar disinformational techniques, in an effort the SAC confused with simultaneous operations being conducted under the rubric of COINTELPRO New Left, to bring about the dismissal of Arizona State University professor Morris Starsky. 14. On other fronts, as Noam Chomsky has pointed out, beginning in the late fall of 1971, some curious events took place in Detroit, Michigan. In late October, lists of supporters, contributors, and subscribers to the party newspaper were stolen from the headquarters of the Michigan. A few months later, the home of an organizer was robbed. Valuables were ignored, but membership lists and internal party bulletins were stolen. The burglaries remain unsolved. If we ask who might be interested in obtaining the stolen material, A plausible hypothesis suggests itself. The natural hypothesis gains support from the fact that persons whose names appear on the stolen lists were then contacted and harassed by FBI agents, and a personal letter of resignation from the party, apparently stolen from the headquarters, was transmitted by the FBI to the Civil Service Commission. Information that has since been obtained about FBI activities, including burglaries over many years, lends further substantiation to the conclusion that the FBI was engaged in one of its multifarious endeavors to undermine and disrupt activities that fall beyond the narrow bounds of the established political consensus. The Detroit events recall another incident which, with its aftermath, became the major news story of 1974. But it would be misleading to compare the Detroit burglaries to the Watergate caper. Detroit burglaries are a far more serious matter, and Detroit it was the political police of the national government which, in their official function, were engaged in disrupting the sanctity of the democratic process, not merely a gang of bunglers working outside the system. 15. COINTELPRO against the SWP in Denver. Text of bogus letter targeting Taplin and Wallace. Memo initiating action against SWP member Morris Starsky which cost him his faculty position at Arizona State University. Text of one of the bogus letters by which Starsky's dismissal was accomplished. The FBI's subversion of the electoral process through COINTELPRO SWP has had a number of effects which go far beyond the question of who was allowed to win in a given race. A classic example concerns the 1966 candidacy of SWP member Judy White for governor of the state of New York. In a memo dated October 24, 1966, the SAC, New York informed Hoover that the New York field office had been successful in undertaking a disinformation campaign which resulted in the state legislature's changing of the New York election laws to preclude anyone under 30 years of age not only from being seated as governor, but from campaigning for the governorship as well. The intent of this, from the FBI point of view, was to block the SWP from having a forum. 16. The law, as altered by the Bureau, remains in effect a quarter century later. While COINTELPRO SWP appears never to have entailed anything approaching the level of hoped for violence evident in COINTELPRO, CP, USA's Operation Hoodwink, or the concretely lethal dimension of several other COINTELPROs, there is at least one instance in which the FBI attempted to set an SWP candidate up to suffer physical harm. This concerns the party's 1968 presidential candidate, Fred Halstead, who incorporated a trip to visit U.S. forces in Vietnam into his campaign. In a memo dated July 23, 1968, the SAC, New York proposed to the FBI director that the Bureau plant inflammatory information in the military press with the idea that this might cause G.I.S. to physically attack Halstead upon his arrival. 17. Although the idea was approved on July 25, there is no indication service personnel responded in the desired manner. According to Halstead, he was instead received in a friendly and courteous way. Never in a hostile way. 18. Other anti-SWP efforts followed the pattern, established in the CAMD case, of attempting to foil alliances, real or potential, between the party and other organizations. Notably, this included the spiking of a tentative association between the SWP in New York and the then emergent Organization of Afro-American Unity headed by Malcolm X in 1965. In a memo dated June 15, 1965, the SAC, New York informed Director Hoover that SWP influence on the followers of Malcolm X be disrupted by emphasizing the atheism of the SWP as opposed to the basic religious orientation of the. Hoover quickly approved, and by August the New York SAC was reporting that, it is believed probable that the disintegrating relations between the SWP and can be attributed to the disruptive tactic authorized, and will result in a continued loss of influence by the SWP among this group of Negroes. 19. As is evident from the accompanying memo from the SAC, New York to Hoover, dated February 13, 1970, the Bureau also went to considerable lengths including the pornographic, in using disinformation to undermine coalitions between the SWP and New Left anti-war organizations such as the New Mobilization to End the War in Vietnam during the late 1960s and early 70s. As examples of the kind of activity involved. In August 1968, the New York FBI office sent anonymous letter to 68 New Left groups and peace groups. The purpose of the FBI letter was to widen the split between the YSA and a prominent anti-war group called the Student Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam. The letter accused the YSA of disrupting the SMC and of opposing the only really effective elements within the SMC. There is testimony to the effect that the letter caused great trouble within the YSA. The trouble related to the suspicion and worry as to who would write such a letter and what its effects would be. In September 1968, to further embarrass the SWP and the YSA, the FBI sent a follow-up anonymous letter. This letter ridiculed these organizations for cowardice in the demonstration at the 1968 Democratic Party convention in Chicago. The letter implored the SWP and YSA to stay home on future occasions of this kind. The SWP and YSA participated in an anti-war group called the National Mobilization Committee. In February 1969, the FBI's New York office sent out an anonymous letter ridiculing MOBE's activities at the so-called counter-inaugural that took place in Washington, D.C. at the same time as President Nixon's inauguration in January 1969. The letter was sent to members of various anti-war groups, including the SWP and YSA. There is testimony that this letter aggravated certain problems within MOBE. MOBE ceased operation in February 1969. The next FBI effort involved an anti-war parade in New York City that took place on April 5, 1969. This parade was jointly sponsored by the SWP, YSA, and SMC. Since it was to involve both civilians and military personnel, the sponsors of the parade considered it particularly important to keep the parade peaceful, so as not to draw the military personnel into trouble with the law. Just before the parade, the FBI's New York office distributed an anonymous leaflet entitled Notes from the Sand Castle, accusing the SWP-YSA-SMC coalition of cowardice in not being willing to fight the pigs and to accumulate battle wounds. The FBI's expressed purpose in creating the leaflet was to disrupt plans for the demonstration and create ill will between the SWP-YSA and other participating non-Trotskyist groups and individuals. The evidence shows that this communication created difficulties in managing the march. In December 1969, the New York FBI office sent an anonymous obscene leaflet to 230 individuals and organizations urging them to flush the SWP and YSA from the successor to MOBE, called New MOBE. From the scope and nature of the operation, the court concludes that it had a disruptive effect of the kind intended by the FBI. In February 1970, the New York FBI office sent a memorandum to various anti-war activists purporting to be written by a member of New MOBE. The FBI's purpose was to create splits between the SWP participants and other groups in the New MOBE coalition. The memorandum attacked the Trotskyists for taking control of the New MOBE and for resisting the recruitment of blacks. The FBI was aware, through its informant system, of criticism of the SWP about racial imbalance disfavoring blacks. The court concludes that this operation had a disruptive effect of the kind intended by the FBI. The SMC planned a conference at Catholic University, Washington, D.C. in February 1971. An internal FBI memorandum recommended efforts to bring the university's attention to the SWP/YSA's alleged domination of the SMC, and to disrupt the conference. The FBI distributed an anonymous leaflet in advance of the conference date, entitled Trotskyists Welcomed at Catholic University. The leaflet questioned whether the Catholic Church had been duped again, in allowing its facilities to be used by the SMC. This operation was carried out under the COINTELPRO New Left program. The evidence shows other instances of FBI operations designed to disrupt the SWP. 20. Memorandum proposing action to drive a wedge between the SWP and New MOB, one of the New Left's array of anti-war organizations. Pornographic cartoon mailed to selected mob organizers in order to exacerbate tensions between them and the SWP. Although COINTELPRO SWP had been officially terminated by the time its existence was revealed through a court-ordered release of documents to NBC reporter Carl Stem on March 7, 1974, 21. The New York Times reported 2 years later that FBI infiltration and disruption of the party was continuing unabated. 22. For instance, an FBI report dated June 20, 1973, refers to the FBI having obtained items stolen from the YSA local office. The reference is to certain file cards removed by Redfern from a private file box. Redfern regularly obtained confidential documents from the YSA, so that the FBI could copy them. Redfern would then return the documents to their original location. In a report dated January 22, 1974, the FBI rated Redfern as excellent. On February 3, 1975, Redfern was arrested by the Denver police for burglaries unrelated to his informant activities. Redfern requested FBI assistance, but the FBI declined to help him. Redfern then cooperated with local police and gave them information regarding other persons who were burglars or fences. Redfern was discontinued as an FBI informant on April 17, 1975. Shortly thereafter he was given a deferred prosecution on the local burglary charges. Redfern then called the FBI, which reinstated him as an informant on May 28, 1975. Beginning in June 1976, Redfern started to work at a bookstore in Denver that was operated by the militant. Redfern told the FBI that this would give him access to records of both the SWP and the YSA. On July 2, 1976, the SWP headquarters in Denver, located in the bookstore, was burglarized. A padlock on the door to the bookstore had been cut, and the contents of a file cabinet and a small box of petty cash were taken. On July 7, Redfern called his FBI contact agent and showed him a group of SWP files. After the SWP burglary was reported in the local news media, the FBI claimed no knowledge of the matter. A local FBI agent was called before a grand jury in Denver and denied knowing how Redfern had obtained the files. 23. Given this, there is no particular reason to assume such anti-SWP activities on the part of the Bureau have ever really ended. Be this as it may. Financial records and personal letters. 24. All of this undoubtedly was intended to quash the threat of intellectual independence and uncontrolled political and social organization has been well contained. Alone among the parliamentary democracies, the United States has had no mass-based socialist party, however mild and reformist, no socialist voice in the media, and virtually no departure from centrist ideology within the schools and universities, at least until the pressure from student activism impelled a slight departure from orthodoxy. All this is testimony to the effectiveness of the system of controls that has been in force for many years, the activities of the FBI being only the spearhead for far more extensive, substantial, and effective, if more low-keyed measures enforced throughout American society. 25. Interestingly, as with its simultaneous operations against the CP, the FBI's COINTELPRO SWP was probably self-defeating on its own terms. By the 1960s, both the CP and the SWP were, like most old left organizations, moribund. Left to themselves, they would undoubtedly have simply passed into a well-deserved oblivion. Ultimately, the only thing that seemed to keep organizations like the SWP going was the attention and concern of the FBI. Just as their appeal would fade, the Bureau would issue a new warning about how dangerous they were and new recruits would flock to the cause. 26. The situation is made even more interesting by the fact that this largely useless COINTELPRO ultimately resulted in the Bureau's losing a suit filed against it by the Political Rights Defense Fund on behalf of the SWP on July 18, 1973, under provisions of the Federal Tort Claims Act. 27. After years of preliminary maneuvering, during which the government resisted plaintiff discovery motions and repeatedly moved for dismissal, the case came to trial in New York on April 2, 1981. 28 5 years after the trial, on August 25, 1986, U.S. District Judge Thomas P. Greiser ruled that the Bureau had indeed violated the basic rights of the plaintiffs over an extended period, through the FBI's disruption activities, surreptitious entries, and use of informants. He awarded the SWP a total of $246,000 in damages as a result. 29 This was followed, on August 17, 1987, by Judge Greiser's issuance of an unprecedented injunction against the FBI's use of the estimated 1,000 pages of investigative documents it had compiled on the SWP and its members since 1940 for any reason whatsoever, without the judge's personal consent, due to the illegal activity which had attended the gathering of the material. The injunction applies to all police and intelligence agencies, federal and local, within the U.S. 30. Hence, even many of the intelligence gathering activities which are associated with COINTELPRO, the use of infiltrators and informers against political targets, to take a notable example, have at last been declared unconstitutional in a court of law. As the celebrated constitutional attorney Leonard Boudin, who handled the case, has put it, this lawsuit represented the first wholesale attack upon the entire hierarchy of so-called intelligence agencies that attempted to infiltrate and destroy lawful political part. The SWP and the Political Rights Defense Fund have carried to a successful conclusion a case whose victory materially advances the First Amendment rights of speech and association, and the Fourth Amendment rights against invasion of privacy. 31. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. COINTELPRO, Puerto Rican Independence Movement. Should bear in mind that the attitudes expressed by the President, the Director, and many legislators in Congress, have been to curtail the militant actions, on the part of a significant group of people in the United States today. The thinking of the Supreme Court of the United States has been along the lines of suppressing the activities of those who openly advocate the overthrow of democratic authority in the United States. In addition, the Internal Security Division of the Department of Justice has been specifically enlarged and strengthened to deal with these matters. J. Edgar Hoover. 1970. On February 27, 1946, D. Milton Ladd, head of the FBI's Intelligence Division, wrote a memorandum to J. Edgar Hoover recommending the Bureau cut back its operations in Puerto Rico, specifically accepting counterintelligence measures aimed at communists and members of the Nationalist Party on the island. 1. The memo emerged from the context of relations developed by the U.S. with its small Caribbean neighbor during the period since the former assured direct ownership of the latter in 1899, after the Spanish-American War. The United States had to make the Spanish feel their loss from the war. Because Spain had no cash left, as White Loreed put it, no indemnity was possible, save in territory. We thought of taking Cuba, but desolate by 12 years of war, the country wasn't worth much. That left Puerto Rico. 2. Having acquired the island through conquest, the federal government set out to determine how the new possession should be managed. The result of which was Congress's first essay in crafting the so-called organic acts that were to govern Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico became a new constitutional animal, an unincorporated territory subject to the absolute will of Congress, a colonial status that was recognized by the insular cases by the Supreme Court. Representative Richardson's observations on Hawaii were quoted in the debate on the Foraker Act. Nations have always acted and should govern themselves at all times upon principles which are entirely different from those which activate individuals. In looking at the question of any foreign territory, the only question that should enter into consideration by us is one question: is it best for the United States? The will or woe, the misery or happiness, the poverty or prosperity of the foreigner or those to be annexed is not involved. 3. With this self-enabling legislation in hand, the U.S. next installed a puppet government to administer its new colony. This consisted of a governor and an executive council appointed by the President of the United States, who also appointed all the justices of the Supreme Court. For with a government under its total control in place, the customs duty on Puerto Rican goods was removed, dependent for export of its products, free of duty, to the mainland. The island became a regional economy of the United States. Thus, by 1901, the Foraker Act had set the essential framework of the U.S. connection. The political framework might be enlarged in the direction of home rule in an endeavor to remove the stigma of colonialism. The economic bond would work against any final severance of permanent political union with the metropolitan power. 5. At first, the island response was to follow U.S. stipulated procedural forms in attempting to alter the politico-economic equation. By 1916, however, Puerto Rican sentiment against the nature of federal rule had risen to a point which caused Washington to reveal just how meaningless its due process really was. Concerned that a scheduled referendum on the imposition of U.S. citizenship and the military draft might result instead in an overwhelming vote for complete independence, President Woodrow Wilson arbitrarily suspended balloting until July 1917, after passage of the Jones Act unilaterally conferred citizenship and its attendant obligations upon the island populace, regardless of Puerto Rican desires. 6. As to any prospect of eventual independence, the House Committee on Interior and Insular Affairs proclaimed that our people have already decided Puerto Rico is forever to remain part of the United States. 7. Under such conditions, an increasing number of Puerto Ricanos turned to non-electoral means of changing their circumstances. Following in the tradition of Ramon Emeterio Betances, one of the few island leaders who openly advocated complete separation from Spain prior to 1898, the Puerto Rican Nationalist Party was founded in 1922. Pedro Albizu Campos became its president in 1930, injecting it with his radical nationalism, rejecting elections as a periodic farce to keep the Puerto Rican family divided. Albizu called for a strategy of direct action to achieve full national sovereignty. 9. The federal response was to launch a campaign of repression against the independentistas, a matter for which the government was equipped with an on-site military presence, the island's National Guard, and the local colonial police apparatus working in direct liaison with the FBI. 10. Although the Bureau's counterintelligence role in the events occurring in Puerto Rico during the 30s is sketchy at best, Ladd's memo provides firm indication that it was an active one, and that Albizu's followers were a particular target. The island's police commander, Colonel Frank Riggs, announced that his men were in a state of war to the death with all Puerto Ricans. 11. In the face of this, Albizu proclaimed a quid pro quo of sorts: for every nationalist killed, a continental American would die. 12. Hence, when the police fired into a crowd of student demonstrators from the University of Puerto Rico at Rio Piedras on October 24, 1935, the NPPR replied by assassinating Riggs himself. 13. Albizu wanted revolution, but the United States tried to prevent one by holding the next face-off, not in the streets but in the courts. On March 7, 1936, federal authorities raided nationalist headquarters, collected compromising evidence, and collected Albizu Campos and 7 of his closest colleagues as well. The charge was sedition. The penalty, if convicted, was a long stretch in a mainland, never Puerto Rican, prison. 14. As Ronald Fernandez has observed, since 8 Americans and 4 Puerto Ricans failed to reach a consensus, the first trial ended in a hung jury. In the second trial, federal officials took no chances. They stacked the jury with 12 safe people. 10 were Americans, 2 were Puerto Ricans, and together they produced a verdict which federal prosecutors found satisfactory. 15. Official opinion held that the 2 to 10-year sentences meted out to Albizu and most of the other NPPR leadership ought to go far to restore order and tranquility on the island. 16. This assessment undoubtedly seemed all the more solid to the government insofar as the prosecution's need to gather evidence for the sedition trial had been used as the basis from which to undertake the first use of grand jury proceedings to harass, intimidate, and cripple an organized national liberation movement. 17. Specifically at issue in this regard was the sentencing, on April 2, 1936, to a year in federal prison of the then Secretary General of the Nationalist Party, Puerto Rican poet Juan Antonio Carretero, for contempt, in refusing to surrender to evilly armed police blocked off every street in the vicinity, a shot rang out. Within minutes, 20 civilians, some just bystanders, had been killed and more than 150 wounded. 19. Despite government contentions that the NPPR itself was responsible for the bloodbath, the American Civil Liberties Union, after an exhaustive investigation, concluded facts show that the affair of March 21, 1937, in Ponce was a massacre, due to the denial by police of the civil rights of citizens to parade and assemble. This denial was ordered by the governor of Puerto Rico. 20 badly battered, the Independentistas responded with a rapid series of reprisals before withdrawing into an extended period of regroupment. In June 1937, 2 nationalists tried to kill the federal judge who presided at Albizu's trial, during a rally at which Puerto Rico's resident commissioner defended the use of the American flag. 2 nationalists tried to kill him. And, on July 25, 1938, at a parade celebrating the 40th anniversary of the American takeover, Albizu's followers tried to assassinate Governor Blanton Winship by firing more than 80 shots at the reviewing stand. Somehow Winship escaped injury, but his bodyguard was wounded and a colonel in the National Guard was killed by a stray bullet. 21. With Albizu in prison, he ultimately served more than 18 years behind federal bars before dying of radiation-induced cancer in 1965. 22. The NPPR underwent a period of intense internal turmoil. The extent to which FBI infiltration facilitated its resultant fragmentation is unclear, but, again, Ladd's memo suggests some such involvement. In any event, effectively leaderless and undoubtedly tired of incessant discord and infighting, a significant portion of the membership had, by 1945, drifted toward the softer and more realistic position of advocating Commonwealth status rather than full independence for Puerto Rico, a posture advanced by the liberal Luis Muñoz Marin and his Partido Popular Democrático, founded in 1938. 23. This erosion was offset to some extent by the formation of a caucus calling itself the Congreso Pro Independentista, which, by 1946, had largely merged with Concepción de Garcia's Partido Independentista Puertorriqueño. The general flow away from the NPPR appears to have been what the federal government had in mind at a counterintelligence level, and Ladd's memo suggesting that pressure might be removed from all those other than active communists and or nationalists should be viewed as a way of encouraging defection. By 1948, Muñoz Marin, posing himself as an alternative to the violence of the Independentistas, was able to win Puerto Rico's first elected governorship on the basis of a promise that he could negotiate a favorable resolution to the island's political status question with federal policy makers. 24. But Congress had absolutely no intention of letting Puerto Rico go. That the United States wanted to retain its colony was made clear to Muñoz on his frequent trips to Washington, and in the end he settled for what Congress was willing to give. Testifying before the House in March 1950, Muñoz repeatedly telling congressmen what they wanted to hear, that he and the PPD would willingly bow to the authority of their colonizers in exchange for approval of a constitution which was itself utterly subordinate to the will of the U.S. 25. By this point even the mainstream Puerto Rican press was attacking Muñoz as a sellout. 26. It was into the scene of perceived betrayal on the part of many Puertorriqueños that Pedro Albizu Campos returned after a full decade of incarceration. Immediately, he informed the Independentistas that, the Nationalist Party is going to dynamite America and expel the Yankees from Puerto Rico. The day always comes when justice arms the weak and puts the giants to flight. Then another Te Deum shall be sung, but it will be preceded by armed struggle. 27. On October 30, 1950, a group of approximately 2,000 nationalists orchestrated uprisings throughout the island. In the mountains, the nationalists not only took over the town of Jaguia, they used it as a temporary capital for the sovereign Republic of Puerto Rico. In San Juan, Muñoz was lucky to be alive. Armed with machine guns and Molotov cocktails, 5 nationalists had entered La Fortaleza, the governor's residence, intent upon killing him and blowing up the structure that had always been a potent symbol of colonialism. 28. Muñoz Marin's would-be executioners were killed and the revolt put down, but, 2 days after the attack on La Fortaleza, 2 New York nationalists, Oscar Collazo and Griselio Torresola, took a train to Washington. They meant to kill President Truman, but when they spotted guards at the entrance to Blair House, Collazo opened fire, and within seconds Torresola and a police officer were dead. Examining Torresola's body, police found letters from Albizu Campos. Although they said nothing explicit about an assassination, they led to Albizu's arrest and imprisonment. 29. This was followed, on March 4, 1954, by 4 independentistas managing to smuggle a gun into the House of Representatives, where they were able to wound 5 congressmen before running out of ammunition. 30. As in the late 1930s, the momentum achieved by the NPPR could not be sustained. Exhaustion and factionalism once again took their toll during the late 50s, as the independentistas splintered into such smaller student organizations as the Federación de Universitarios Pro Independencia and Federación Estudiantil Pro Independencia, as well as a proliferating number of sectarian grouplets like the Acción Patriótica Revolucionaria and Movimiento 27 de Marzo, each committed to continuing the armed struggle on its own terms. As is the case with the 1940s, the precise role of FBI infiltration, disinformation, and so forth in helping this disintegration process along is murky, but subsequent Bureau memoranda allude to the fact that active counterintelligence operations were occurring at some level. Meanwhile, the PIP's increasingly legalistic strategy of fighting the regime from within the regime, promulgated by party founder Gilberto Concepción de Garcia, had come to seem largely irrelevant to a growing number of activists. The slack in radical party politics was taken up, to a certain extent at least, by recruitment of former NPPR members into the Movimiento por Independencia Puertorriqueño, headed by the avowed Marxist-Leninist, Juan Mari Braz, and the emergence of the Partido Socialista Puertorriqueño. 31. Memo initiating COINTELPRO, Puerto Rican independence movement. It was at this juncture that the FBI implemented a formal COINTELPRO with the expressed intent of bolstering the U.S. colonial grip on Puerto Rico through the expedient of destroying virtually the entire spectrum of left opposition on the island. In a memorandum to the SAC, San Juan, on August 5, 1960, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover announced that the Bureau was considering the new COINTELPRO, and stipulated he was no longer interested in operations which involved mere harassment. San Juan complied, at least on the level of planting disinformation in the island press, as is indicated in the accompanying letter from Hoover to the SAC, dated November 14, in which the director critiques a fabricated news story. In the same missive, Hoover recommends gearing up the COINTELPRO, using already existing infiltrators within groups seeking independence for Puerto Rico in the role of provocateurs. The director felt that carefully selected informants might be able to raise controversial issues within independentista formations such as the MPPR, as they were even then doing within the CP, USA, and preparing to do within the SWP. Further, he pointed out that such individuals might be utilized effectively to create situations in which nationalist elements could be pitted against the communist elements to disrupt some of the organizations, particularly the MPPR and FUPI. He also instructed that the San Juan office should be constantly alert for articles extolling the virtues of Puerto Rico's relationship to the United States as opposed to complete separation from the United States, for use in anonymous mailings to selected subjects in the independence movement who may be psychologically affected by such information. The Bureau's first plan of attack against the independentistas. As can be seen in the next document, the New York field office had responded with a concrete action proposal within 48 hours. New York field office response to COINTELPRO startup. Within months, San Juan was reporting back regularly on the relative success of its various counterintelligence operations, and receiving a steady flow of suggestions from Hoover as to how to improve the COINTELPRO's effectiveness. By late 1967, the director was positively jubilant in his assessment to the San Juan SAC of the benefits accruing from such tactics. Confuse the independentist leaders, exploit group rivalries and jealousies, inflame personality conflicts, emasculate the strength of these organizations, and thwart any possibility of pro-independence unity. 32. In achieving the results which so delighted the director, the San Juan SAC had first and foremost taken a tip from Hoover that, the PSI is interested in publishing anti-communist articles, particularly those which could expose pro-Cuban and communist influence in the various national independence organizations in Puerto Rico. The purposes of this program are to disrupt the activities and lessen the influence of nationalists and communists who seek to separate Puerto Rico from the United States. 33. The COINTELPRO thus included a full-scale disinformation component by which agents systematically planted articles and editorials in friendly newspapers, and dispensed private warnings to the owners of island radio stations that their FCC licenses might be revoked if pro-independence material were aired. The articles and editorials were placed mainly in El Mundo, a Spanish-language daily dating back to the early part of the century, and owned since the 1960s by North American Mrs. Argentina Hills, the 1977-78 president of the Inter-American Press Association. El Mundo is also one of the night chain of newspapers. The San Juan Star, a Scripps Howard chain newspaper, and El Impartial in its latter days, after the death of its pro-independence owner, Sr. Ayuso, were also used to plant articles and editorials. Other less prominent newspapers like El Vigia, the University of Puerto Rico's Catholic youth organ, and the so-called Bohemia Libre Puertorriqueña, well described by the Bureau as an anti-communist and anti-Cuban publication, were also used to disseminate the accusation that FUPI was communist and thus scare other university students away from joining it. 34. The FBI's plan of attack against the independentistas is refined and developed in this 1962 memo, written when the COINTELPRO was approximately 2 years old. The tactics involved continued to be perfected over the years, but show every indication of still being used by the Bureau and other police agencies at the present time. Concerning radio programming, there is clear evidence that agents talked to the owners of radio stations WLEO in Ponce, WKFE in Yauco and WJRS in San German about their licensing as early as 1963. 35. One result was cancellation of the 1-hour daily time block allotted to Radio Bandera, a program produced by the APU. 36. Such tactics to deny a media voice to independentistas accord well with other, more directly physical methods employed during the 1970s, after COINTELPRO supposedly ended printing presses, which has occurred at least 5 times in the present decade. Although the MPI usually furnished the police with detailed information as to the perpetrators of these acts, not even one trial has ever been held on this island in connection with these bombings, nor even one arrest made. The same holds true for a 1973 bombing of the National Committee of the 37. Operating in this sort of curtailment in exposure of valid independentist views, the FBI was able to sow discord and factionalism within and between targeted groups much more effectively, beginning with FUPI and the IN 1960, through the IN 1962 and 1963, Ligua Socialista Puertorriqueña, the MPI and the PIP. 38. In order to accomplish this, as the accompanying June 12, 1961 memo from the San Juan SAC to Hoover indicates, the Bureau engaged in intensive investigation of independentista leaders both on the island and in New York in order to ascertain their weaknesses in terms of morals, criminal records, spouses, children, family life, educational qualifications, and personal activities other than independence activities. The findings, however flimsy or contrived, were pumped into the media, disseminated as bogus cartoons or political broadsides, and or surfaced within organizational contexts by provocateurs, all with the express intent of setting the leaders one against the other and at odds with their respective organizational memberships. Early COINTELPRO memo recapping disinformation tactics employed against Federación de Universitarios Pro Independencia and the results obtained thereby. Such methods were used against independentistas throughout the duration of the COINTELPRO in Puerto Rico. The Bureau assessed such undertakings as being quite successful, a matter witnessed by the accompanying airtel from Hoover to the SAC, San Juan, dated March 9, 1962, in which distribution of a bogus leaflet accusing the FUPI leadership of secret links to communism is discussed. When evidence to support such red-baiting contentions could not be discovered, the FBI's COINTELPRO specialists simply made it up. MPPR leaders, cognizant of the basic antipathy of Puerto Ricans, predominantly Roman Catholic, to communism, have consistently avoided, at times through public statements, any direct, overt linkage of the MPPR to communism. The feels that the above situation can be exploited by means of a counterintelligence letter, purportedly by an anonymous veteran MPPR member. This letter would alert MPPR members to a probable communist takeover of the organization. 39. Such methods were routinely employed against all independentista organizations, as is shown in the accompanying memo from the San Juan SAC to Hoover, dated November 21, 1962 and targeting the APU. Things also assumed a highly personal tone, as when in 1966 an unidentified agent dummied up a letter to MPPR head Juan Mari Braz warning him to beware the ambitiousness of a younger colleague. 40 by 1968, such tactics had evolved to the point that Mari Braz was being accused in bureau-fabricated leaflets and cartoons of sending young men out to die as members of the Comandos Armados de Liberación while he remained protected by his foreign benefactor. 41. Early document delineating a plan to discredit selected independentista leaders. Such tactics appear to still be in use today. These methods were used not only to divide Puerto Ricanos among themselves, but to forestall alliances between any of the various elements of the independentista movement and progressive groups on the U.S. mainland. For instance, when the Black Liberation Journal Soul Book published an editorial entitled The Puerto Rican Revolution in 1965, arguing that Puerto Ricanos and mainland Afro-Americans shared both a common heritage and a common oppressor, 42 COINTELPRO experts in New York saw to it that anonymous and thoroughly racist letters of objection were immediately dispatched to the MPPR. We resent the implication that black nationalist allies in the editor's statement that our people are Negro, as was our martyred leader Pedro Albizu Campos. We are proud of our Spanish heritage and culture. Although Negroes are welcome in our movement and may seek refuge in our nation, let it not be said that the majority of our Negro. 43. Text of anonymous leaflet circulated in 1962 to discredit Juan Mari Braz. On October 23, 1967, the New York SAC also came forth with a plan to disseminate a forged leaflet in the name of Juan Mari Braz and designed to misrepresent the MPPR in such a way as to alienate a number of stateside organizations: Youth Against War and Fascism, the Progressive Labor Party, the Socialist Workers' Party, Movimiento por Independencia, Casa Puerto Rico, the Workers' World Party and Young Socialist Alliance among them, with which Mari Braz had been attempting to forge a united front. 44. Similarly, the Bureau sought to thwart any possibility of a constructive relationship between independentistas and socialist countries or liberation movements located outside the U.S. By 1966, the FBI was preoccupied with statements made by Mari Braz covering efforts to gain independence for Puerto Rico through the United Nations, support of the Cuban government and the South Vietnam Liberation Front. 45. One response to this threat was the preparation and distribution of a cartoon purporting to show Mari Braz and other MPPR leaders under the direct control of Castro. 46. Other efforts in this vein included a campaign of sexual slander targeting Dona Laura Menezes, wife of Albizu Campos, and Juan Werby y Werby, NPPR delegate for external affairs, for purposes of ridiculing the Puerto Rican independence movement, and the government of Fidel Castro. 47. By 1971, the Bureau was even undertaking COINTELPRO actions to fragment or typical memo describing use of bogus leaflet to foster factionalism within the independentista movement. Prevent a link-up between the essentially defunct CP, USA on the basis that CP leader Gus Hall had traveled to Puerto Rico, raised the priority of Puerto Rican independence for his party, and promised to champion the cause when he traveled to the USSR and other socialist countries. 48. Predictably, the sorts of manipulations involved in the COINTELPRO against the Puerto Rican independence movement entailed more than the fostering of confusion and infighting among independentistas and the public at large. There can be no doubt that lethal outcomes were acceptable to, even desired by, the FBI. For example, as the accompanying excerpt from a July 1964 memo from the San Juan SAC to Hoover bears out, the Bureau considered Mari Bra's near-fatal heart attack during April of that year to have been brought on, at least in part, by an anonymous counterintelligence letter. Far from expressing regret, or concern that perhaps the FBI was overstepping its intentions in light of these consequences, the SAC concludes by promising to be on the lookout to exploit achievements in this field in the future, and to advise the Bureau of other positive results of the COINTELPRO in Puerto Rico. The pattern remained evident more than a decade later when, as Mari Bra subsequently testified before the United Nations Commission on Decolonization, the Bureau undertook tactics apparently intended to cause him to suffer a second coronary. Reflect the general activity of the FBI toward the movement. But some of the memos are dated 1976 and 1977, long after COINTELPRO was ended as an FBI activity. At one point, there is a detailed description of the death of my son, in 1976, at the hands of a gun-toting assassin. The bottom of the memo is fully deleted, leaving one to wonder who the assassin was. The main point, however, is that the memo is almost joyful about the impact his death will have upon me in my gubernatorial campaign, as head of our party, in 1976. 49. Fragment of 1964 memo in which the FBI takes credit for the near-fatal heart attack of Juan Mari Bras. Such claims were repeated during the mid-70s in the wake of the assassination of the independentista leader's son. Fragment of typical memo describing use of bogus leaflet to foster factionalism within the independentista movement. After this impact expressed itself in the form of an attack of severe depression the same year, the San Juan SAC noted in a memo to FBI headquarters that, it would hardly be idle boasting to say that some of the Bureau's activities have provoked the situation of Mari Bras. 50. Obviously, one possible interpretation of this language is that the FBI had a hand in orchestrating the murder of the MPPR leader's son, or at least helped cover the trail of the assassin. Given the context established by the Bureau's own statements vis-a-vis Mari Bras, it also seems quite likely that one of the means by which the FBI continued to exploit its achievements in provoking the situation of the independentista leader was to arrange for the firebombing of his home in 1978, 51. In addition to maintaining such normal investigative harassment as obtaining copies of every single deposit slip and check written on his personal account for more than 20 years. 52. Counterintelligence from cradle to grave. Document announcing FBI plans to add the high school organization Federación Estudiantil Pro Independencia to its list of COINTELPRO targets in Puerto Rico. Indications are that the Bureau continued its operations against Puerto Rican juveniles until at least 1971 and in all probability much longer, perhaps through the present moment. Plainly, the lethal or near-lethal dimension of the Puerto Rico COINTELPRO expanded dramatically during the 1970s, after such operations had been allegedly terminated. As Alfredo Lopez recounted in 1988. For the past 15 years, 170 attacks, beatings, shootings, and bombings of independence organizations and activists have been documented. There have been countless attacks and beatings of people at rallies and pickets, to say nothing of independentistas walking the streets. The 1975 bombing of a rally at Mayagüez that killed 2 restaurant workers was more dramatic, but like the other 170 attacks remains unsolved. Although many right-wing organizations claimed credit for these attacks, not one person has been arrested or brought to trial. 53. Fragment of typical Airtel authorizing the sending of an anonymous letter to foment disputes within the independentista movement. Note the concern expressed that it not be discovered the letter originated with the FBI. Hundreds of letters are known to have been sent. This pattern of seeming ineffectuality on the part of the FBI and cooperating local police agencies when it comes to solving violent crimes against groups or individuals targeted by COINTELPRO is revealing in a way which will be explored more thoroughly in our chapter on the Bureau's anti-AIM operations. Suffice to say that there can be no question that lack of manpower accounts for such apparent ineptitude. By the 1970s, the FBI's San Juan field office was rostered with 4 squads, with another squad posted to each of the 3 resident agencies, exclusive of a steady flow of technicians from the mainland brought in to perform one or another special task, all interlocked tightly with the island's substantial local police force. 54 Further, the Bureau is known to have customarily shared information and coordinated activities on the island with the CIA, Secret Service, Naval Intelligence Service, 771st Military Intelligence Detachment, the State Department, and Office of Naval Intelligence, all of which maintain facilities and appreciable numbers of personnel on site in Puerto Rico. 55 All of this adds up to an incredible saturation of agents on a small Caribbean island with an aggregate population of only 3.5 million. And, while the Bureau can't seem to muster the wherewithal to apprehend any of the perpetrators of the beatings and bombings of independentistas, it has always had ample resources available to engage in anti-independentista gossip and editorializing, keeping track of Mari Bra's checkbook, and arresting numerous FUPI students engaged in distributing pro-independence literature on such weighty charges as possessing marijuana cigarettes. 56. COINTELPRO continues. Ongoing disinformation operation against Mari Bras and the MPPIR in 1969. Note sexual innuendos. In those few instances when the FBI did actually become involved in the investigation of the murders of independentistas during the 70s, the results have been bizarre. For example, when Teamster activist Juan Caballero disappeared in 1977, the Bureau atypically joined in the search for him. On October 25, a body was found in the El Yunque rainforest, badly decomposed and trussed up in electrical wire. This, the FBI announced, was Caballero, who had probably been killed by associates who suspected him of having been a police informant. No such suspicion had existed prior to the Bureau's announcing it. Then, mysteriously, it was discovered that the dental structure of the corpse failed to match that of Caballero. Further, COINTELPRO continues. Ongoing disinformation operation against Mari Bras and the MPPIR in 1969. Note sexual innuendos. Tests revealed that the body lacked evidence of a bone fracture in the right hand the ostensible victim was known to have suffered. The fingers of a hand were then severed and shipped to the FBI crime lab in Washington, D.C., for fingerprint identification. The lab promptly lost the fingers. The fate of Juan Caballero thus remains unknown, as does the identity of the individual actually murdered in El Yunque. 57. Equally novel have been the techniques by which the Bureau has amassed evidence of alleged independentista violence. Take, for instance, the case of the hopping fingerprint after the shooting of North American attorney Alan Randall in September 1977. 58 Shortly after the killing, a communique was supposedly received from a workers' commando, taking credit for the action and explaining the rationale underlying it. A follow-up communique was said to have been received within a matter of hours. 2 days later, local police, acting on information provided by the FBI, arrested Island Teamster head Miguel Cabrera and several other key union organizers. Cabrera's fingerprint, the Bureau said, had been found on the first communique. At a pretrial hearing during January of 1978, however, the prosecution produced Bureau-provided evidence that Cabrera's fingerprint was on the second communique rather than the first, thus producing the joke among the defendants that the print was busily hopping from document to document in the FBI crime lab. During the trial in 1979, police records were subpoenaed by the defense which showed that the Bureau had requested a set of Cabrera's prints prior to receiving any evidence in the case, a matter which strongly suggested the crime lab's conclusions had been predetermined. As a result, Cabrera and his colleagues were acquitted. 59. 1967 Airtel Fro Sac, San Juan to J. Edgar Hoover describing a portion of the COINTELPRO methods to be used in subverting the 1967 United Nations plebiscite to determine the political status of Puerto Rico. A much clearer instance of direct FBI involvement in anti-independentist violence is the Cerro Maravilla episode of July 25, 1978. On that date, two young activists, Arnaldo Dario Rosado and Carlos Soto Arrivi, accompanied a provocateur named Alejandro González Malavi, were lured into a trap and shot to death by police near the mountain village. Official reports claimed the pair had been on the way to blow up a television tower near Cerro Maravilla, and had fired first when officers attempted to arrest them. A taxi driver who was also on the scene, however, adamantly insisted that this was untrue, that neither independentista had offered resistance when captured, and that the police themselves had fired 2 volleys of shots in order to make it sound from a distance as if they'd been fired upon. It was a planned murder, the witness said, and it was carried out like that. 60 What had actually happened became even more obvious when a police officer named Julio Cesar Andrades came forward and asserted that the assassination had been planned from on high and in collaboration with the Bureau. 61 This led to confirmation of González Molave's role as an infiltrator, reporting to both the local police and the FBI, a situation which prompted him to admit having planned and urged the bombing in order to set the 2 young victims up for execution. 62 In the end, it was shown that Dario and Soto surrendered. Police forced the men to their knees, handcuffed their arms behind their backs, and as the 2 independentistas pleaded for justice, the police tortured and murdered them. 63. None of the police and other officials involved were ever convicted of the murders and crimes directly involved in this sordid affair. However, despite several years of systematic cover-up by the FBI and U.S. Justice Department, working in direct collaboration with the guilty cops, 10 of the latter were finally convicted on multiple counts of perjury and sentenced to prison terms ranging from 6 to 30 years apiece. 64 Having evaded legal responsibility for his actions altogether, provocateur González Molave was shot to death in front of his home on April 29, 1986, by party or parties unknown. 65 This was followed, on February 28, 1987, by the government's payment of $575,000 settlements to both victims' families, a total of $1,150,000 in acknowledgement of the official misconduct attending their deaths and the subsequent investigation. 66. At about the same time that Dario and Soto were summarily executed, the FBI was hosting an international conference on counterterrorism in San Juan. Among the participants in this 3-day event were Anthony Quainton, British General Richard Clutterbuck, Uruguayan General Manuel Cairolo, Reinhard Ruprecht, Liberación Nacional Mexico, and the American Indian Movement, as the most significant current internal security threats to the United States. 68 A more concrete outcome was a massive island-wide raid conducted by more than 300 SWAT-equipped agents, beginning before dawn on the morning of August 30, 1985. Operating out of the Roosevelt Roads Naval Base, the raiders invaded scores of homes and offices, arresting nearly 50 independentistas on John Doe warrants in which charges were not specified. Considerable personal property was destroyed, impounded, or lost. 69 The raid was initially justified by San Juan SAC Richard W. held on the basis of anti-terrorism evidenced in the arrest of 11 independentistas, including Filiberto Ojeda Rios, a leader of Los Macheros, a clandestine organization, said to have been involved in the expropriation of $7.1 million from a Wells Fargo facility in West Hartford, Connecticut on September 12, 1983. 70. COINTELPRO cartoon distributed to discredit MPPR leader Juan Mari Braz just before the 1967 plebiscite. The fraud was attributed to other independentistas. The cover story, which in any event failed to explain why 37 other independentistas, none of whom were accused of specific criminal acts, had been rounded up in the raid, was quickly belied by the U.S. Attorney in Puerto Rico. You have to remember, he said at a press conference, there were two simultaneous investigations going on. There was the West Hartford investigation and the one going on down here. His boss, U.S. Attorney General Edwin Meese, was even more straightforward: we are sending a message to terrorists that their bloody acts will not be tolerated. 71 Thus mere public advocacy of independence for Puerto Rico was converted into terrorism and utilized as the basis for the continuation of COINTELPRO under the rhetorical veneer of counter-terrorist operations. What had happened was seen quite plainly on the island by nearly everyone, including relatively establishment-oriented politicians. PIP leader Ruben Barrios Martinez, for instance, termed the whole affair a frontal attack on an entire movement and an entire set of ideals. It is virtually an act of war upon our people's will, determination and rights. 72 Even Governor Carlos Bar 16 Romero, no friend of the independentistas, formally protested the trampling upon Puerto Rico's constitution inherent to the Bureau's brand of counterintelligence activity. 73. The governor was saying more than he intended. Inevitably, the FBI's concerted efforts to repress the independentista perspective in Puerto Rico's political life has served to deform the Puertorriqueño political process as a whole. And, as was the case with COINTELPRO SWP, this appears to have been quite conscious and intentional. But, in Puerto Rico, the implications extend rather further. Not only did the Bureau's systematic denial of media access to, spreading of disinformation about, and fostering of factionalism within the independentista movement have the effect of negating much of the movement's electoral potential within the island arena itself, such tactics also subverted other initiatives to resolve the issue of Puerto Rico's colonial status in a peaceful fashion. This concerns in particular a plebiscite called for July 23, 1967. During the 10 months prior to the scheduled referendum to determine the desires of the Puertorriqueño public with regard to the political status of their island, the Bureau went far out of its way to spread confusion. The COINTELPRO methods used included creation of two fictitious organizations, Grupo Pro Uso Voto del MPI and the Committee Against Foreign Domination of the Fight for Independence, as the medium through which to misrepresent independentista positions from the inside. 74 One outcome was that Puertorriqueño voters increasingly shied away from the apparently jumbled and bewildering independentista agenda and accepted continuation of a Commonwealth status under U.S. domination which satisfied virtually none of the populace. With this accomplished, the Bureau set about seeing to it the independentistas remained artificially discredited by shifting responsibility for the disaster onto its foremost victims. It might be desirable to blame the communist bloc and particularly Cuba for the failure of the United Nations and to criticize Mari Bras and others for isolating the Puerto Rican independence forces from the democratic countries. 75. More Bureau artwork. Cartoon purporting to show that Mari Bras and other MPIR leaders were under the control of Cuban Premier Fidel Castro in 1967. The cartoon was distributed in the name of the Grupo Pro Uso Voto del MPI, a fictitious independentista entity invented by the FBI for such purposes. The fabrication was circulated immediately prior to the UN plebiscite. Since 1967, although Mari Bras and other independentistas have made an annual pilgrimage to the UN Committee on Decolonization, and in 1978 managed to achieve formal international recognition that the island remains a colony despite designation as a Commonwealth, 76 the U.S. has been able to shunt off the issue. U.S. diplomats routinely argue that the 1967 referendum permanently reaffirmed by popular consent the domestic status of Puerto Rico accepted by Muñoz Marin in 1953. This, according to the diplomats, represents the exercise of self-determination by Puertorriqueños, and renders the island's affairs an internal concern of the United States rather than a matter of international jurisdiction. 77 And, just in case the utterly contrived nature of the U.S. position failed to prove sufficiently convincing to Third World nations, Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick made it clear to non-aligned nations that, a vote against the United States would carry penalties when the independentistas finally managed to bring their questions to the General Assembly in 1981. 78. With literally every avenue of due and democratic process sealed off by the extra-legal methods of their colonizers, the independentistas have been left with essentially no recourse but armed struggle. Some realized this as early as the 1930s, others much later. For its part, the FBI seems to have understood from the outset that this would be the result of its mission in keeping Puerto Rico firmly within the U.S. orbit. Hence, the Bureau's early undertaking of counterintelligence operations against the NPPR and the evolution of these activities into the much more inclusive anti-independentista COINTELPRO beginning in 1960. Such an assessment also accounts for the apparent escalation of the sort of counterintelligence tactics used against the independentistas after 1971, when COINTELPRO was supposedly a thing of the past. As the events of 1985 abundantly demonstrate, in Puerto Rico the essentials of COINTELPRO remain very much alive. And, under the conditions which now prevail, its continuation promises to be more treacherous and violent than ever. End of Chapter 4. The COINTELPRO Papers, Chapter 5, COINTELPRO, Black Liberation Movement. Chapter 5. COINTELPRO, Black Liberation Movement. Predictably, the most serious of the FBI's disruption programs were those directed at black nationalists. These programs, initiated under liberal democratic administrations, had as their purpose to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize the activities of black nationalist, hate-type organizations and groupings. Their leadership, spokesmen, membership, and supporters, agents were instructed to inspire action in instances where circumstances warrant. Specifically, they were to undertake actions to discredit these groups both within the responsible Negro community and to Negro radicals, and also to the white community, both the responsible community and liberals who have vestiges of sympathy for militant black nationalists. Noam Chomsky. COINTELPRO. Although the FBI's COINTELPRO against the Black Liberation Movement was not formally initiated until issuance of J. Edgar Hoover's August 25, 1967 memo quoted above by Noam Chomsky, the roots of the Bureau's anti-black counterintelligence operations extend much deeper into U.S. history. As was documented in the introduction to this volume, Hoover was engaged at least as early as 1918 in plans to destroy black nationalist leader Marcus Garvey under the guise of criminal proceedings. This occurred in the context of the infamous race riot that first engulfed East St. Louis in July 1917, taking the lives of 39 blacks and 9 whites, and the explosion that occurred less than 2 months later in Houston, Texas, in which 2 black soldiers and 17 white men lost their lives. One such violence was part of the process by which the U.S. national order, in which blacks as an overall population lived under near total political disenfranchisement, economic prostration, and super-exploitation of their labor by the Euro-American status quo, was intended to be preserved. In the aftermath of World War I, blacks had begun to mount the first serious challenge to such circumstances since the Reconstruction period immediately following the Civil War. Hoover and his proto-FBI organization, in kind with white vigilante formations, seem to have seen one of their primary missions as keeping blacks in their place by whatever repressive means were available. 2. Memo initiating COINTELPRO, Black Liberation Movement. It was into this disturbed atmosphere, further disturbed by the painful experiences of black soldiers during the mobilization, that a new generation of radical black spokesmen, calling themselves the New Negro, stepped. Buoyed by a wide array of spirited newspapers and militant journals that helped shape the black community's political consciousness, the New Negro radicals represented a new and startling breed, radical, some might even say revolutionary. Prescriptions for overturning the status quo of white supremacy. 3. Development of this new racial awareness on the part of blacks led to a sharp increase in the number of lynchings after 1917. 76 blacks were lynched in 1919 alone, and the simultaneous unprecedented wave of violent racial clashes, culminating in the summer of 1919, that must be seen largely as the attempt by whites to restore the racial status quo ante. In trying to contain the movement, the U.S. government chose to respond by launching a massive surveillance campaign to counter the influence of black leaders. Spearheaded by the Justice Department's Bureau of Investigation, forerunner of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the intelligence services tended to view the newly awakened black militancy through the tinted prism of the Red Scare, leading them to adopt against blacks many of the same repressive measures employed against so-called subversives. What the official evidence now discloses is the apprehension by authorities of a parallel black scare. 4. In this regard, Marcus Garvey and his Universal Negro Improvement Association were a primary target. When the FBI was able, after 5 solid years of intensive effort, to arrange for Garvey's indictment and subsequent conviction on extremely dubious fraud charges, he was jailed without even 1 day to arrange for UNIA's future. Instead, he was surrounded by heavily armed federal agents who conducted him to the Tombs prison, from which he was taken to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary in February 1925, as if he were a public menace rather than, at worst, the perpetrator of an offense devoid of physical violence. 5. As a result, by the summer of 1926 was no longer a coordinated unit, even though it still had hundreds of thousands of members, perhaps 1 million. The official Universal Negro Improvement Association was still there, and there was one last gigantic international convention in 1929, but the organization was no longer what it had been before Garvey entered prison. 6. Nor was Garvey alone in being accorded special attention by the Bureau. For instance, during the massive railroad strikes in the 1920s, the FBI, as part of its much broader anti-labor and anti-black endeavors, went out of its way to topple A. Philip Randolph, black head of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters Union. 7. At about the same time, Hoover's agents initiated a close surveillance of W.E.B. Du Bois National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in the name of knowing what every radical organization in the country was doing. 8. The monitoring continued throughout the 1920s and 30s, although it was not until 1940 that Hoover offered a definition of what the FBI meant by the term subversive activities with which he justified such activities. It included the holding of office in communist groups, the distribution of literature and propaganda favorable to a foreign power and opposed to the American way of life, agitators who are adherents of foreign ideologies who have for their purpose the stirring of internal strife, class hatreds, and the development of activities which in time of war would be a serious handicap in a program of internal security and national defense. 9. This bald assertion of the political interests of the status quo was utilized as the rationale by which to step up investigation of possible CP contamination and manipulation of the NAACP, a process which was continued for 25 years despite FBI's failing to uncover any evidence of subversive domination of the 10. The FBI investigation of the NAACP, begun in 1941, continued until 1966. Although the FBI prepared massive reports on the NAACP, including information on the group's political and legislative plans, the Bureau never uncovered any evidence of subversive domination or sympathies. In 1957, the New York field office of the FBI prepared a 137-page report on NAACP activities during the previous year, based on information supplied by 151 informers or confidential sources. From 1946 to 1960, the FBI used about 3,000 wiretaps and over 800 bugs, and obtained membership and financial records of dissident groups. 11. Notwithstanding its tangible lack of success in linking the NAACP to the CP or any other foreign-dominated organization, the FBI lobbied to have it included among the groups covered by the Communist Control Act of 1954, and a cluster of corresponding state laws. 12. Only a series of Supreme Court decisions prevented the entire NAACP membership from being forced to register as subversives, or going to prison for refusing to do so. 13. Meanwhile, the Bureau also began to focus its attention upon the recently formed Southern Christian Leadership Conference, an entirely reformist and philosophically nonviolent black civil rights advocacy organization established in 1957 by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and several dozen other Southern black ministers. 14. The FBI and Martin Luther King. The stated objective of the SCLC, and the nature of its practical activities, was to organize for the securing of black voting rights across the rural South, with an eye toward the ultimate dismantlement of at least the most blatant aspects of the southern U.S. system of segregation. Even this seemingly innocuous agenda was, however, seen as a threat by the FBI. In mid-September of 1957, FBI Supervisor J.G. Kelly forwarded a newspaper clipping describing the formation of the SCLC to the Bureau's Atlanta field office, that city being the location of SCLC headquarters, informing local agents, for reasons which were never specified, the civil rights group was a likely target for communist infiltration, and that in view of the stated purpose of the organization you should remain alert for public source information concerning it in connection with the racial situation. 15. The Atlanta field office looked into the matter and ultimately opened a common fill investigation of the SCLC, apparently based on the fact that a single SWP member, Lonnie Cross, had offered his services as a clerk in the organization's main office. 16. By the end of the first year of FBI scrutiny, in September of 1958, a personal file had been opened on King himself, ostensibly because he had been approached on the steps of a Harlem church in which he delivered a guest sermon by Black CP member Benjamin J. Davis. 17. By October 1960, as the SCLC call for desegregation and black voting rights in the South gained increasing attention and support across the nation, the Bureau began actively infiltrating organizational meetings and conferences. 18. In less than a year, by July of 1961, FBI intelligence on the group was detailed enough to recount that King had been affiliated with the Progressive Party in 1948, and that Executive Director Wyatt T. Walker had once subscribed to a CP newspaper, The Worker. 19. Actual counterintelligence operations against King and the SCLC more generally seem to have begun with a January 8, 1962 letter from Hoover to Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, contending that the civil rights leader enjoyed a close relationship with Stanley D. Levison, a member of the Communist Party, USA, and that Isidore Wolfsey, a high-ranking communist leader, had written a speech for King. 20. On the night of March 15-16, 1962, FBI agents secretly broke into Levison's New York office and planted a bug. A wiretap of his office phone followed on March 20. 21. Among the other things picked up by this Elsers surveillance was information that Jack Odell, who also had an alleged record of ties to the Communist Party, had been recommended by both King and Levison to serve as an assistant to Wyatt T. Walker. 22. Although none of these supposed communist affiliations were ever substantiated, it was on this basis that SCLC was targeted within the Bureau's ongoing COINTELPRO CP-USA. Beginning with the planting of 5 disinformational news stories concerning the organization's communist connections on October 24, 1962. 23. By this point Martin Luther King's name had been placed in Section A of the FBI Reserve Index, one step below those individuals registered in the Security Index and scheduled to be rounded up and preventively detained in concentration camps in the event of a declared national emergency. 24. Attorney General Kennedy had also authorized round-the-clock Elsers surveillance of all SCLC offices, as well as King's home. 25. Hence, by November 8, 1963, comprehensive telephone taps had been installed at all organizational offices, and King's residence. 26. The reasons for this covert but steadily mounting attention to the Reverend Dr. King were posited in an internal monograph on the subject prepared by FBI counterintelligence specialist Charles D. Brennan at the behest of COINTELPRO head William C. Sullivan in September 1963. In this 11-page document, Brennan found that, given the scope of support it had attracted over the preceding 5 years, civil rights agitation represented a clear threat to the established order of the U.S., and that King is growing in stature daily as the leader among leaders of the Negro movement. So goes Martin Luther King, and also so goes the Negro movement in the United States. 27. This accorded well with Sullivan's own view, committed to writing shortly after King's landmark "I Have a Dream" speech during the massive civil rights demonstration in Washington, D.C., on August 28 of the same year. We must mark now, if we have not before, as the most dangerous Negro in the future of this nation from the standpoint of communism, the Negro, and national security, it may be unrealistic to limit to legalistic proofs that would stand up in court or before congressional committees. 28. By 1964, King was not only firmly established as a preeminent civil rights leader, but was beginning to show signs of pursuing a more fundamental structural agenda of social change. Correspondingly, as the text of the accompanying memo from Sullivan to Joseph A. Sizu makes plain, the Bureau's intent had crystallized into an unvarnished intervention into the domestic political process, with the goal of bringing about King's replacement with someone acceptable to the FBI. The means employed in the attempt to accomplish this centered in continued efforts to discredit King, maintaining a drumbeat of mass media distributed propaganda concerning his supposed communist influences and sexual proclivities, as well as the triggering of a spate of harassment by the Internal Revenue Service. 29. When this strategy failed to the extent that it was announced on October 14 of that year that King would receive a Nobel Peace Prize as a reward for his work in behalf of the rights of American blacks, the Bureau, exhibiting a certain sense of desperation by this juncture, dramatically escalated its efforts to neutralize him. Memo proposing the sending of an anonymous letter to Martin Luther King in an unsuccessful attempt to convince him to commit suicide. 2 days after announcement of the impending award, Sullivan caused a composite audio tape to be produced, supposedly consisting of highlights taken from the taps of King's phones and bugs placed in his various hotel rooms over the preceding 2 years. The result, prepared by FBI audio technician John Matter, purported to demonstrate the civil rights leader had engaged in a series of orgiastic trysts with prostitutes and, thus, the depths of his sexual perversion and depravity. The finished tape was packaged, along with the accompanying anonymous letter, informing King that the audio material would be released to the media unless he committed suicide prior to bestowal of the Nobel Prize. Sullivan then instructed veteran COINTELPRO operative Lish Whitson to fly to Miami with the package. Once there, Whitson was instructed to address the parcel and mail it to the intended victim. 30. When King failed to comply with Sullivan's anonymous directive that he kill himself, FBI Associate Director Cartha D. Deke Deloach attempted to follow through with the threat to make the contents of the doctored tape public. The Bureau Crime Records Division, headed by Deloach, initiated a major campaign to let newsmen know just what the Bureau on King. Deloach personally offered a copy of the King surveillance transcript to Newsweek Washington Bureau Chief Benjamin Bradley. Bradley refused it, and mentioned the approach to a Newsday colleague, J. Iselin. 31. Bradley's disclosure of what the FBI was up to served to curtail the effectiveness of Deloach's operation, and Bureau propagandists consequently found relatively few takers on this particular story. More, in the face of a planned investigation of electronic surveillance by government agencies announced by Democratic Missouri Senator Edward V. Long, J. Edgar Hoover was forced to order the rapid dismantling of the Elsers coverage of both King and the SCLC, drying up much of the source material upon which Sullivan and his COINTELPRO specialists depended for authenticity. Hoover's weakness on this matter appears to have infuriated Sullivan, who seems to have felt that Congress should simply have been defied, setting in place a permanent rift between the two senior FBI officials. 33. Memo proposing anonymous letter to disrupt the Poor People's Campaign. Text of letter appears below. Still, the Bureau's counterintelligence operations against King continued apace, right up to the moment of the target's death by sniper fire on a Memphis hotel balcony on April 4, 1968. 34. Indeed, as the accompanying memo from Sullivan to George C. Moore on May 22 of the same year amply demonstrates, certain of King's projects, such as the Poor People's Campaign, remain the focus of active COINTELPRO endeavors even after their leader's assassination. By 1969, as has been noted elsewhere, efforts to expose Martin Luther King, Jr., had not slackened even though King had been dead for a year. Furnished ammunition to conservatives to attack King's memory, and tried to block efforts to honor the slain leader. 35. Memo taking credit for the assassination of Malcolm X, killed in an FBI-provoked factional dispute on February 14, 1965. King and the SCLC were, of course, hardly the only objects of the Bureau's de facto COINTELPRO against the emerging Black liberation movement during this period. As Manning Marable has pointed out, the FBI also went after the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, an affiliated but rather more radical civil rights organization than the SCLC. Very early on, in late 1960, FBI agents began to monitor SNCC meetings. Johnson's Attorney General, Nicholas Katzenbach, gave approval for the FBI to wiretap all SNCC leaders' phones in 1965. Hoover ordered the extensive infiltration and disruption of SNCC. 36 Another instance concerns the Nation of Islam or Black Muslim movement headed by Elijah Muhammad. The Bureau began wiretap surveillance of Elijah Muhammad's Chicago residence in 1957, on the grounds that members of the NOI disavow allegiance to the United States and are taught not to obey the laws of the United States. When Elijah Muhammad bought a winter home in Arizona in 1961, a wiretap and microphone were installed there. Both forms of surveillance continued for years, played assorted COINTEL tricks on the organization as early as the late 1950s. 37. As was documented in Chapter 3, when Malcolm X, one of Elijah Muhammad's principal lieutenants, broke away from the NOL in March of 1964 to establish a separate church, the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, and a consciously political black organization, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, the Bureau undertook concerted COINTELPRO actions to block the development of alliances between the OAAU and white radical organizations such as the SWP. By the point of Malcolm's assassination during a speech in Harlem on the night of February 14, 1965, the FBI had compiled at least 2,300 pages of material on the victim in just one of its files on him, the NOI and the OAAU. 38 Malcolm X was supposedly murdered by former colleagues in the NOI as a result of the faction fighting which had led to his splitting away from that movement, and their natural wrath at his establishment of a competing entity. However, as the accompanying January 22, 1969 memo from the SAC, Chicago, to the director makes clear, the NOL factionalism at issue didn't just happen. Rather, it had been developed by deliberate Bureau actions, through infiltration and the sparking of acrimonious debates within the organization, rumor-mongering, and other tactics designed to foster internal disputes, which were always the standard fare of COINTELPRO. 39 The Chicago SAC, Marlon Johnson, who would shortly oversee the assassinations of Illinois Black Panther Party leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, makes it quite obvious that he views the murder of Malcolm X as something of a model for successful counterintelligence operations. Proposal to provoke the murder of comedian/activist Dick Gregory by La Cosa Nostra o La COINTELPRO, Puce's Operation Hoodwink. Nor was it necessary for black spokespersons to be heading or forming political organizations in order to be targeted for elimination by the FBI's informal counterintelligence methods. As the accompanying May 15, 1968 memo from Director Hoover to the Chicago SAC reveals, even independent activists such as the writer/comedian Dick Gregory came in for potentially lethal treatment. In Gregory's case, these assumed the form, a la COINTELPRO CP, USA's Operation Hoodwink, of attempting to provoke La Cosa Nostra into dispensing with him. A considerable body of circumstantial evidence suggests, although documents have yet to be released, that the Bureau undertook comparably Machiavellian efforts to achieve the neutralization of a number of other black leaders during the late 1960s and early 1970s. These ranged from the Reverend Ralph Abernathy. At the same time, not only conscious Black Power adherents, but the black community as a whole, showed increasing signs of abandoning the posture of principled nonviolence which had all along marked the SCLC performance. This was manifested not only in Carmichael's and Brown's oversight of a change in SNCC's name from Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee to Student National Coordinating Committee, but much more concretely, in the streets. 41 This corresponded with the rise of a generalized perception among blacks that, far from being restricted to the former Confederate states of the Old South, the problems they confronted were fully national in scope. Even before the assassination of Malcolm, many social critics sensed that nonviolent direct action, a tactic of protest used effectively in the South, would have little appeal in the northern ghetto. Far more likely were a series of urban social upheavals which could not be controlled or channeled by the civil rights leadership. In the spring and summer months of 1964, 1965, 1966, 1967, and 1968, massive black rebellions swept across almost every major U.S. city in the Northeast, Middle West, and California. In Watts and Compton, the black districts of Los Angeles, black men and women took to the streets, attacking and burning white-owned property and institutions. The Watts Rebellion left $40 million in private property damage and 34 persons killed. Federal authorities ordered 15,000 state police and National Guardsmen into Detroit to quell that city's uprising of 1967. In Detroit, 43 residents were killed, almost 2,000 were injured, 2,700 white-owned businesses were broken into, and 50% of these were gutted by fire or completely destroyed. 14 square miles of Detroit's inner city were torched, 5,000 black persons were left without homes. Combining the total weight of socio-economic destruction, the ghetto rebellions from 1964 to 1972 led to 250 deaths, 10,000 serious injuries, and 60,000 arrests, at a cost of police, troops, and other coercive measures taken by the state and losses to business in the billions of dollars. 42. Given this, it is fair to say that, by 1967 at the latest, black Americans were in a state of open insurgency against the Euro-American society to whose interests they had all along been subordinated. Established order in the U.S. was thereby confronted with its most serious internal challenge since the period of the First World War. The response of the status quo was essentially twofold. On the one hand, the government moved to defuse the situation through a series of cooperative gestures designed to make it appear that things were finally changing for the better. The executive branch, under President Lyndon B. Johnson, declared war on poverty and launched a series of tokenistic and soon-to-be-forgotten programs such as Project Build. 43 Congress cooperated in this exercise in damage control by quickly enacting bits of legislation like the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and revision of the Civil Rights Act in 1968, structured in such a way as to convey a superficial impression of progress to disgruntled blacks while leaving fundamental social relations very much intact. 44. On the other hand, key government figures were astute enough to perceive that the ghetto rebellions were largely spontaneous and uncoordinated outpourings of black rage. Costly as the ghetto revolts were, real danger to the status quo would come only when a black organizational leadership appeared with the capacity to harness and direct the force of such anger. If this occurred, it was recognized, mere gestures would be insufficient to contain black pressure for social justice. Already, activist concepts and rhetoric had shifted from demands for black power within American society to black liberation from U.S. internal colonialism. 45 The task thus presented in completing the federal counterinsurgency strategy was to destroy such community-based black leadership before it had an opportunity to consolidate itself and instill a vision of real freedom among the great mass of blacks. In this, of course, the FBI assumed a central role. President Johnson publicly announced, in the wake of the 1967 uprisings in Detroit and Newark, that he had issued standing instructions that the Bureau should bring the instigators of such riots to heel, by any means at its disposal. 46 While his Attorney General, Ramsey Clark, instructed Hoover by memo to se the maximum resources, investigative and intelligence, to collect and report all facts bearing upon the question as to whether there has been or is a scheme or conspiracy by any group of whatever size, effectiveness, or affiliation to plan, promote or aggravate riot activity. 47. Memorandum expanding COINTELPRO, Black Liberation Movement to fully national scope. Airtel itemizing expanded list of FBI field offices participating in COINTELPRO Black Liberation Movement. List of original participants and a description of this COINTELPRO's goals and targets follows. The Attorney General's memo further suggested the FBI expand or establish sources or informants within black nationalist organizations such as SNCC, the Congress of Racial Equality, and other less publicized groups in order to determine the size and purpose of these groups and their relationship to other groups, and also to determine the whereabouts of persons who might be involved in their activities. 48. As was shown at the outset of this chapter, Hoover responded by launching a formal anti-black liberation COINTELPRO in August 1967. By early 1968, as the accompanying Airtel from G.C. Moore to William C. Sullivan demonstrates, the counterintelligence operation was not only in full swing across the country, but was being expanded from 23 to 41 cities. Both the initial and expanded lists of participating field offices are brought out in the accompanying March 4, 1968 memo from Hoover to the SAC, Albany, in which he shifts COINTELPRO Black Liberation Movement from internal security to racial intelligence for purposes of internal bureau classification, and describes the overall goals of the effort. These last explicitly include the blocking of coalitions between radical black political organizations, the targeting of key leaders such as Martin Luther King, Stokely Carmichael, and Elijah Muhammad for special attention by the Bureau, the neutralizing, by unspecified means, of both organizations and selected leaders, the undertaking of propaganda efforts to discredit targeted groups and individuals in order to deny them respectability within their own communities and, hence, prevent the long-range growth of militant black nationalist organizations, especially among youth. Elsewhere, Hoover called upon his operatives to intervene directly in blocking free speech and access by black radicals to the media. Consideration should be given to preclude rabble-rouser leaders of these hate groups from spreading their philosophy publicly or through the communications media. 49. Over the first year of its official anti-black COINTELPRO, the FBI developed a network of some 4,000 members, assembled from what had previously been codenamed the Top Left Black Pro efforts as well as new recruits, called the Ghetto Informant Program. 50. It also used the information thus collected to go after the incipient Black Liberation Movement, hammer and tong. In August 1967, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover ordered the extensive infiltration and disruption of SNCC, as well as other formations, such as the Militant Revolutionary Action Movement, the Deacons of Defense, and CORE. FBI agents were sent to monitor Carmichael and Brown wherever they went, seeking to elicit evidence to imprison them. Brown was charged with inciting a race riot in Maryland, and was eventually sentenced to 5 years in a federal penitentiary for carrying a rifle across state lines while under criminal indictment. Featherstone and activist Chapin were murdered on March 9, 1970, when a bomb exploded in their automobile in Bel Air, Maryland. Sellers was indicted for organizing black students in South Carolina and for resisting the draft. 51. As has been noted elsewhere, the FBI had between 5,000 and 10,000 active cases on matters of race at any given time nationwide. In 1967, some 1,246 FBI agents received racial intelligence assignments each month. By the number had jumped to 1,678. Hoover to compile a more refined listing of vociferous rabble-rousers than provided by the Security Index. Hoped the first edition of the new rabble-rouser index of individuals who have demonstrated a potential for fomenting racial discord would facilitate target selection for the new black nationalist counterintelligence program. Everything was computerized. 52. Although Hoover contended the Bureau's COINTELPRO tactics were necessitated by the violence of its intended victims, his March 4 memo negates even this flimsy rationalization by placing King's purely pacifistic SCLC among its primary targets from the beginning, adding King himself in February 1968, shortly before the civil rights leader's assassination. 53. Similarly, he included SNCC, still calling it by its long-standing descriptor as a nonviolent entity. Even in the case of Maxwell Sanford's Revolutionary Action Movement, which had never offered professions of pacifist intent, Hoover was forced to admit that his agents had turned up no hard evidence of violence or other criminal activities. Rather, the director points with pride to an anti-RAM COINTELPRO operation undertaken during the summer of 1967 in which RAM members were arrested on every possible charge until they could no longer make bail and consequently spent most of the summer in jail, even though there had never been any intent to take them to trial on the variety of contrived offenses with which they were charged. 54 Hoover recommended this campaign of deliberate false arrest as being the sort of neutralizing method he had in mind for black activists, and then ordered each of the 41 field offices receiving his memo to assign a full-time coordinator to such COINTELPRO activities within 30 days. Memo proposing COINTELPRO against the Reverend Charles Cohn in St. Louis. The nature of the actions triggered by Hoover's instructions varied considerably from field office to field office. In St. Louis, for example, agents undertook a series of anonymous letters, the first of which is proposed in the accompanying February 14, 1969 memo from the St. Louis SAC to the director, and approved in the accompanying reply from Hoover on February 28 to ensnare the Reverend Charles Cohn, a longtime SNCC activist, in a web of sexual innuendo and or outright slander. Cohn was perceived by the Bureau, correctly enough, as the galvanizing figure in the then occurring transformation of the Black Liberators, a black street gang in the St. Louis/East St. Louis area, into a politicized social action organization. He was also known to be a key leader in black community attempts, through formation of a united front, to resist Ku Klux Klan terror in nearby Cairo, Illinois. It was foreseen that his neutralization would lead to a virtual collapse of black political activity throughout southern Missouri and Illinois. By May 26, 1969, as the accompanying memo from the St. Louis SAC to Hoover shows, the letter campaign against Cohn was not only well developed, but disinformation activities had been broadened to include production and distribution of the Blackboard, a bogus underground newspaper aimed mainly at spreading allegations of sexual impropriety about a broadening circle of black community leaders and activists. By 1970, the resulting interpersonal jealousies and animosities had sown a discord sufficient to cause a general disintegration of effectiveness within the black liberation movement in the target area. The COINTELPRO against Cohn continues. In a May 26, 1969 memo, the COINTELPRO against Cohn is expanded to include a bogus underground newspaper, the Blackboard, to spread disinformation within the St. Louis black community. Similarly, in New York, the Bureau placed the 15 or 20 members of Charles 37X Kenyatta's Harlem Mau Mau on the COINTELPRO target list. 55 Although the details of the operations directed against the group remain murky, they may well have played into the April 1973 murder of Malcolm X's brother, Hakeem Jamal, by a Roxbury, Massachusetts affiliate dubbed the Mau Mau. 56 In any event, the death of Jamal prompted the Boston FBI office to file a request that headquarters delete subject from the extremist photograph album, indicating that he too had been a high-priority COINTELPRO target. 57. Meanwhile, in southern Florida, as the accompanying August 5, 1968 memo from Hoover to the SAC, Albany, bears out, a more sophisticated propaganda effort had been conducted. Working with obviously friendly media representatives, local COINTELPRO specialists oversaw the finalization of a television documentary on both the Black Liberation Movement and the New Left in the Miami area. The program, which was viewed by a mass audience, was consciously edited to take the statements of key activists out of context in such a way as to make them appear to advocate gratuitous violence and seem cowardly, and utilized camera angles deliberately selected to make those interviewed come off like rats trapped under scientific observation. After detailing such intentionally gross distortion of reality, passed off all the while as news and objective journalism, Hoover called upon Counterintelligence Office be alert to exploit this technique both for black nationalists and New Left types. Overall, it appears that most field offices complied with this instruction to the best of their respective abilities, a matter which perhaps accounts for much of the negativity with which the Black liberation movement came to be publicly viewed by the end of the 1960s. Shaping the news. Memo establishing model of COINTELPRO media techniques utilized against the New Left and Black liberation movement. Memo initiating COINTELPRO against the Republic of New Africa by targeting its leader, Imari Abubakari Obadile, shortly after the organization's founding in 1968. Memo authorizing COINTELPRO against Imari Obadile and the RNA. In Detroit, COINTELPRO operatives set out to destroy the recently founded Republic of New Africa by targeting its leader, Imari Abubakari Obadile. At first they used, as the accompanying memos dated November 22 and December 3, 1968 reveal, a barrage of anonymous letters in much the same fashion as those employed against COIN in St. Louis, albeit in this case they charged financial rather than sexual impropriety. When this approach failed to achieve the desired result, the Bureau escalated, setting out to bring about their target's imprisonment. In the view of involved agents, if Obadile can be kept off the streets, it may prevent further problems with the RNA inasmuch as he completely dominates the organization and all members follow his instructions. 58 Hence, when the RNA leader moved south to consummate an organizational plan of establishing a liberated zone in the Mississippi River Delta, near Jackson, Mississippi, the FBI moved to provoke a confrontation which could then be used to obtain a conviction. First, as is shown in the accompanying December 12, 1970 memo from the SAC, Jackson, to Hoover, agents intervened to block the perfectly legal sale of a land parcel to Obadile. S.A. George Holder and his associates undertook by word of mouth to foster a marked increase in anti-RNA sentiment in the Klan-ridden Jackson area. Finally, they coordinated an early morning assault on RNA facilities in the city involving some 36 heavily armed agents and local police headed by Sack Lindbergh, as well as an armored car, on August 18, 1971. Excerpt from a December 2, 1970 report detailing the COINTELPRO operations in Mississippi which resulted in the case of the RNA-11. In the resultant firefight, one police officer, William Skinner, was killed and an agent, William Stringer, was wounded. Imari Obadile and 10 other RNA members were arrested, thereby becoming the RNA-11, and charged with murder, assault, sedition, conspiracy, possession of illegal weapons, and treason against the state of Mississippi. 59 Tellingly, the original charges, which had ostensibly provided a basis for the massive police raid, were never brought to court. In the end, 8 of the accused were convicted, but only of conspiracy to assault federal officers, assault, illegal possession of a non-existent automatic weapon, and having used weapons in the commission of these other felonies. 60 This is to say they were imprisoned for having defended themselves from the armed attack of a large number of FBI agents and police who could never show any particular reason for having launched the assault in the first place. Obadile received a 12-year sentence, served 7, and the entire operation undoubtedly entered the annals of successful COINTELPROs. Continued. Chapter 5. COINTELPRO, Black Liberation Movement. Continued. COINTELPRO against the Black Panther Party. By the fall of 1968, the FBI felt it had identified the organization most likely to succeed as the catalyst of a united Black liberation movement in the U.S. This was the Black Panther Party, originally established as the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense in the San Francisco Bay Area city of Oakland by Merritt College students Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale, Part 2. Member, during October of 1966. On September 8, 1968, J. Edgar Hoover let it be known in the pages of the New York Times that he considered the Panthers the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. 61 Shortly thereafter, William Sullivan sent the accompanying memo to George C. Moore, outlining a plan by which already existing COINTELPRO actions against the BPP might be accelerated. Although Sullivan utilized the habitual Bureau pretense that targets of such attention were violence-prone and making efforts to perpetrate violence in the United States, the party's predication as evidenced in its 10-point program was in some ways rather moderate and, in any event, entirely legal. 62. Far from conducting physical attacks on police, as Sullivan claimed, the Panthers were well known to have anchored themselves firmly in the constitutional right to bear arms and effect citizens' arrests in order to curtail the high level of systematic violence customarily visited upon black inner-city residents by local police. 63. More to the point but left unmentioned by the FBI Assistant Director, was that the entire thrust of BPP organizing, reliance on the principle of armed self-defense included, went to forging direct community political control over and economic self-sufficiency within the black ghettos. 64. As has been noted elsewhere, in late 1967, the Panthers initiated a free breakfast program for black children, and offered free health care to ghetto residents. 65. By the summer of 1968, these undertakings had been augmented by a community education project and an anti-heroin campaign. The party was offering a coherent strategy to improve the realities, both spiritual and material, of ghetto life. Consequently, black community perceptions of the BPP were radically different from those entertained by the police establishment. Memo initiating COINTELPRO, BPP, Part 2, Part 2. A significant measure of the Black Panthers' success was described in racist terms by Sullivan, who noted that membership was multiplying rapidly. Beginning with a core of 5 members in 1966, the BPP had grown to include as many as 5,000 members within 2 years, and had spread from its original Oakland base to include chapters in more than a dozen cities. 66. This seems due, not only to the appeal inherent in the Panthers' combination of standing up for basic black rights in the face of even the most visible expressions of state power with concrete programs to upgrade inner-city life, but to the party's unique inclusiveness. Although the conditions for acceptance into the BPP were in some ways quite stringent, Newton and Seal had from the outset focused their recruiting and organizing efforts on what they termed the lumpen, a caste of street gangs, prostitutes, convicts, and ex-cons typically, Part 2. Shunned by progressive movements, with an eye towards forming a new political force based upon this most oppressed and alienated sector of the population and activating its socially constructive energies. 67. Also of apparent concern to the Bureau was the Panthers' demonstrated ability to link their new recruitment base to other important sectors of the U.S. opposition. 68. One of the party's first major achievements in this regard came when Chairman Bobby Seale and Minister of Information Eldridge Cleaver managed to engineer the merger of SNCC with their organization, an event signified at a mass rally in Oakland on February 17, 1968, when Stokely Carmichael was designated as honorary BPP Prime Minister, H. Rap Brown as Minister of Justice and James Forman as Minister of Foreign Affairs. 69. As is demonstrated in the accompanying October 10, 1968 memo from Moore to Sullivan, the FBI quickly initiated a COINTELPRO effort to foster a split between the two most prominent black nationalist extremist groups through the media. The SNCC leadership was also targeted more heavily than ever. H. Rap Brown was shortly eliminated by being charged with inciting a race riot in Maryland, allowed to make bail only under the constitutionally dubious proviso that he not leave the borough of Manhattan in New York, and was eventually sentenced to 5 years in a federal penitentiary for carrying a rifle across state lines while under criminal indictment. 70. Stokely Carmichael's neutralization took a rather different form. Utilizing the services of Peter Cardoza, an infiltrator who had worked his way into a position as the SNCC leader's bodyguard, the Bureau applied a bad jacket, deliberately creating the false appearance that Carmichael was himself an operative. 71. In a memo dated July 10, 1968, the SAC, New York, proposed to Hoover that consideration be given to convey the impression that Carmichael is a CIA informer. One method of accomplishing would be to have a carbon copy of an informant report supposedly written by Carmichael to the CIA carefully deposited in the automobile of a close black nationalist friend. It is hoped that when the informant report is read it will help promote distrust between Carmichael and the black community. It is also suggested that we inform a certain percentage of reliable criminal and racial informants that we have it from reliable sources that Carmichael is a CIA agent. It is hoped that the informants would spread the rumor in various large Negro communities across the land. 72. Pursuant to a May 19, 1969 airtel from the SAC, San Francisco, to Hoover, the Bureau then proceeded to assist the BPP in expelling Carmichael through the forgery of letters on party letterhead. The gambit worked, as is, Part 2. Evidenced in the September 5, 1970 assertion by BPP head Huey P. Newton, we charge that Stokely Carmichael is operating as an agent of the CIA. 73. Memo outlining tactic to split the BPP and SNCC. Part 2. Meanwhile, according to the New York SAC, his COINTELPRO technicians had followed up, using the target's mother as a prop in their scheme. On September 4, 68, a pretext phone call was placed to the residence of Stokely Carmichael, and in absence of Carmichael his mother was told that a friend was calling who was fearful of the future safety of her son. It was explained to Mrs. Carmichael the absolute necessity for Carmichael to hide out inasmuch as several BPP members were out to kill him. Mrs. Carmichael appeared shocked upon hearing the news and stated she would tell Stokely when he came home. 74. Excerpt from July 10, 1968 memo proposing the bat-jacketing of SNCC/BPP leader Stokely Carmichael. Although there is no evidence whatsoever that a Panther hit team had been assembled to silence the accused informer, Carmichael left the U.S. for an extended period in Africa the following day, and the SNCC/Panther coalition was effectively destroyed. As all this was going on, Cleaver was developing another highly visible alliance, this one with white mother country radicals, which he and Seal had initiated in December 1967. 75. This was with the so-called Peace and, Part 2. Freedom Party, which planned to place Cleaver, not only in his capacity as a leading Panther, but as the celebrated convict author of Soul on I-76 and parolee editor of Ramparts magazine, on the California ballot as a presidential candidate during the 1968 election. His vice presidential candidate was slated to be SDS co-founder Tom Hayden, while Huey P. Newton was offered as a congressional candidate from his prison cell. 77. The ensuing campaign resulted in a wave of positive exposure for the BPP which the authorities were relatively powerless to counteract. Hence, Cleaver, the powerful writer and speaker at the center of it all, was targeted for rapid elimination. On April 6, 2 days after Martin Luther King was killed, Cleaver was in the Ramparts office in the late afternoon, dictating his article, Requiem for Nonviolence. In a matter of hours he and other Panthers would be involved in a shootout with the Oakland police. 17-year-old Bobby Hutton died, shot in the back moments after he and Eldridge, arms above their heads, stumbled out of the building where they'd taken refuge. Cleaver, who was wounded in the leg, was taken first to Oakland's Highland Hospital, then to the Alameda County Courthouse where police made him lie on the floor while he was being booked, and finally, that same night, to San Quentin Hospital where a guard pushed him down a flight of stairs. He was brought to the state medical facility at Vacaville and confined in the hole. 78. Although Cleaver was never convicted of any charge stemming from the firefight, and it soon became apparent that Ray Brown's Oakland Panthers squad had deliberately provoked the incident, his parole was quickly revoked, and for 2 months he sat at Vacaville. The adult authority had exercised its authority to suspend or revoke parole without notice or hearing, basing its actions solely on police reports. 3 parole violations were listed: possession of firearms, associating with individuals of bad reputation, and failing to cooperate with the parole agent. 79. But, when Charles Gary, Cleaver's attorney, petitioned for a writ of habeas corpus, it was granted by State Superior Court Judge Raymond J. Sherwin, in Solano County. Judge Sherwin almost immediately dismissed the claim that Cleaver had associated with persons of bad reputation, noting that the adult authority had been unable to even list who was supposedly at issue. The non-cooperation claim was also scuttled when Gary introduced evidence that the parole officer in question had consistently assessed Cleaver in written reports as reliable and cooperative since his release from prison. The state's weapons possession claim also fell apart when the judge found that Cleaver's only handling of a firearm was in obedience to a police command. He did not handle a handgun at all. 80. The judge concluded that, Part 2. It has to be stressed that the uncontradicted evidence presented to this court indicated that the petitioner had been a model parolee. The peril to his parole status stemmed from no failure of personal rehabilitation, but from his undue eloquence in pursuing political goals which were offensive to many of his contemporaries. Not only was there absence of cause for the cancellation of his parole, it was the product of a type of pressure unbecoming, to say the least, to the law enforcement paraphernalia of the state. 81. With that, Judge Sherwin ordered Cleaver's release, a ruling which was immediately appealed by the adult authority to the state appellate court. The higher court, refusing to hear any evidence in the matter, simply affirmed the arbitrary power of the adult authority to revoke parole. 82. Consequently, despite having been shown to have engaged in no criminal activity at all, Cleaver was ordered back to San Quentin as of November 27, 1968. Under such conditions, he opted instead to go into exile, first in Cuba, then Algeria and, eventually, France. 83. The immediacy of his talents, energy, and stature were thus lost to the BPP, along with the life of Bobby Hutton, one of its earliest and most dedicated members, while the stage was set for a future COINTELPRO operation. Memo initiating the lethal COINTELPRO which pitted the U.S. organization against the BPP. Note the similarity in method to that of Operation Hoodwink. Part 2. Anti-Panther COINTELPRO activities were directed not only at blocking or destroying the party's coalition building. They were, as the accompanying November 25, 1968 memo from Hoover to the SAC, Baltimore, bears out, also devoted to exacerbating tensions between the BPP and organizations with which it had strong ideological differences. In the case of the so-called United Slaves, a black cultural nationalist group based primarily in Southern California, this was done despite, or because of, the struggle, taking on the aura of gang warfare with attendant threats of murder and reprisal. What was meant by the Bureau fully capitalizing on the situation is readily attested by the accompanying November 29 memo to Hoover from the SAC, Los Angeles, proposing the sending of an anonymous letter, attributed to the Panthers, revealing a fictional BPP plot to assassinate U.S. head Ron Karenga. The stated objective was to provoke an U.S. and BPP vendetta. A number of defamatory cartoons, attributed to both U.S. and the BPP, with each, Part 2. Side appearing to viciously ridicule the other, were also produced and distributed within local black communities by the Los Angeles and San Diego FBI offices. Samples of the sorts of cartoons produced and distributed by the FBI in Southern California to provoke violence between U.S. and the BPP. Part 2. Portion of memo highlighting continuing efforts to foster violence between U.S. and the BPP. Note simultaneous operations being conducted to split the BPP from its support base in the Peace and Freedom Party as well as to foment discord among the Panthers themselves. Excerpt from an August 20, 1969 report summarizing the accomplishments and plans for the BPP/US COINTELPRO in San Diego. Part 2. On January 17, 1969, these tactics bore their malignant fruit when Los Angeles BPP leaders Al Prentice Bunchy Carter and John Huggins were shot to death by U.S. members George and Joseph Steiner, and Claude Hubert, in a classroom at UCLA's Campbell Hall. Apparently at the FBI's behest, the Los Angeles Police Department followed up by conducting a massive raid. 75 to 100 SWAT-equipped police participated, on the home of John Huggins' widow, Erica, on the evening of his death, an action guaranteed to drastically raise the level of rage and frustration felt by the Panthers assembled there. The police contended that the rousting of Erica Huggins and other surviving law BPP leaders was intended to avert further violence, a rationale which hardly explains why during the raid a cop placed a loaded gun to the head of the Huggins 6-month-old baby. Laughed and said you're next. 84 In the aftermath, Southern California COINTELPRO specialists assigned themselves a good measure of credit for these accomplishments, and proposed distribution of a new series of cartoons, including the accompanying examples, to indicate to the BPP that the U.S. Part 2 organization feels they are ineffectual, inadequate, and riddled with graft and corruption. 85. The idea was approved and, as is shown in the accompanying excerpts from an August 20, 1969 report by the San Diego SAC to Hoover, obtained similar results. The BPP/US COINTELPRO continued in the East. Part 2. Among the tangible results which the SAC found to be directly attributable to this program were shootings, beatings, and a high degree of unrest in the ghetto area. At another point, he noted that one of the shootings had resulted in the death of Panther Sylvester Bell at the hands of U.S. gunmen on August 14, and announced that, apparently on the basis of such a resounding success, a new cartoon is being considered in the hopes that it will assist in the continuance of the rift between the BPP and U.S. The Newark field office also joined in the act, as is attested by the accompanying October 2, 1969 memo from the SAC in that city to Hoover, and the cartoon which corresponds to it. Newark credited the COINTELPRO with 3 other Panther murders as of September 30, 1969, when it sent an anonymous letter to the local BPP chapter warning them to watch out, Karenga's coming, and listing a national box score of US 6, Panthers 0. 86. While this seems to have been the extent of the fatalities induced through the COINTELPRO operation, a body count which in itself would not have proven crippling to either side of the dispute, such FBI activities did, as cultural nationalist leader Emory Baraka has pointed out, help solidify deep divisions within the radical black community as a whole which took years to overcome, and which effectively precluded the possibility of unified political action within the black liberation movement. 87. As has been noted elsewhere, one of the FBI's favorite tactics was to accuse the Panthers and other black nationalists of anti-Semitism, a tactic designed to destroy the movement's image among liberal and naive elements. Bureau interest in anti-Semitism grew during the summer of 1967 at the National Convention for a New Politics, when SNCC's James Forman and Rap Brown led a floor fight for a resolution condemning Zionist expansion. The convention's Black Caucus introduced the resolution, and SNCC emerged as the first black group to take a public stand against Israel in the Mideast conflict. 88. In New York, as is revealed in the accompanying September 10, 1969 memo, this assumed the form of sending anonymous letters to Rabbi Meir Kahane of the neo-fascistic Jewish Defense League in hopes that the embellishment of factual information within the missives might provoke Kahane's thugs to act against the BPP. Part 2. Comparable methods were used in Chicago, where BPP leader Fred Hampton was showing considerable promise in negotiating a working alliance with a huge black street gang known as the Blackstone Rangers. As is demonstrated in the accompanying January 30, 1969 letter from Hoover to Marlon Johnson, the Chicago SAC, this threat prompted the local COINTELPRO section to propose, and Hoover to approve, the sending of an anonymous letter to Ranger head Jeff Ford, falsely warning that Hampton had a hit out on him as part of a Panther plot to take over his gang. What the Bureau expected to result from the sending of this missive had already been outlined by Johnson in a memo to Hoover on January 10. It is believed that the may intensify the degree of animosity between the two groups and occasion Forte to take retaliatory action which could disrupt the BPP or lead to reprisals against its leadership. Consideration has been given to a similar letter to the BPP alleging a Ranger plot against the BPP leadership. However, it is not felt that this would be productive principally because the BPP is not believed to be as violence-prone as the Rangers, to whom violent-type activity, shooting and the like, is second nature. Memo proposing anonymous letter to provoke conflict between the Jewish Defense League and the BPP. Text of letter follows. Part 2. Part 2. The FBI's concern in the matter was not, as Hoover makes abundantly clear in Part 2. His letter, that someone might be killed as a consequence of such disruptive activities, but that a properly nondescript envelope be employed in the mailing of the bogus letter in order that any tangible results obtained could not be traced back to the Bureau. 89 similar tactics were employed to block or destabilize emerging alliances between the Chicago BPP and another black gang, the Mau Maus, as well as the already politicized Puerto Young Lords, a white street gang called the Young Patriots, and even SDS, the white radical organization. 90. The letter-writing COINTELPRO had a significant impact in preventing Hampton from consolidating the citywide Rainbow Coalition he was attempting to establish at the time, but it failed to bring about his physical liquidation. Letter authorizing sending of bogus letter to Chicago gang leader Jeff Fort in hopes that it will provoke violent retaliation against city BPP head Fred Hampton. Part 2. Hence, in mid-November 1969, COINTELPRO specialist Roy Mitchell met with William O'Neill, a possibly psychopathic infiltrator/provocateur who had managed to become Hampton's personal bodyguard and chief of local BPP security, at the Golden Torch restaurant in downtown Chicago. The agent secured from O'Neill the accompanying detailed floor plan of Hampton's apartment, including the disposition of furniture, and a notation of exactly where the BPP leader might be expected to be sleeping on any given night. Mitchell then took the floor plan to Richard Jalovec, overseer of a special police unit assigned to State's Attorney Edward V. Hanrahan. Together, Mitchell and Jalovec met with Police Sergeant Daniel Groth, operational commander of the unit, and planned an arms raid on the Hampton residence. 91. Floor plan of Hampton's apartment provided by FBI infiltrator William O'Neill in order to pinpoint targets during the Panther leader's assassination. Part 2. On the evening of December 3, 1969, shortly before the planned raid, infiltrator O'Neill seems to have slipped Hampton a substantial dose of secobarbital in a glass of Kool-Aid. The BPP leader was thus comatose in his bed when the 14-man police team, armed with a submachine gun and other special hardware, slammed into his home at about 4 a.m. on the morning of December 4. 92. He was nonetheless shot 3 times, once more or less slightly in the chest, and then twice more in the head at point-blank range. 93. Also killed was Mark Clark, head of the Peoria, Illinois, BPP chapter. Wounded were Panthers Ronald Doc Satchell, Blair Anderson, and Verlina Brewer. Panthers Deborah Johnson, Brenda Harris, Louis Trulock, and Harold Bell were uninjured during the shooting. 94. Despite the fact that no Panther had fired a shot while the police had pumped at least 98 rounds into the apartment, the BPP survivors were all beaten while handcuffed, charged with aggressive assault and attempted murder of the raiders, and held on $100,000 bond apiece. 95. Part 2. A week later, on December 11, Chicago COINTELPRO section head Robert Piper took a major share of the credit for the success in the accompanying memo, informing headquarters that the raid could not have occurred without intelligence information, not available from any other source, provided by O'Neill via Mitchell and himself. He specifically noted that the chairman of the Illinois BPP, Fred Hampton, was killed in the raid and that this was due, in large part, to the tremendous value of O'Neill's work inside the party. He then requested payment of a $300 cash bonus to the infiltrator for services rendered, a matter quickly approved at FBI headquarters. 96. The Hampton-Clark assassinations were unique in that the cover stories of involved police and local officials quickly unraveled. Notwithstanding the FBI's best efforts to help keep the lid on, there was a point when the sheer blatancy of the lies used to explain what had happened, the obvious falsification of ballistics and other evidence, and so on, led to the indictment of State's Attorney Hanrahan, Jalovec, and a dozen Chicago police personnel for conspiring to obstruct justice. This was dropped by Chicago Judge Philip Romiti on November 1, 1972 as part of a quid pro quo arrangement in which remaining charges were dropped against the Panther survivors. The latter then joined the mothers of the deceased in a $47 million civil rights suit against not only the former state defendants, but a number of Chicago police investigators who had cleared the raiders of wrongdoing, and the FBI as well. 97. Airtel recommending cash bonus be paid infiltrator O'Neill for services rendered in the Hampton-Clark assassinations. The money was quickly approved. Part 2. The Bureau had long since brought in ace COINTELPRO manager Richard G. Held, who replaced Marlon Johnson as Chicago SAC, in order to handle the administrative aspects of what was to be a monumental attempted cover-up. But even his undeniable skills in this regard were insufficient to gloss over the more than 100,000 pages of relevant Bureau documents concerning Hampton and the Chicago BPP he claimed under oath did not exist. Finally, after years of resolute perjury and stonewalling by the FBI and Chicago police, as well as directed acquittals of the government defendants by U.S. District Judge J. Sam Perry, People's Law Office attorneys Flint Taylor, Jeff Haas, and Dennis Cunningham finally scored. In November 1982, District Judge John F. Grady determined that there was sufficient evidence of a conspiracy to deprive the Panthers of their civil rights to award the plaintiffs $1.85 million in damages. 98. The Hampton-Clark assassinations were hardly an isolated phenomenon. 4 days after the lethal raid in Chicago, a similar scenario was acted out in Los Angeles. In this instance, the FBI utilized an infiltrator named Melvin, Part 2. Cotton Smith who, like O'Neill, had become the chief of local BPP security. Like O'Neill, Smith provided the Bureau with a detailed floor plan, albeit, in the form of a cardboard mock-up rather than a mere diagram, of the BPP facility to be assaulted. 40 men from the LAPD SWAT squad were employed, along with more than 100 regular police as backup in the 5:30 a.m. attack on December 8, 1969. This time, however, the primary target, LA Panther leader Elmer Geronimo Pratt, was not in his assigned spot. Unbeknownst to the police, he had decided to sleep on the floor alongside his bed on the night of the raid. Consequently, the opening burst of gunfire which was apparently supposed to kill him missed entirely. 99. Another major difference between the events in Chicago and those in LA was that, in the latter, a sufficient number of Panthers were awake when the shooting started to mount an effective resistance. 100. The Panthers chose to defend themselves, and for 4 hours they fought off the police, refusing to surrender until press and public were on the scene. 6 were wounded. 13 were arrested. Miraculously, none of them were killed. 101. As in Chicago, the raiders were headed, not by a SWAT or regular police commander, but by a coordinator of the local police Red Squad. The Los Angeles raid was led by Detective Ray Callahan, a ranking member of the LAPD Criminal Conspiracy Section, a Panther-focused subversives unit tightly interlocked with the local FBI COINTELPRO section, headed by Richard Wallace Held, son of Chicago SAC Richard G. Held. 102. Also as in Chicago, the Panthers were immediately charged with assaulting the police, an accusation which received considerable media play until it was quietly dropped when the matter was finally decided by a jury, and the defendants acquitted on December 23, 1971. 103. Pratt, meantime, spent a solid 2 months in the LA County Jail in the wake of the firefight, until his $125,000 bond money could be raised. 104. As the U.S. Attorney in San Francisco put it at the time, pointing to a special Panther unit created by the Justice Department specifically to assist federal/local cooperation in containing the Black Liberation Movement, whatever they say they're doing, they're out to get the Panthers. 105. Hence, although many anti-Panther actions around the country appeared to be purely local police initiatives, most were actually coordinated by the FBI's COINTELPRO operatives in each locality. By 1969, a uniform drumbeat of anti-BPP repression was readily apparent across the nation. From April to December 1969, police raided Panther headquarters in San Francisco, Chicago, Salt Lake City, Indianapolis, Denver, San Diego, Part 2. Sacramento and Los Angeles, including 4 separate raids in Chicago, 2 in San Diego and 2 in Los Angeles. Frequently Panthers were arrested during these raids on charges such as illegal use of sound equipment, harboring fugitives, possessing stolen goods and flight to avoid prosecution, and later released. In September 1969, alone, police across the nation arrested Panthers in 46 separate incidents. Police raids frequently involved severe damage to Panther headquarters. Thus, during a raid in Sacramento in June 1969, in search of an alleged sniper who was never found, police sprayed the building with tear gas, shot up the walls, broke typewriters, and destroyed bulk food the Panthers were distributing free to ghetto children. Sacramento Mayor Richard Marriott said he was shocked and horrified by the shambles he reported police had left behind. During raids on Panther headquarters in Philadelphia in September 1970, police ransacked the office, ripped out plumbing and chopped up and carted away furniture. 6 Panthers were led into the street, placed against a wall and stripped as Police Chief Frank Rizzo boasted to newsmen, "Imagine the big black Panthers with their pants down." 106. Airtel from J. Edgar Hoover reprimanding the San Francisco office for its lack of vigor in pursuing COINTELPRO operations against the BPP. Part 2. Part 2. Even in the outback of Nebraska, the story was the same. In August 1971, FBI agents and local police arrested 2 Black Panthers. Part 2. In Omaha, David Rice and Ed Poindexter, on charges of killing a local policeman. In subsequent investigations by Amnesty International and other human rights agencies, it was revealed that the FBI had collected over 2,000 pages of information on the Omaha chapter of the Black Panthers, and that the actual murderer of the police officer was a former drug addict who was soon released by authorities, and who subsequently disappeared. Both Rice and Poindexter were convicted, however, and still remain in federal penitentiaries. 107. The pressure placed upon the party through such extra-legal legality was enormous. As Panther attorney Charles Gary observed in 1970. In a period of 2 years, December 1967 to December 1969, the Black Panther Party has expended in bail bond premiums alone, just the premiums, that is, money that will never be returned, a sum in excess of $200,000. How many breakfasts or lunches for hungry children, how much medical attention sorely needed in the ghetto communities would that $200,000 have furnished? In the same 2-year period, 28 Panthers were killed. Let me cite some additional statistics, though for a complete record, I would recommend you consult the special issue of the Black Panther entitled, Evidence and Intimidation of Fascist Crimes by USA. Between May 2, 1967 and December 25, 1969 charges were dropped against at least 87 Panthers arrested for a wide variety of so-called violations of the law. Yet these men and women were kept in prison for days, weeks, and months even though there was absolutely no evidence against them, and they were finally released. At least a dozen cases involving Panthers have been dismissed in court. In these cases, the purpose has clearly been to intimidate, to frighten, to remove from operation and activities the Panthers, and to hope the hysteria against the Black Panther Party would produce convictions and imprisonments. 108. By 1970, what was occurring was evident enough that Mayor Wes Ullman of Seattle, when his police were approached by agents in the local FBI office about rousting the city's BPP chapter, publicly announced that, "We are not going to have any 1932 Gestapo-type raids against anyone." 109. Even SAC Charles Bates in San Francisco had attempted to protest at least the extent of what the Bureau was doing to the Panthers. For his trouble, Bates received the accompanying May 27, 1969 airtel from Hoover informing him that he had obviously missed the point and that his outlook was not in line with Bureau objectives. The director also used the opportunity to order Bates to target the BPP Breakfast for Children program in the Bay Area. Hoover then unleashed William Sullivan to pull Bates' office back in line. Sullivan gave Bates 2 weeks to assign his best agents to the COINTELPRO desks and get on with the task at hand, eradicate Serve the People programs. Sogain, Cohendet, and the other 4 agents assigned to the BPP squad supervised the taps and bugs on Panther homes and offices, mailed a William F. Buckley, Jr., column on the Panthers to prominent citizens in the Bay Area, tipped off San Francisco Examiner reporter Ed Montgomery to Huey Newton's posh Oakland apartment overlooking Lake Merritt, disrupted the Breakfast for Children program in the notorious Haight-Ashbury district and elsewhere by spreading a rumor that various personnel in national headquarters are infected with venereal disease, tried to break up Panther marriages with letters to wives about affairs with teenage girls, and assisted with a plan to harass the Panthers' attorney, Charles Gary. They carried out dozens of other counterintelligence operations as well. 110. As should be obvious from the Rice, Poindexter, and other cases already mentioned, spurious criminal prosecution was a favorite tactic used in neutralizing the BPP leadership. For instance, in 1969 Black Panther chairman Bobby Seale was charged along with 7 other Chicago conspiracy defendants, although he had only the most tangential connection with the demonstrations during the Democratic Convention in Chicago during August of 1968, having been flown in at the last moment as a substitute speaker, given 2 speeches and left. 111 Predictably, the charges came to nothing, but not before Seale was denied the right to represent himself at trial, and the country was treated to the spectacle of a major Panther leader bound to his chair and gagged in open court. 112. Meanwhile, on August 21, 1969, before the Chicago trial even began, Seale was arrested in California in connection with the alleged New Haven, Connecticut torture slaying of Alex Rackley, a Panther recruit from New York. 11 other Panthers were indicted as well. 113 The main witness against Seale and the others turned out to be one of the defendants, George Sams, a police infiltrator and former psychiatric patient who had worked his way into a position in the Panther security apparatus before being expelled from the party by Seale. 114 As it turned out, Sams had accused Rackley of being an informer and had himself carried the badjacketing effort through a week-long interrogation during which the young recruit was chained to a bed and scalded with boiling water. Sams had then killed him, dumping the body in a swampy area where it was soon discovered by fishermen. 115. In the aftermath, one New Haven Panther, Warren Kimbrough, pled guilty to second-degree murder, not for having killed Rackley, but for not having prevented his death. He was sentenced to life in prison. 116 A second, Lonnie McLucas, was tried alone, convicted of conspiracy to murder and sentenced to 15 years. 117 Sams, the actual killer, was also eventually given a life sentence. Part 2.